On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain: Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Finding it hard to fight back against enemies? Is reloading not realistic enough? Is it affecting your battle experience? Does your motorcycle have a busted tire? Did you reach Conqueror tier and have nothing else to do? If any of these are relatable, then don't miss this video. Let's check out the various upgrades in PUBG Mobile V4.0. This version introduces a brand new weapon, the Mortar. It uses a special explosive ammo and deals tons of damage to enemies. It's great at applying pressure. The Mortar has 2 firing modes. Quick Strike mode lets you aim directly at enemies. Precise Target mode lets you strike areas beyond your field of view for amazing long-range coverage. Whether it's fighting back or providing long-range support, the Mortar is an excellent tactical choice. We have also revamped reloading to provide even greater realism. To put it simply, if you reload your weapon before it's empty, you'll keep a round in the chamber. So after reloading, that means you'll have an extra shot available to you. We've also improved the idle and reload animations for empty pistols to keep you more immersed than ever. We've added crosshair style switching for the 4x scope. You can easily switch between them as you like. May you never miss your shots again. Now, when you burst your motorcycle's tire, you can easily swap it out for a new one. We've also improved the stability of mounted firing on 2-wheel vehicles. Ride smoothly and fire with more precision than ever. Boats also get an upgrade. They travel through the water much smoother than before. Enjoy the improved naval warfare. These vehicle updates are sure to make matches even more exciting. Apart from battle-related improvements, Erangel's Lipovka has a new relaxation area. Take a break from the fighting and come here to gear up with supplies. Or relax for a bit on the swings and Ferris wheel. Get comfy on the battleground. C9S26 is here. Check out the new Ace-exclusive Path of Honor and rewards. We've improved tier objectives and added rewards for reaching the highest tier in the previous season. New legendary firearm is here. Challenge the brand new firearm combat power system. Your glorious journey begins. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. That's a brief overview of V4.0's classic mode updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In Classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The 2 most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the smart assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the smart assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택할래. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Why?
That's the reason why.
Higher frame rate options available? Download PUBG Mobile version 4.0 for the smoothest victories.
The first Ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style. New World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives. Welcome to World of Wonder 1.0. Let your creativity run wild. The new World of Wonder Pass is here. Complete missions by playing World of Wonder content to earn points. Get creation promotion cards, World of Wonder rune cards, avatar frames, limited time firearm finishes, and more for free. Plus, upgrade to the Elite Pass, originally worth 480 UC for just 299 UC. Unlock tons of customization options, new outfits, and exclusive perks. Through gifting incentives, you can send World of Wonder exclusive gifts to creators. Creators gain creativity points by receiving gifts. Not only can you unlock cooler custom items, but you can also win huge cash rewards by reaching the top of the creativity points ranking. All cash rewards can be viewed and withdrawn from the co-creation wallet. World of Wonder Pass and gifting incentives rewards will also be partly invested into the World of Wonder incentive program to give back to every contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem.
New RP A15 is here. Level 100 Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit is here. Get rewards worth up to 80,000 UC. Come take a look. New Mythic Custom Color Male Outfit. Freely change colors to show off your own unique style. New upgraded Candied Haunter MP7 is here, along with tons of firearm finishes, as well as the Skeleton Trail UTV vehicle finish. Tons more items await. Get all of the above with just 720 UC and reaching the corresponding levels. Upgrade to Elite Pass Plus for even more surprises. Exclusive avatar frame, victory dance, collectible statue, and weekly 50% bonus rating points. And you can get all 720 UC back. Event period 2025 9/11 at 2 o'clock, 2025 11/10 at 23:59. UTC +0. Unlock RP A15 now.
Gyro, PUBG Mobile.
Let's get it.
Ready to kill it, be my best mate. Those niggas up as up, hit and run. Pretty slow, but my blood runs high. But don't play me like a predator side. My level got to 6 no matter what. No, safe zones are closing, no time left to hide. No, my ever falls singing like a battle cry. Adrenaline takes to feel away. We must one, and eyes on the bonus score. We must one, we hit us one. Let's go. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
Cooking like a glitter, winner, chicken dinner. Moving like a thriller, winner, chicken dinner. Crazy chicken, they be my best mate. Crazy chicken, they be my bestie.
Crazy chicken, they be my best mate.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
Welcome to the first day of our second Super Weekend here at the 2025 PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall. I'm your host, FaZe Clan, and after a very long and intense competition in the group stage, finally we got our 16 teams who are going to compete here in the Super Weekend, trying to gain that points in order to secure that spot into the grand finals here as well. Right now, I'm joined by the representative from BIGETRON by Vitalities. Welcome on board, Saxi, as well as John, our translator. All right then, so let's jump right into the interview questions, Saxi. How are you feeling then, first and foremost, coming into this week 2 of the Super Weekend here? What sort of preparations have you made so far?
Oke, pertama soalnya adalah ya gimana perasaan kamu hari ini tentang Super Weekend 2 dan apa preparation yang sudah dilakukan oleh tim BIGETRON by Vitality?
Perasaan aku sih senang sih masih bisa main lagi di Super Weekend Week 2 dan persiapan kita ya pasti ngurangin mistake kecil kita aja sih.
Yeah, of course, I feel very, very happy to play in a Super Weekend 2. I mean, yeah, once again. And yeah, for our preparation, I think we're just gonna fix our mistake, like reducing the mistake one by one. That's all.
Of course, take it one at a time, right? And hopefully the best for you guys here at BIGETRON as well. Now, Saksi, last season, suffice to say, a fair share of people that doubt you, right? But you proved them that with the clause layers that you are still a force to be reckoned with. So, how does it feel to be back on BTR's main roster now?
Okay, ya season lalu sempat ramai yang nggak percayalah sama Zuxi, kayak udah bukan zamannya, dan kamu juga membuktikan yang di claw kemarin kamu ya berhasil bersama mereka. Dan gimana perasaan kamu sekarang kembali lagi ke roster inti BTR sendiri?
Perasaannya sih biasa aja ya, karena mungkin belum bisa ngebawa prestasi atau hasil yang bagus untuk BIGETRON di tim kali ini. Jadi ya untuk sekarang ya masih proses, semoga bisa ngebuktiin kalau emang bisa jauh lebih baik dari yang sebelumnya.
Yeah, I think if you ask me about the feelings, I think I feel very normal. It's because of I don't really bring anything much yet in this team particularly. Yeah, I just hope that I can maybe bring a trophy or maybe anything to the teams. And yeah, that's it.
Of course, aiming for that success, right? Okay then. So I'm glad that you mentioned about BTR here as well, because personally, how does it feel playing with this current BTR lineup when compared to your previous lineup with the BIGETRON's night back in 2014?
Okay, pertanyaannya ya, gimana perasaan kamu bermain dengan pemain sekarang dibandingkan dengan BIGETRON night di tahun 2024 kemarin?
Mungkin lebih ke strateginya dan juga dari segi mikro dan makronya di pemain kali ini mungkin jauh lebih matang dari yang sebelumnya ya.
Yeah, I think in terms of micro and macro compared to the both team, I think right now what the player have, I think is far way better than the previous team. So I'm feeling happy to play with this team right now.
I see, there's an improvement to be found right here, right? All right then, this is the last question now, Saksi. Currently, BTR is just 30 points behind Alter Egos, right, in Indonesia's PMGC point race. Will that makes you more focused on catching up with them or even directly targeting AE in particular?
Oke, kalau kita lihat PMGC race point itu BTR dan juga AE itu nggak jauh-jauh banget, 30 poin. Apakah BTR bakal lebih ke arah coba mengejar 30 poin itu ataupun lebih ke arah incer AE aja?
Sepertinya kita nggak akan ngincer AE karena ya kita punya fokus masing-masing, tapi ya semoga itu menjadi persaingan yang sangat seru lah.
Yeah, we don't really gonna focus on AE too much. I think both of us have their own target, so we just gonna give our best and give a good show. That's all.
I see. Stick to the game plan, then that's it. All right, and thank you very much, BTR Saksi, as well as John, our translator here. We would like to send you guys to a very intense upcoming Super Weekend here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall.
Welcome back to another epic Super Weekend here in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Joined by me is Choo Choo, always so lovely, and I'm glad to be back here to be casting for the weekend. And you know, Choo, you've been covering the group stages, and now we lock in the top 16 for their final few chances to qualify to the grand finals.
There's so many things to catch up for you when it comes to this week's Super Weekend. Of course, I'll keep you updated, of course, while we're going through the formality first. But when it comes to this Super Weekend, it's going to be a last chance for most of the teams that just entered into this week's Super Weekend. I think there's going to be 3 or till 4 of them, including Mixer Gang. There's also Sam9. There's also the Vikings who just marched into this week's Super Weekend for their first time. So there'll be a lot of contribution needed from these teams that just entered in this Super Weekend compared to last Super Weekend, which means 3 teams got relegated as well. And one of them is going to be Talent. And Talent, they missed this Super Weekend, whilst their overall league points actually at the very bottom down there. So I think a lot of teams are waiting things out or biting their nails looking at this this week Super Weekend's result by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course we got a lot to fill you guys on as well. But if you guys are here for the very first time, we got a staggering total of 200K for the prize. And of course, the points as follow. With the chicken dinner, they will be rewarded with 10 points. Any lower in positioning, the numbers will dwindle down from 6 all the way down to 0 for those who end up as 9th into 16. So they will have to accumulate as much elimination points as possible to be able to maximize this Super Weekend. Of course, we've already passed through the group stages as well as week 1 of the Super Weekend as well. So this, like you said, is the very final chance for these teams to qualify, with new names emerging to this weekend. Like you said, Talon, the Savior, Glue Squad, FaZe Clan, they got a whole lot to do. Talon, though, missing out on this weekend. They're going to be watching closely to see if teams will slip up or will they falter behind.
It's all depending on their positions and also by the end of today. So when it comes to today, of course, we are down to the Super Weekend and it's day number 1 where we only have 6 maps per day. Tomorrow, on the other hand, it's going to be up to 8 maps per day, depending on the situation and how much the match point or the benchmark of the, going into the smash rule activated for tomorrow. But when it comes to this season and last season, the difference is going to be how many maps will be played during the grand finals, especially even the last day of the grand finals will be having those smash rule implemented as well. And regarding that, last season we had only 6 maps. This season we up it up to the maximum 8 maps in day 3 of the grand finals as well. So Smash Rule will stay till the very end, and congratulations again for the teams that's qualified for this week's Super Sunday.
That's right,
Super
with
Weekend,
the
sorry.
new names like MXG, 7-9, and of course the familiar faces that we've seen that has qualified from the first week. So there's a lot on the line right now, especially for, like you mentioned, 7-9, who finally made it to this weekend, and now they really have to play catch up against those who are not being involved. So this is definitely some high stakes matches that we'll be seeing them involved in, and we'll see who will be the one to set the benchmark for tomorrow's Smash rules to be implemented. And of course, if we take a look into the past week itself, these are the points already accumulated by Team Flash and the list of others who have once again played back in week 1.
And when it comes to 12th place, it's down to 3 points, and so far Team Flash has been taking the lead. eArena on 2nd, VOIN on the 3rd place, but it's all down to the teams at the very bottom. That's quite more concerning compared to all the others, actually, because we're looking at like how we mentioned, who will set the tone for starting off tomorrow as well. Now we want to also congratulate 7-9, who is the first time actually getting into this week's Super Weekend, as well as the Vikings and MXG. While the rest, unfortunately for Exosphere, NST, AZ Slumber, Celcom Digital Lines and 52 did not make it yesterday as well. So it's going to be saying goodbye to even their grand finals here.
Yeah, it's really tough when it comes down to the circumstances, but we hope that they do bounce back stronger so that next season onwards, they'll be able to keep up to the pace of the rest of the best here in Southeast Asia. But of course, let's take a look at some of the action that has happened throughout the week, especially yesterday. TODAK has had a field day out.
Oh, TODAK, especially when it comes to the last Mirama map. Now, they didn't do so well when it comes to the first few maps of eArena, even including Rondo out there at first. But across the entirety of the day, where we're down to only the Mirama map, that's where they scored themselves a double chicken. And we can say that they are pretty confident, were more comfortable when it comes to their gameplay in the Mirama map compared to the other maps like eRangle here, of course.
Yeah, we're seeing them really thrive. Even back in those off seasons with those scrims, they've always shined bright with this new roster that they feel. Of course, half of them coming in from the previous iteration of 7-9. And on top of that, I think FaZe Clan have also shown some great prowess, especially understanding that they could farm big numbers in Rondo. We'll see whether if they can pull another highs here as we kick off in Rondo again.
But also, speaking of another team, that's going to be FaZe Clan. Now, it's unusual for us to not see teams like Vampires be on top of here, even Alter Ego, or like VOIN didn't play yesterday, so even GLU, So it's kind of unusual to see teams like this did not make it to even top place when it comes to a recap of yesterday's performance as well. But for today, Rondo, there's going to be a new history being made when it comes to Rondo. I assume eyes on to Team Flash right now because we do know how are they capable of and how much aggressive can they get, especially in a map that can have the recall as many times for the team. I think that's going to be maximum once or twice. Maybe they can actually recall for using the recall tower. But we assume when it comes to this map, it's always going to be a 1-3 formation because there will be one player that will try to go for the revival instead of joining in with the team fight.
Yeah, I really like how these teams have been able to really adapt to the tempo of play in Rondo, especially in the early game where it's always okay for them to put themselves at risk to try to convert some of these into elimination points. And of course, for those of you guys who are tuning for the first time, Rondo is definitely going to be super fun to watch with plenty of eliminations that follow suit. And for the fact of the matter is that there are potential of 2 different flight paths, which could also allow them to drop into multiple locations. So I'm definitely liking on, that kind of trajectory that we've gotten on an overview, because I see that, the new names that come into this Super Weekend like Sem9 is looking to even challenge BTR in some of these areas. So whether if that will happen or not, we'll have to wait and see, because the map is just so huge. It's so wide. There's a plethora of options available. So I just can't wait to see what they bring to the table. And of course, what Tecno has brought to us, plenty of support from the entire year and even the seasons prior to this. So we definitely want to thank them so much for this, as they stop at nothing to provide us with the latest tools for you guys to win the chicken dinner. And with the POVA 7 Ultra, you can actually experience smooth graphics and of course crystal clear display with a 1.5K AMOLED display, 144 Hz refresh rate, and of course an ultra charged 770 watts for you to keep yourself powered all day long while you score yourself those big wins.
Yeah, thanks to Tecno. If you guys are curious and intrigued regarding the phone when it comes to its physical being, you can actually see while the players actually use it as well. Now, back to the business. Here comes me filling you what's happened in the past week. Now, Team Flash, they have been crazy good when it comes to the talk regarding Vietnam region as a whole, right? We always had this thought back in the days whether we're gonna have a new team other than the Xaviers coming up from Vietnam region, because back in the days, last year to be specific, that's not many other teams that seems to be can stepped up to the game like how the Xaviers actually do it. But this time we are proven wrong, because I have to give it, Team Flash will set the tone when it comes to this week's Super Weekend based on how they actually play. They actually play very similar like how eArena used to play, or how the eArena still plays. It's just they're doing it better, and eArena pretty much in the same shoes. They don't aim for the chicken contra, they just aim for those eliminations between these two teams.
Yeah, and I really do love this kind of playstyle where on average they walk away with at least 5 points per round, and that really allows them to really take a lot of all these proactive plays. And we're already looking at all these teams making some, prayers before they actually move into flight. And I'm glad that you actually pointed out, back then it was all about the Savior show for Vietnam, and now Team Flash is really showing that they're taking reign. And the scary thing about them is that back in week 1, they haven't even dropped the tempo. They've been playing like this for so many days now, and I hope that they can even amp it up in the finals.
Can you build my house? I love the mood board, by the way. We don't have. I know that you don't see this too often. Just to update you as well, to who just joined in, whoever's actually watching at home as well. There's mood board that actually being placed next to the players, so we'll get to know how they feel for the day, what message they want to give, and also regarding which teams are actually their rivals. They actually have extra respect to or keep an eye out. So the mood board actually change every single day. We get to see the chicken count when it comes to whenever they score chicken for the team as well. So far coming out from certain teams, they're not going to change their mood board or their message for today. But I'm curious and intrigued regarding if any of the team feeling good right now, because everybody have jittery toes and also fingers, because we do know what Team Flash is a monster to the point I have to give the update for you, Contra, to the point that everybody tried to avoid them when it comes to lost learners because they drop in lost learners. It's to that extent. That's just how scary they are right now. But will they bring the A game here and even the momentum till this last of the Super Weekend the league stage? Gotta wait and see, because that was in the past. The future, nobody knows.
That's right. And of course, if we're taking a little bit of flashback over the past week Super Weekend as well, I think Team Flash have gotten so much confidence that there are certain points of time that other teams were looking like hot dropping and farming those early elimination points. This team, sometimes they don't even need to consider going for all these kind of recall points because they are so confident that they can take anybody on that they could just walk away with those sure numbers even without doing so. And of course, with that being said, we got less than a minute to go. And as a matter of fact, less than 10 seconds before we move into our very first map. So let's get this underway in the PMSL Southeast Asia 2025 Fall Split.
Now it's finally live and final official for our last and the second week of the Super Weekend here on Saturday. Beautiful day with a heavy rain outside when it comes to our place. But it's an honor, as per usual, sharing this desk with you, Contra. I know it's a bit later, but I was busy with something else just now. But hey, when it comes to late, better late than never. We do know this time the flight path. I love this flight path. The fact it's so straight towards the northern side. Everybody can drop wherever they fancy. And the trend that coming up from PMSL, just to update you as well, these guys love to, some of them might, and I'm not sure how many teams, usually there'll be like 4, sometimes up to 6, that actually will extend their stay in the blue zone. And we do know when it comes to Rondo, they cannot play it very late. Late rotations are not that forgivable when it comes to big map like Rondo with huge land to water ratio. And of course, if you don't have vehicle, that's the end of it. And there are times some teams, yes, it's great to have that recall tower. But if you recall your teams in the blue zone, they will not survive as well.
Yeah. And then what's really interesting when we take a look at what's going on in the screen, Sem9 is actually going on a 2-2 split across Hongshan. The two other members are actually situated right next to the members of Vampire Esports. So do you think this is a very bold call that's being made by Sem9 right now? Surely there's those recall points, but when you even go in for those revives, they gotta reloot once again for those members who gets taken down. So I'm wondering what will happen here. Vampire Esports hoping to strike the first knock in this game so far. Nothing too clear, but we've already got VOIN challenging Federalis up close and personal.
Oh, if you ask about being bold, this is the guy who's being bold, Federalis, right now. And VOIN is actually one of the highest Terminator in one single round. 1,500 last time we remembered. No, it was 1,645 damage. Almost 9 elimination. And this is, if you ask about bold, you talked about vampires. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but put that on hold for a bit. Hell being charged by TODAK, and TODAK has been going strong this season as well, getting a great start, taking 2 members' Hales out. But we do know the recall is going to always be there available for them, especially in first stage. That's why we're looking at aggressive and proactive rotation for a lot of teams out there due to the recall tower. And in fact, okay, you talked about being bold. Whoever trying to fight vampires. I hate to break the news for you, and it's quite disappointing, even for me here at this point. They are not the strongest one out there when it comes to team play and a team that you're forced to fight with. Right now, whoever trying to challenge Team Flash, it's going to be the boldest one to make a move. They are that scary. I hope you actually get what I'm saying here.
Yeah, I
do actually see. After you have to actually experience it during the live. I mean, watching the VODs actually do give you a bit of those, yeah, they're strong, yeah, okay. But when you're actually watching it live, it's such a different vibe. But Mika, put out, this is what I mentioned, even Sem9, I mean, they can challenge each other and everybody's on par on the same benchmark. The only that making a difference between a great and legendary team right now, it's about how they rotate and how they wrap around a fight with a team, not by yourself.
Yeah, and it really goes to show that Sem9, after qualifying into this weekend, they're already looking to start with guns blazing already. And Vampire Esports, now is caught in between, looking for a recall tower to actually bring back their teammates as well. It's not going to be an easy task because they're pretty much landlocked. And now back towards the Mixer gang. It is going to be a tough call right now as they're dealing with the rest of Blue Squad right across our screens. And Xbox has been able to pin another member down. 2 points already as he's going for the save. Beautiful stuff coming from the side of KF to be able to get that revive done. So there will be a little bit of reset from both ends. But MXG, they stand tall. They are still intact despite only one member being taken out.
This is their first time for the Super Weekend MXG. But not the first time for the players, of course. They've been in this tournament for a long time, but it's just the org seems to be changing. But on the side of TODAK, they managed to spot out even Richard, which, well, I think he'll manage to reset as a 4 still. But for GLUKF, it's quite difficult for them to actually flush the rest of MXG down if they don't have throwables. But at least on the side of GLU, MXG, SuperWeeKend did made a mistake just now by jumping down. That was unnecessary from my opinion, but it depends on your situation. Here, Gatslow getting on the inside. Now leaving with a tree. Well, we do have Bakari's being recalled back. But unfortunately, that recall, it's a bit slightly too early as Gatslow also been taken back into the lobby for now.
Yeah, it's just so feisty when we actually kickstart this run where we've got battles from Renjiang into the quarters of Huangshan as well. So right now, the biggest benefactors are TODAK as well as BLUG, and each one walking away with 4 points. So we'll have to see whether if they're still going to be on the hunt or not, because now that certain teams, they go for that reset, they found a little bit of a saving grace. MXG definitely taking a little bit of casualty. He's going to be bringing those 2 members back up online. So not too much of a commotion for the rest of MXG to continue to find other opportunities instead. Now that they know, okay, we can't really challenge those grounds, maybe it's better to play a little bit slower than intended.
But the one that's going slower here is going to be Alter Ego. It's not the Alter Ego that we used to know, unless if you're actually focusing on Rosemary, and yesterday has been amazing. He got the daily MVP yesterday. As well as today, a lot of people actually anticipate when it comes to his guns yesterday, where he outplayed all the teams. But back to his own boys, MAQNA. The last one player that was Kim, but the most important player in this lineup is going to be Limboy. Now, belated birthday for Shaman's birthday yesterday. Didn't turn out so well for Homebois MAQNA Esports, but at least they make it through into the Super Weekend, which still yesterday's birthday buff seems hopefully to be ineffective. But Limboy, they cannot afford to lose this player, but hopefully for the side of Homebois MAQNA, they do already ready up their plays around the recall tower. And eArena, also the teams, is going to set the tone whether they can actually overtake Team Flash by end of tomorrow or not, because, I mean, Team Flash did make a big statement when it comes to the overall league points in week number 2.
Yeah, I think like there's definitely a different tone being set this time around, because teams knows the form of priority, which is to eventually end up in the grand finals, especially for the names like 7-9, who's currently rushing to gain as many points as possible. And this is the kind of map that really allows them to play in such a manner that it is a little bit more forgivable now that we're going down to 1 versus 1 between Tiger X, but it quickly turns into 1v2. A little bit of help coming from Depp to help out on Kenny's approach, as he'll be able to add 1 more point to tally. Now that's a total of 6 for TODAK already. FaZe Clan now on the challenge up against Moana, who's all alone. He's got a grenade in hand, but Chacho, he's going to push right through. He's going to be able to find an easy pick for FaZe Clan to claim 1 in return.
But unfortunately, the vehicles will not be intact. And this is the AMP zone. And the scopes will not be working either. But for FaZe Clan, for any consolation, they're still inside of a circle. And speaking of the circle, it's going to be less than 15 seconds on the clock. And also they have a nearby recall tower. If things going south for the side of FaZe Clan, it's easy for them to go for the recall, but it's down to, is it going to be around Renjiang for the next circle or still on north? FaZe Clan, despite fighting in the EMP zone, I guess it's going to be worth it since they're going to take the circle, but there's going to be major thinning of crowd around the south side of the circle. We can assume half of the population will be gone by then.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them actually over the southern side, but meanwhile, a climb towards the top end of the stadium sees Hexus claiming those numbers. What a cheeky angle that he's playing from, and that's 5 points already from BLUG. Man, these guys are looking so hot, especially KF already stacking 3 all by himself. They're absolutely onto something despite them coming into the 4 North. I think they should be having some open opportunities to be able to slowly take the vehicles to traverse over onto some open areas. But like you said, that zone around the ring down, around the central area is going to be a little bit tough to breach right in, especially for the teams that comes in from the south, because there's just so many teams being situated over on the bottom end of the map.
Not just that kind of circle, when it comes to those high grounds, especially on the outskirts of Yulin, there's going to be one high ground that's really everybody tried to get their hands onto, where it's quite close to where we saw FaZe Clan before. But whoever gets those high grounds can actually fund all those eliminations from those high elevations grounds. And we can assume there's going to be a bloody massacre right on top of this high ground that's going on, probably where we've seen those teams migrating into. But for GLU, like I agree with you, so far KF actively flying around. There's a map right now trying to find those victims down, and Semna might be next, but at least on the side of 79, there's a full squad clustered up together, and it's difficult for KF to go for the pick-off play here. He couldn't actually go in solo, so like it or not, it's better for them to go for the rotation instead. But speaking of from pan to the fire, it's going to be Xbox running into the Xavier straight into his crosshair. KF, I think it's time for him to find those recall towers in action.
Yeah, it was rather unfortunate. Wherever they go, they're bound to meet with teams right now, as they are a little rather late. And speaking of which, KF now moving towards the direction of BTR. And there is a little bit more of a recall point, at the very least, to bring some members back. So Blue, at least, Xbox is back in the game, but they are not really finding any reprieve to even book a spot for their own. KF now stranded in the middle of the open, and he's being forced to deal with the rest of BTR, and KF will finally falter.
Oh, that's not great. At least on the side of GLU, they're very separated for this particular reason, so they won't get caught off guard. As long as one person alive, there's a chance for them to go for the recall again, and GLU reset it into 4 players. But like I mentioned before, they will be recalling inside of the blue zone, and now that's not going to be great at all for Alter Ego. Or Rosemary seems to be recalling probably his teammate, or he's waiting for something else. I don't know, but he's staying too long in the blue. Well, we talked about those high grounds. FaZe Clan managed to secure in their hands. Now we gotta wait and see who will be the first victim, while the other teams around the edge of the circle seems to be fighting for their own slot as well, to be in the top 4 later on. And VOIN is also the team that we should watch out for, especially Foxy as well as Potato. That combo, it seems to be very well worked for now. But for VOIN, seems like they're being charged. It's going to be a team secret. It's also no need to use weapons when there's vehicles laying around, I guess.
Wow, he just handled 3 members all by himself, and just like that, Razak, he absolutely popped them out of the field. 3 back-to-back blows, just like that. Razak is an absolute monster. And now VOIN Donkey takes reign over onto this corner of the compound, despite not really having too much of these kind of walls or anything to cover. They're playing this terrain like the back of their hands, and Team Secret has got no option but to try to look for a recall tower right now to bring their team back alive.
Just pray for GK. You don't get caught by another team anytime soon.
Oh, finally.
He needs to make it quick, because the Blues start to arrive. And even if he managed to recall, they will have to suffer in the stage 3 Blues, which is going to be painful afterwards. And we do see a glimpse of Homebois MAQNA just right on the northern side of where he recalled his teammate. So hopefully everything going to be a-okay. But on the other hand, the Xaviers, now they are the team that feel pressured right now due to their statue, and also when it comes to their past achievement with Team Flash on the rise. A lot of question swarming around the Xaviers. Are they still relevant or not? But I think they have more than enough to actually try to push themselves up here. We know what they're capable of. But unfortunately, right now, Hill will be the first team to be eliminated entirely in this first random map. As we talked about, Hill, Sam 9, where they follow footsteps of Hill right now. as they remain as a three. Look at how many teams are they trying to gatekeep just Sam9 after they heard those gunshots.
Yeah, just plenty of them really situated around these facilities that really leaves no option for Sam9 to really move out and about as compared to those who have already secured some high ground terrains at the very least. And speaking of high grounds, B-Saber tries to claim some spot away from the side of Alter Ego. It's not going to be easy. As we speak of it, Powergen has already been pinned down. Lambo, he definitely wants to see if he could actually trade right back. And there's just going to be AT trying to resuscitate his teammate. Thankfully, he's not being pinned down yet again, but somehow Snape, he found the angle, and he get another knock towards the members of D-Saber. And now, with Rosemary pushing throughout, that's 3 members already on the ground from the side of the X. And this is just no reprieve whatsoever. Well, Sam9 tries to push through. I'm also getting caught in the wings.
Down to Mika. Left, right, center is being swarmed by all the other players. Right, but at least any consolation, he's still got himself an upgrade for his looting right now. For their troubles and utilities wise. Mika will have to run no hide. It's going to be walking straight into Snape's cross. If he's moving, cutting across into the circle. He has to pick and choose. Oh, he's picking the Zavis. Made a U-turn just to try to find those recall tower. It will not be an easy task for Miko right now. He's the last man standing and a flying car in the middle of the open field where everybody can shoot him down. Down to Rosemary. Didn't actually manage to get it through. Ambitious, of course, but he took the risk to be in the blue zone just to find that recall tower. But good luck, Sam9. Even if they get recalled, there's going to be a lot of running going on.
Yeah, and where do they really land once they actually come out of the plane as well is going to be a very big question for the side of Sam9. And for them to really try to book it out of the way, despite having so many teams really wrapping around the edge, is a risky play for Sam9, but they have to do it now. Back towards the side of Blue, they're looking to infiltrate this compound, being held by the entirety of eArena. Xbox leading the way. He's got a couple of death lays to throw right in. And they're about to make a scene right now. Hexus as well as Noel to fall soon to gate crash their way, but doesn't seem that they're rolling to one threat. 30K, he jumps down, looking for an entry point, and Norman managing to suppress the entirety of the squad. Blue, they bow out. 7 points, all earned by eArena.
Wow, that was a quick cleanup coming up from the side of eArena and fast response as well. But unfortunately, another one bites the dust. That's going to be the Xaviers and another one to the other. It's also going to be Alter Ego at the same time. Almost, no, it's actually Vampire taken out by Alter Ego. And Alter Ego also got shot from afar. But it's GLU, VPE, Homebois, MAQNA, Esports Hill, and these Xaviers right now ousted. They are waiting for the normal map. It's going to be a wrangle. But BTR for the Rallas is back in here and got his revenge against Team Flash. If you remember, the first fight he had before he's being eliminated by VOIN. And that's a sweet revenge coming up from BTR after that outcome.
Oh, yeah, that was just a little bit of that payback coming in from Federalis and co. And Team Flash, they only walk away with 1 point only this round. A little bit of lackluster to kick things off here in the weekend, but we know that there is a lot more to be offered in the upcoming rounds for Team Flash. So I won't be all too concerned because they've already been able to really book the top spot throughout the groups, throughout the past weekend as well. So they're kind of in the clear. So it's more about playing for maximum points when it comes down to the finals. Meanwhile, Vikings holding down the line against BTR. It's a massive opening, but it's really down to Brick as well as Tin right now to try to hold out up against the rest of BTR. And the zone's pretty far away. They have to dash for the hills, and it doesn't seem like there's space for Vikings.
Well, time is not on their side, yes, but I'm still going to go for elimination points regarding if you want to compare with Chicken Dinner. The eliminations will be worth more because of the recall and the fact. And now Razy trying to find the last player. There you go. Viking team's finally taken out. We're down to 9 teams, but BTR, those 9 eliminations will put up to work after we get to see the overalls later on. But this is the first map of the day, so this is pretty much the overalls right now. Federalis, Razy, and Red FaZe, they're going for a 1-2-1 formation. With Alva spotted out by Red FaZe, I guess Red FaZe finally back in the game. It's been a while. He's actually in action, or he plays, but it's so hard to see him actually have lived longer than how he used to. Unfortunately, Federal has been caught down, but MAQNA also a potential on the rise player coming up from Alter Ego, as well as Snape here right now. Despite losing Alva and also Rosemary, they still managed to give such crazy firepower, and BTR slowly losing their men here.
Yeah, it's just great gatekeeping techniques from all the members of Alter Ego. Snape has got all the ground being covered up, and therefore there's just no entry for the side of BTR. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan holding out by themselves. VOIN Donkey on the charge trying to take them down. Tato just remains solid as a rock. Takes down 2 members all by himself, but he needs to deal with Foxy. He does have a little bit of an angle coming from the hillside, so he might be able to spot out Foxy, but how much time can be bought? Chopper now being revived. Zeta could actually provide a little bit more of that intel. So, Foxy, what can he do? Behind that rock in the hard place, and now he's running out of that space. Getting involved, and that's how FaZe Clan close out the number up against VOIN Esports.
FaZe Clan. Well, they are bringing their momentum from yesterday. We got our highlight and recap. And one of the teams in the top 2 yesterday is going to be FaZe Clan. They show what they're made of, and they're capable to bring that momentum even up to the Super Weekend here. But I want to see how eArena responding to FaZe Clan here right now, with MXG having a full squad, the only team that's still having a full squad right now. There's no more recall time when it comes to the open field like this. Now it's down to the boulders time. They have to recall those boulders, especially for the solo players like Mika right now. And it has been perfectly how do I say, effective when it comes to the boulders as a solo player in an open field like this. It's been working out quite well. Still can score the chicken. There's a chance it still can score this chicken with his boulders in action.
Yeah, we just gotta see how well he actually plays out the rest of the field, because there's not much space that he could actually run around with for the moment. Meanwhile, Team Secret catching one out of Alter Ego. As we talked about all these teams running out of space, you could also witness from the map itself where there's a lot of flat grounds where it's rather tough to play within those areas, unless if they got plenty of smokes as well as emergency barricades, which they could actually call for later on. So it is the calm before the storm. MAQNA now left all alone over on the outskirts. Meanwhile, at Mixer Gang, they just crashed towards the side of Mika. Can he hold out? Apparently not, as he got sniffed out from that position.
MXG. A lot of good actions coming out from a team that having their first time in the Super Weekend, including Sam Nye, who got eliminated by MXG. But Alter Ego, last player, MAQNA. Oh, this seems like he's digging his own grave. He's start open fire here. Being a solo player, you want to stay down and low profile as long as you can, just for the sake of survivability. Since he will have to transition to the circle using that vehicle, this will attract so much unwanted attention. Look at MXG. Already aggressively trying to spray, despite they don't see anything that moves in that smoke just yet.
Yeah, at least they're already in the zone, so they don't really have that much pressure to really push upwards as well. They can just keep themselves in that same location if they really want to. While FaZe Clan, they finally took charge to also take the rim of the upcoming zone. eArena not too far off, so they're going to be looking to see whether if they could actually find a little bit more of that cover. And what I really love about this update is that even those troubles can actually create a little bit of a crater for them to hide out with. So that is going to be a little bit of dent being put towards Earths, which will not be too much of a concern, as FaZe Clan members could absolutely go in for the revive. But MAQNA, though, where can he go realistically? He's being spotted out yet again by Mixer Gang.
I see that one coming early on, but we're down to the top 5 teams here right now, and FaZe Clan might not be joining the top 4. due to the blunder they had before, giving away their own position. I don't know how to feel when you needed your own teammate. But for FaZe Clan, eArena will try to take them down. Here comes a nade cooking over. It seems like a perfect trajectory and chip down a bit of the HP thanks to that miracle rock in between, as well as their boulders. But TODAK, now he's trying to find that off angle. They need to go around and wrap this fight around FaZe Clan. High chance they get stolen for those points as well. But at least on TODAK, he barely missed. It just shows down to only LZ. He calls for another boulder. Lucky he didn't actually get squished down by those boulders, but kind of stuck in between that very small place. And that's pretty much easy for the rest, for Team Secret or to steal those points away. But eArena with 9 points right now. MXG, they do have a full squad, but can they play better than the rest of the teams that seems to be heavy hitters here?
Yeah, especially Turnkey. You saw how sharp he was. Like you said, he don't miss. Even when the boulder was being called, he found that small little crease in order to squeeze that final point. So he's already 5 points already when it comes down to the elimination spree that he's garnered throughout the field. Mixer Gang now playing a little bit more quietly. He's been having a little bit more of a open ground to really take form. But they're not exactly in the clear since the zone has shifted away from the entire squad. So by moving in, they might be able to spot members of the side of TODAK, but you gotta also keep in mind, eArena, they got the entirety of the vision of the field at the very same time. So Team Secret, they're waiting for the right moment to also breach right here. So they are trying to hold the rest of MXG back.
But if they open fire early on, it means no teams around the circles will move, knowing the fact that Team Secret do have those elevations and the compound and even information. But MXG, they're going around the circle, which you can spot too as TODAK. Those boulders, will they last? They got a very small shack as well. Here comes a rush frenzy. Just fire whatever there is within the smoke. Hopefully it will somehow connect, and it does. MXG down to only 2 players. TODAK playing defense in this very small fortress, also surrounded by so many boulders, but SuperWeekeend surprise him with a surprise attack within the smoke, and TODAK unfortunately have to cut short with their run, and it comes to Rondo map this time as number 4.
That was still a very impressive run by TODAK, and it's just about the timing. He went in for the revive and Mixer Gang. They sent in SuperWeekeend to go in for the clearance, and now Mormon, they receive all that kind of attention, and they are putting every single stop towards the rest of the members of MXG. Thankfully, those kind of covers being called by the side of TODAK gives them a little bit more leeway, but Joker still lands that headshot, and now aims to take them out of this round. Team Secret, they managed to have the attention cleared away from them, so they breach in towards the south side, and now Team Secret also looking to attack towards the direction of eArena.
That slow spot out moment. Ugh. Need to switch those to taps instead of sprays. Make it a bit slightly easier for him to get a headshot. For Joker, he's trying to spot every single team's position. Yeah, knowing it's more than one team versus one. He knows there's going to be 2 teams here, since there's going to be 5 players alive. Spotted out Team Secret position, but they couldn't see anybody. And they need to actually take the covers from the boulder. They couldn't even overpick himself. It's such an open flat plane right across if he's trying to get out, to get into the center or around the big tree in the middle of it. But if anything, it's going to be MXG. As long as they hold and hope that the circle still covers a bit of that very small shack, there's a high chance they still can win this. But if the circle moves away, there's one rock that they can actually take cover, but for how much longer? They have to call a lot of boulders just to make sure they get themselves barricade.
Yeah, and then at the very same time, you get to look at the resources as well. eArena, MXG, they only have 1 smoke left. So it is rather risky for them to reposition as well. And hence why they're trying to trade back and forth. If they do get a knock, perhaps they could also close in a little bit of that gap. Team Secret, they got plenty of resources, but they're nowhere close by to fully utilize whatever they do have in their baggage right at this moment. And finally, they do, as they try to create a little bit of dent over onto the middle of the field so they could still play within those creases. And now, Juke, he finally lands a knock. Skillfully done against those members of the side of eArena. And Mixer Gang looking to also double down on those numbers as well. Gets low. Can he find the angle up against Mormon?
Mormon. Oh, yeah, they couldn't. Oh, yeah, Joker's still going to finish off Joker. It's going to be a 2v2v3. Now, the one that can actually change so much is down to Team Secret. If they can actually finish off the rest of eArena, there's going to be a clear win for MXG to finally get the chicken. Since they still got a bit of the circle right now with less than 6 seconds on the clock, we get to see whether they have to be forced to get out from those small shack or not right now. And unfortunately, they'll be the first one to be taken out by the blue because we're heading into stage 9 anyway. So MXG, no more hide and no more play hide and seek. They have to force their way out. That's why we get to see the smokes being popped. They will try to make a move or try to build a crate in the center, hoping they will somehow get an advantage to advance forward. But when it comes to eArena, 10k chip down a lot of damage, leaving only Mormon alone. Things seem to be brewing quite not right for the side of eArena. They need to get for the revival, but unfortunately make it on time. Now Mormon, how does he play this 1v2v3?
Yeah, it's just so rough. It was a beautiful angle for Deadslow to be able to get that knock over the Doki, and now they created that space, like you said. Mormon back against the blue zone. He is forced out of that tree, and the grenades dropping close, but not enough to take out Mormon just yet. Juke still got another grenade in hand, but that's not quite enough. Juke lands the perfect blow, and now it's between Secret versus MXG, and they got them all pinched in that tight corner.
Well, we get the call finally. 1, 2, 3, and Secret day 1. We can see them cheering just now. It just shows that how happy they are, setting the tone for the performance for today. And also, well, speaking of the unexpected from my end, of course, when it comes to getting the first chicken, Rondo, it's all about the eliminations number. If you get that chicken, it's a big bonus. Another added 10 points into the number. But can they retain and can they sustain this consistency for the rest of the day? Because the rest of the team is just warming up.
Yeah, and all these teams look so good from the get-go, especially TODAK. They did manage to make it into top 5, top 4 run, but it was rather difficult when we saw the terrains was the major concern for all these teams, where we're thinking that MXG, will they run out of space? It was eArena that was also being pressured, and Team Secret, they snuck right in, and eventually with the numbers advantage, they closed this out perfectly, earning themselves a big win here for the weekend.
9 eliminations, and there's going to be 19 to set the tone for the day as the first map just completed. Juke, Doki, GK, and Zeriz. I love this lineup, and especially when it comes to Team Secret. They're one team to be feared by the teams out there as well. I have to say, this season seems to be the rise of the Vietnam region when it comes to the teams that have been underrated before. So congratulations for Team Secret that make it their first Super Weekend chicken when it comes to day 1 of week 2 Super Weekend here. But we get to see when it comes to the damage, high chance it's gonna be GK who will get the MVP. But let's relive the highlight for a bit.
A fantastic run for Team Secret, where they've had their backs against the wall and that three-way affair between eArena as well as Mixer Gang. And on their debut, Mixer Gang did manage to clinch a top 2 position, but when we saw how things play out, the teams that aggress the most gets to benefit. eArena, they farm out those big numbers. As a matter of fact, they've done the most damage in this round, having traveled the furthest out of the tree at the very same time.
Damage-wise, throwables, you have to give it to eArena. Even though they didn't score the chicken just now, we can see when it comes to the numbers later on. But congratulations to Juke. When it comes to damage-wise, he has the most elimination. I think one of his teammates got a 5, but I think with the damage dished out, he's deserving to be up here as well. 42% of team contribution, 294 damage received. This is pretty straightforward, the normal standard benchmark when it comes to the pro players this season in this PMSL South Asia this time. 8% of a headshot. But GK, don't get confused, it's 2 different people. We have GK as well, which is going to be my boss, but it's not going to be playing. But when it comes to the numbers, here we go. Despite he scored a chicken, they're still going to take that number 1 spot. That 9 elimination actually plays a big part to set the tone for the day.
That's right, and on top of that, despite eArena maybe besting them by 1, they are still behind because of their position. But overall, it's a really good showing coming in from the Vietnamese as well as the Thai representatives. And on top of that, TODAK, a massive 8-pointer run in form of eliminations have been able to pull them ahead slightly up against BTR. Well, unfortunately, BTR has got those big 10 eliminations, but they didn't manage to survive for far too long, being gatekept by the likes of Alter Ego and many more.
But unfortunately, Hale, one of the teams that have a great amount of firepower and love those pick-off plays, didn't end with any points. But I don't blame them. There's going to be a full heavy hitter lobby. And we cannot actually point out who's dominating or the other, but right now we do see eArena as well as Team Flash seem to be on the verge of taking a whole lobby down by themselves. But when it comes to Wrangle, this is where things get more spicy. No more recalls. They have to reset their mind not to be too reckless. Even if you get eliminated in Rondo, you still can play for another few rounds. But in this one, if you're gone, you're gone. They have to reset their mind for that.
That's true, and also what really kept my attention onto this map that is being projected right now is that there's a potential of 3 teams moving into the Selenovska military base now that Mixer Gang is sure for the weekend. But most often than not, even when they do move into the island, some of them will be looking to share that space by moving towards Novorodnoye. But if they were to be bound to go toe-to-toe, then we might actually get a glimpse of what went down in Rondo without that kind of recall, of course. So we'll see whether if these teams will be making those adjustments. We've seen also back in the past weekend where Vampire Esports, they've been able to thrive. And there were also episodes where they clash a lot with Sem9 because of the rotation at the very same time. So hopefully that wouldn't be the case, depending on where the circle actually brings them here, as we go 3 rounds back-to-back in the classic map of Wrangle before we head down to Miramar to end the night on the double spree. So that being said, that mindset needs to shift for these teams that now, sure, they need to farm those elimination points, but they gotta do it safely.
I know you guys just saw about the prediction of the draw of the teams. Don't believe that, guys. Whatever happens later is going to be a different story. But we do know at least these Avies always drop in Pachinki. So keep your mind towards the teams that love those frags. But what we need to remind you, as always, to emphasize, the update already dropped here. The super smooth graphic available right now. The update, latest update of PUBG Mobile of version 4.0. If you have the low frame rate issue, too much lag, your device overheating, or consuming too much power, the issue will be resolved once you update it in game. Now, we cannot emphasize and you know how significant it is, the change, after you start experiencing it yourself and start download the update.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's also the spooky soiree with this 4.0 update, where there's just so many massive events happening throughout September as well as October. And on top of that, I mean, there's just so many interesting things that you can discover when you lock right in. So if you guys are trying to make a return back to PUBG Mobile, the best time is always now. So make sure you log in and update, because we also do have this massive collab with G-Dragon.
Did you guys actually already watch it inside of the game already? Don't forget to hashtag us PUBG Mobile X G Dragon, okay? It's my game, my rule, my survival. The launch date has been released for PC on September 10th. Console was 2 days before on September 18th. Mobile was yesterday. I mean, if you guys haven't seen it, please update your phone right now. Update your PUBG Mobile and try to see what G-Dragon has to offer with this collaboration. And we do have another set of collaboration for you guys who love fancy stuff.
Oh yeah, we got the Team Event Motor Cruise available right now, and it's only available for, you know, a month or so. So make sure you guys actually get your hands on the brand new Emiva skin line. And of course, this collab with Lotus is absolutely beautiful. You don't want to miss that one to, of course, add another brand new vehicle to your garage. So, of course, get your hands on it because it only lasts till November the 4th. So you guys got just about enough time to consider the top-up.
Now back to business we go. Okay, formalities aside, it's all about the game and the points and the team to watch out for. Now I did mention about eArena when it comes to our team to focus. Yeah, why I do mention about all this high fraggers team, because they will be the one that set the benchmark when it comes to the tomorrow's Smash Roll point activation. Now if we actually see how much these teams can actually garner in a day, I think around 60 points is doable within a day for these guys. That's average of 10 points per map. So I assume they will try to go all out when it comes to today as well. And it means there's be plenty of elimination. The chicken is always going to be a bonus for them. For this one, next one, VOIN didn't do so well in the last round of map. They never do in the previous round as well. Even the days before. But Vampires and VOIN, if they don't step up in the first game here, and the other teams like Team Flash and eArena start to warm up, now that's going to be a goodbye for elimination points for them.
Yeah, it definitely is a cause for concern, and we're already looking at some of the boys feeling really good about it. So look at squads like VOIN Donkey, despite them having maybe a little bit of deterrence back in game one, they're at least in very good spirits. If we take a look at some of all these stats, we've seen big numbers coming out of BTR, FaZe Clan, and of course the majority of all these eArena members that did manage to secure, you know, top 2 position with plenty of points. So I don't feel like they're all too pressured to basically play at the very same tempo. Whereas for the teams that definitely tried really hard, Sem9, I think last round they were very focused on elimination points, but they didn't manage to walk out being within the placements instead. So I felt like there's still certain work that needs to be put in from this Malaysian squad in order to really keep the tempo up against the rest.
I personally feel like this season with Smash Rule, as well as the team that's playing here in this lobby right now, you cannot afford to focus on the chicken dinner. The chicken is always going to be an extra bonus. The first and foremost is going to be your survival, and the second is going to be the elimination. I think the third, probably their priority, going to be the chicken there, because when it comes to survival, it's crucial, because we do know these teams will not let you pass by easily, especially the teams like VOIN. They love to chase those numbers and also love to chase the players. Whoever they actually see moving, they'll start to chase them and hunt them down. Same goes for the high fragger teams like eArena, and Tecno is back on the highest damage up here. But when it comes to yesterday as well, during the league stage, we don't see him too much often when it comes to week number 2, but we did actually spot out Mormon now better played than yesterday. It feels like they are reserving the energy from the league stage and just put it all out only for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think that's a really good plan coming in from their staff as well as coaches, where you want to ensure that you have laser focus from your players when it comes down to scoring those big points. And we've also had this interview with Zuxi early on with, you know, Alter Ego as well as BTR's race for the PMGC points. So if they're not really looking for qualifications, the PMGC points actually matter a whole lot, because that's the golden ticket for them to play in the global stages by the end of PMSL. And of course, that being said, every single team here definitely had something that they're fighting for. It's also very jarring to also see that, you know, Cellcom DG Alliance, this is going to be the first time in a very long while that they're not going to be involved in the grand finals.
I saw yesterday how frustrated BLUG was. It was devastating to watch as well. You can see he was, I wouldn't say angry. It's beyond that. It's way deeper than that. All his work this time seems to be not paying any fruit at all. But at least when it comes to Wrangled map, we get everything normal back. Now give it a go for the teams that still have a chance to get into grand finals. Let's go!
It's always a breath of fresh air for the teams that have been able to finally make their mark in this Super Weekend. Of course, they've been able to show great strides back in Rondo. Now the big question here is, we're going back with 3 maps to play out here in Wrangle. And this one starting off from shooting range, headed into the islands. That allows those 3 teams like Team Secret, and I kind of missed out on what exactly those names are. Potentially 3 teams into the melee base is going to be pretty interesting if it plays out the way that was been predicted. But of course, with a little bit of a change moving into this run, Vampire Esports wasted no time. They moved into Zarki instead of Primos this time around.
That's why I don't trust about the prediction of the drops of the team. They will change depending on the team they want to go against. And with Empires dropping up on Zarki, it shows that they want to bulldoze people from behind instead of playing with a circle. This time, they were trying to find those back-end teams around the edge. Because the trend right now in this season that I notice of, you can play center, you can be safe for a long time because a lot of teams will fight around the edge of a circle instead. So if you want to go for the point, you play at the outside instead of in the center. But you want to go for the chicken, you seem to be that desperate when it comes to positioning, and the point is best to play the center. And the circle will be around the Medusa intersection here, which gonna be tricky for the team that's coming in late. But good news, nobody coming up from Milter Power, which means right side of the map, there's plenty of spaces for the team to move from the center of the map just now to as the right side around Milter Power and Lipovka, which I assume Alter Ego already cutting the chase and go straight into around that area.
Yeah, it's such a great head start for them to be able to take so much of that space all to themselves, whether if they want to pick the mansion grounds or even prison. Options are plenty, and we've seen a lot of all these changes taking place as well. After one round, it seems like they're already making substitution. This time, it's going to be real, going back to the chase for Homebois to score as much as possible. And to me, so far, Real has always been able to really churn out those elimination points as he's been high fragging throughout, at the very least, week 1. I may have actually missed out some action in the group stages this week, but hoping that this time, over the weekend, they will be able to put decent numbers. So, of course, speaking of numbers right now, Razy, surprisingly, is the one that's leading the charge with 6 kills so far, on top of those big damage numbers. Maybe not topping 30k, which we've seen him really doing such an impressive run. But, hey, I want to see what more can Razy offer.
He can offer a lot, I give you that. Last week's Super Weekend, he denied eArena smash point. It was down to top 4 teams. They only BTR versus eArena at that time when it comes to down to 2 teams. And eArena can smash during that time thanks to Razy. He denied that entirely all by himself there. Make it so difficult for eArena. Hence, when it comes to Super Weekend, watch out for Razy teams. They are the Dream Crusher. You want to smash the game, he will smash your dream to do that. So BTR, at least they got great asset on their side. Make sure they can last longer. And they actually are having a better start compared to last Super Weekend too for the side of BTR this time. But with Team Secret taking the lead, I don't know what we can actually expect for the rest of the day right now, because my eye is always set to Team Flash, because I'm waiting for them to get the momentum. If they didn't gain any momentum, Team Flash, they won't actually get anything for the entire day. That's the thing. It's either they're going to go really hot, extremely sizzling hot, or completely frozen cold.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because like for Rondo, like maybe they counted like a buy round. It's like, okay, these teams, they're definitely looking for all these big farming numbers, and they weren't exactly all too involved, only walking with 1 point out that round was very surprising to both of us, since we kind of predicted them to be putting quite some flurry damage. But right now, not looking so hot. Hopefully, if they could bounce back with maybe a win to really get their engines running once more. So we'll keep our eyes onto the rest of the field. VOIN Donkey, they have pretty much a steady pacing last round with 8 points garnered. So being in the middle of the field is always going to be great, where if you make it to another top 5 or even in the top 8 with decent amount of elimination points, that will keep them pretty much within the race of possibly a top 4 finish. We'll have to really see what VOIN Esports can actually bring out, because they've always been that team that has just about enough steady pacing on how they've accumulated points. Half of it from the eliminations, and the other major portion has been from placements alone.
Yeah. For VOIN, Voxy is going to be the top terminator in that lineup. Razak is going to be a monster too sometimes, but he got his up and downs. But Voxy seems to be the most consistent one coming up from their lineup here. And especially when they be cornered down to 2 players last time, just to recap regarding what really happened to you Contra. VOIN, they managed to clutch against 3 teams just with 2 players in a very small shack in a wrangle. Just Potato and Voxy, and they even scored almost a chicken, if I'm not mistaken, for that one. There's so many big highlights this season, and I have to say this is the tightest season I've seen in such a long time, where every single team that's playing right now, there's nothing lacking when it comes to the mechanical, their skill, individual firepower. It's up the highest benchmark out there. But what's make a difference between them and the rest? That you can see a cut above team. That's going to be Team Flash. I love to see how Team Flash, Bo's position every single time, his off angle is in these very odd spaces that nobody can actually think of. But he knows exactly how it works in that map. That was surprising for me, because not many players can play and has the game sense like he does, other than Rosemary. Yesterday, Rosemary had been dancing against 3 teams by himself, and he clutched that miracle run with the use of the building, multi-level building, and outplayed 4 people, full squad by himself. That's just how crazy things can get based on their individual skills in this lobby right now. So back in the days, even last 2 seasons, TODAK, not even a team that everybody feels threatened of, but look where they are today.
Yeah, I think like they have been the most improved team out of the many ever since Depp as well as Kenny arrived to this team, giving some signs of life on top of, coaching staff who also have been having a lot of all these great work back in their days, being with Sem9. And it is kind of uncanny to actually see these 2 teams lock horn, and for TODAK to have such a surge, to be right now the flag bearer of Malaysia. They've been topping the charts for 2 weeks in a row right now to be the best representative to come from the region. And we go back for a little bit of a recap of what went on. Mika holding that high ground, catching 1 member off guard, so therefore Tom is going to be already out of the game. So that is first blood being taken from the side of Sem9. While they try to pave the passage in, this could be a very long entry for either those inside the island or even Sem9. So they gotta find a way to either stall or take an alternative plan. But this is gonna be a tough one to play out in Mansion.
It's gonna be a bloodbath on Shelton, those bunkers area later on. Rosemary just lack information regarding the rotation of FaZe Clan. And they don't know it's FaZe Clan. It's just, we know, we get to see the team tag. The players, they don't know. They just know that there's going to be 1 team rotating, that's all. But for VOIN, at least they got himself still inside of SMB. And last we've seen, Hill also one of the team that dropped inside of SMB. So they will take their own time to migrate slightly later. Well, the fact that there's so many teams already inside of the center of the circle, just we've seen how they're migrating over to it, so where the circle transitioned. it's best to avoid these conflicts for the teams in SMB. Coming in late, no problem. They got plenty of utilities, including for the side of GLU. The Xaviers, they won this compound and didn't know he's already occupied. Purchase straight away got finished instant, leaving only the 3 of these Xaviers to run into the forest area, while GLU managed to hold their fortress strong.
Yeah, it was thankfully no full commitments coming from the side of the Xavier, because Lambo, he was considering of making a U-turn as well, but the moment that he sees that, okay, it's a full squad right now stacked inside the clown, they just cut their losses. So at the very least, they still have 3 more members intact for the side of the Xavier without dipping everything into the basket. Well, we talked about those Islanders. Hill has already made a little bit of a transition into the mainland. We'll have to see how long will they actually take to get right by. Meanwhile, Sem9 getting involved, finding a catch over on the break. Farron being so proactive immediately secures another point for the side of Sem9. So far, they're just so good at all these early game pickups.
Don't say that too early. You might jinx the team.
Oh boy.
You praise them too early.
I don't mean to curse them.
This is way too early to praise them, man. I'll be honest about it. Wait until stage 4. The moment you praise them, they'll be gone afterwards. So I keep it to myself for now.
I guess I'll do the same to you. I don't want people to be hating on us.
I mean, I don't mind the hate though, but there's chances we might jinx them as well when we put too much expectation out of a certain teams regarding this lobby right now. Is one scary lobby. You don't know what to expect till the very end. You get surprised. A lot of great surprises. That's entertaining, of course. But for Vampires, we don't see Nuzi playing. This time it's going to be Kiwi to take alongside with Mela, Red Bull, and Lazarus is Straps, by the way, just to update if you guys don't know still. But it's down to the circle. We'll be mentioned entirely. We'll be pulling back down south. It's going to be in the center, slightly inside of the town of Yesnaya Poliana. But eArena, as per usual, their rotation is always amazing. They always got inside of a circle, no matter how the circle shifts. But Team Flash in the center, we'll wait and see. It's going to be a great eruption of fights late. In just a few seconds, we can hear the gunshot already.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, they know they need to also defend their grounds. They spot out Sem9 moving all around the corners. And I absolutely agree with you when you mentioned about how many of all these teams across all regions have improved in the form of margins. Now, it really feels like the old methods coming from DX doesn't seem to have worked out for 2 weeks in a row now. And Foxy takes a quick stop, but he's getting spotted out, and that was just rough with Hill arriving to the scene. They gotta cut their losses right now, so that's heavy firepower loss from the side of VOIN Esports, while they bypass the area where DX is also holding out. VOIN being so late, moving from the islands, and now find it hard to find a space of their own.
No recall time with now Zeta. He danced before the game started. That's why he's the only one surviving. I guess that positive vibe only will help the players that will have a good start of the day. But for FaZe Clan, on the other hand, Shopper will have to fight the indoors by himself. Chaco coming up from behind. Shamil, it's going to be a different building entirely, but they're back reunited inside. Elsie still bleeding out. SSC with the bites on. Here comes Demolly trying to flush them out. They try to force Homebois MAQNA players to get out from their hiding spot and all those corners. But for the side of FaZe Clan, do they still have plenty of throwables? We don't see a lot that will be contribute too much on the side of SOC. But Kim, the cover fire is a bit too far now to help those players who's bleeding inside.
Oh, that was a beautiful Molotov as well.
Rosemary.
They are trying to zone him out. And SOZip, can he actually bridge right through? There's just such a tight space. Rosemary, with his arrival, this is going to cause a whole lot of hurt to FaZe Clan.
Rosemary, he just sniffed the fights like it's nobody's business. This is their compass. The gunshot and the one that cleaning up the crew is going to be Alter Ego. None of these teams winning over the side. Except for Alter Ego, of course. While Shamil's still bleeding out, he's going to be contributing to as a point on the side of not really FaZe. He got down and nobody actually finished him on time. That leaves Homebois MAQNA with only one last player. That's going to be Kim and Alter Ego. You know, the direction of rotation is going to be based on the gun sounds.
Yeah, and for the fact of the matter that they actually started around this whole Medusa intersection, they kind of know where they could actually poke and prod, and the timing was just so perfect Rosemary called for all the backup to arrive in just a jiffy, and just like that, they overwhelmed FaZe Clan, who's got watered down. That Molotov coming from Homebois as well, doing such a number on them. And now it's going to be KF once again, popping off so many names on the ground, and he's looking to ace out the entirety of Hail Esports. And there it goes. Even Zeus wants to get involved, but it's BLUG to clear it up in an instant.
They're not out of the woods yet. Team Flash will now gun them down, and the nade! Oh, Noel got in the vehicle right on time. KF, unfortunately, will be knocked down as well. Zeus spraying over to a side of GLU. He wanted to steal those points away out of Glue's hand. If you actually notice, those nades flying over. Lucky the rest of GLU just pushed in the nick of time. If not, be stolen away completely by Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, KF's effort will go down in vain, and thankfully he did manage to secure it, and at the very same time, they were the ones soaking the brunt of those chip damage coming in from those shells. So Team Flash, they kind of respect that kind of area being held by the members of BLUG for the moment. But D-Saver is also arriving to the scene, so it's not quite clear just yet for these teams to figure out a certain space. You can definitely tell by all that open ground terrain that these teams will really have to traverse very carefully and not get shot in the midst of moving into the next phase.
Vikings. I just hope they don't slow down the tempo. They've been playing in the group before, but this is a different lobby entirely when you merge all three groups together with who's getting the best during the league stage. So there's no room for error at all for the teams that are just making their debut in Super Weekend, including the Vikings. But GLU, they might get sandwiched if they don't start to leave, because Vikings and also BATR seems to be very interested regarding the position here. But GLU, they have to get into the circle, and don't forget when it comes to the other side of a circle, last we've seen there's so many gatekeepers waiting.
And yeah, as a matter of fact, they're not really allowed to leave all that because of Zeus's effort to be able to really hold them back for the meantime. One vehicle burning up already. I think at the very least there was a few being left behind by the teams that they've taken out, namely Hail Esports. And now we go back to the drawing board for some of the teams that have been able to at least get a little bit of a zone for themselves. Kim, he's been hiding there for a very long time as he slowly watches his team getting deteriorated by the rest of Alter Ego, but he's got no other option but to really keep himself intact. While BLUG, they go in for another dive bomb onto 7-9, but somehow U-High will be able to hold down the line, and it's BLUG that got crushed instead, all thanks to Amazal and U-High.
They're being pressured to leave their prior compound just now. For the Xaviers are waiting at the end here, been gatekeeping for the longest time. Fury will be taken by Vikings, but the Xaviers and Nays being cooked. They will toss around Vikings here within those smokes. Woonty, if he's not leaving, it's going to be trouble. But Team Flash taking a jab against the Xavier. Got a bit of a revenge since Lamborghini knocked down one of their players from afar just now. They just, you know, return the favor at this point. But for Vikings, it seems like a three-way war on the left side, including eArena want to be part of that too. Well, good luck, have fun, but in any consolation, they got a bit of the circle still, but Team Flash, and now coming out from the south, is going to be against BTR, but back to the four-way war. The Xaviers being sandwiched by eArena and Vikings just now. Finally got eliminated. Here comes a nade flying over. Seems like a perfect trajectory. There goes one down, and this might finish off the job from Joker's side. Vikings are losing the members like flies down there. Down to only Woonty is not clustered up together a bit far, but the cover fire cannot be done at this point. There's nothing he can do.
Yeah, not at all, and it's just insane how accurate it has been for eArena to really flush them out of those positions with just grenades alone that not only deteriorated the entirety of DX, but also at the same time Vikings, just by swinging by a little rather late. That was so clean. 5 points and not even a single drop of damage being done to those members of eArena was just impeccable.
Wow. Now they're taking the #1 spot. But for BTR, they have no clue what's going around them. They barely got any glimpse of the other players. Closest one to them is going to be Vampires. And Alter Ego, they still have only 2 members left. Zeta, the last member of VOIN. Can he clutch 1v3? Let's test him this time against Mixer Gang. SuperWeeKend, KTN, and Macari is trying to flush him out. The attempt flush with those multiple nades, still not phased at all by Zeta. Can he get Macari? He's already got himself a DBS. The S12K versus the DBS. We'll see who's got the better gun here. But Zeta, he has to pray that nobody tried to shoot him from behind. He managed to actually get out from the crosshair, but TODAK! That was brutal! Brutal indeed! Taking a highlight like that for Dab. But here comes a different team completely. TODAK versus MXG. They thought it's just going to be one player of VOIN just now. But the entire crew of TODAK now crashing into this compound.
The timing is just so unreal. The way that he just rampaged through that member of VOIN Donkey, and now even Team Secret comes right through, and they're the ones who take out MXG. And now they're not going to stop at that at all. Dep, the next one to falter. Frentizi trying to see if there's going to be any leeway, but the entirety of Team Secret is just too overwhelming to deal with right now.
They thought they had this going for TODAK. Now it feels like they're having a bit of a taste of their own medicine. Franzi spotted out his teammate being shot right across him, but he's waiting for the ones coming out from the doors. He spot them one out, managed to get on one with the bite, but unfortunately, Team Secret, like you mentioned, overwhelmed them. It's going to be a big triumph about Alter Ego. Why is Alva here? Why? What are you trying to prove here, Alva? Unfortunately, it's going to be another point given away freely to us. Team Secret got themselves 8 eliminations now. But it's not all done and dusted in less than 10 seconds. We're going to see the next stage going, where they have to go towards Vampires, or at least if the circuit down south, nope, they're going to have to go through so many teams, including BTR and Vampires at the same time. But whilst we're talking about that, the great Titans have spoken. eArena versus Team Flash on the other side.
And now, BTR looking to infiltrate the compounds. Ring around the Rosie. Gui tries to find the angles right at this moment. Mela preparing himself for this onslaught, while Vexy gets taken out upon arrival. Big hole. Meanwhile, Lazarus, the moment he steps out of line, he gets punished for it. Now down to Razy as well as Federal is a 2 versus 1 scenario. It seems like their wings are slowly getting clipped out. Mela, the only one remaining, holding over the high ground. Or should I say the top floor instead.
1v1, 1v1!
And now down to him and Razy. Managing to clutch that scenario, but look who's here. Team Secret once again on the hunt.
Don't you dare! This is disgusting coming up from Team Secret. Nasty but fun to watch. Oh man, this add up more points. 11 coming up from the players. Just now it's bleeding out. Vampires, they had that one moment of truth against BTR. Oh, I have to say, Team Secret is not showing any sign of slowing down at all. This is going to be fun for finale here.
Yeah, in just a matter of stage 6, we're already down to 4 teams. This is the pacing that we're at right now. And Team Secret, they're the third-party kings. How many points that they've acquired just by running down those teams who's been in the mix of a battle, and they walk away scot-free. Surely they've only lost 1, but hey, that's already double-digit elimination points. Now it's only scraps remaining for eArena, Team Flash, as well as Homebois with only 1 member. It's gonna be a daunting run. While eArena, they're happy to be part of the top 4 again.
Yep. Keem, he popped the smoke. That kind of gives away his position. Yeah, now there's no other teams nearby. Top's keeping an eye tight onto Keem right now. Yeah, you see Tops. Just tap it, son. But Kim's not doing it. I think the rest is going to be history if he's not being careful. Look at Win giving the pressure on. Yep, Kim managed to take down Tops. Kim with this one miracle tree. How much can he do? Zero spotted out the rest of Team Flash, giving them a bit of a pressure and a bit of aid to his side of Kim. Here comes the nade, but Kim's down. But the nade's still there in action. Zeus managed to finish off Kim. He's waiting for the explosion and reaching up to Tops. But here comes eArena, Team Flash, and Team Secret. They're down to 2 players, getting knocked down as well. The most man is going to be on the side of eArena, with also plenty of throwables still can be deployed in the hands of eArena.
It's just crazy how much of a stash they actually have gotten throughout the run. And this could by far be the fastest round that we're seeing here inside of Wrangle Stakes. Three teams remaining. And now Doc, can he actually find a little bit of crease being opened up? I mean, take a look at the minimap. Team Secret members are everywhere as they're trying to really choke out that space up against Team Flash as well as eArena. And eArena, they only have one member inside the zone. How long can they actually hold out? At least that paves them a little bit of that passage. Team Secret wouldn't take too long for them to also join in the fray as well. And with 2 loot crates provided, they might be able to really amp up their firepower at the very same time. Sakura now running out of space. Is he going to be able to at least get a little bit more to work out against the rest of Team Secret?
They need to come. Oh, but Sakura spotted out Juke. That's 1, leaving Team Secret down to 2 players. But when it comes to Team Flash, they split it into 2-1 formation. And Doki spotted out Sakura jumping down that building. What a track! Well, he's jumping mid-air to actually knock him down. But instead of Team Flash, they split it 2 ways here, with VOIN taking covers and scouting out and making sure that he got all the information regarding eArena position. Well, the other 2 members holding on Team Secret at the same time, trying to take them down. With no bows at the same time, it's pretty difficult for Team Flash to have those off-angle covered. But Zeus is down on the ground, got finished off, leaving only Doki left, who's giving pressure on Tops right now. Zeus will respond to this immediately, but Tops running low and unhealthy HP right now. Will eArena stand by and stand watch, but TODAK just rotated right in the center. We assume now eArena climb down their high horses, and Doki is in trouble. 2 teams aiming down to this 1 player who has to fight against the world.
He's really trying his best to keep himself afloat. TODAK now repositions. Somehow, he's been able to survive the brunt of all these deathlights all being thrown at him. But the moment that the smoke subsides, he's going to be running out of cover, and now shots being fired back. TODAK goes down as the rest of Team Flash, they finally get activated as they look to run towards the areas where eArena's at.
VOIN keep tossing those nades, hoping it will somehow connect to a side of Joker, but the nades flying over to his side is going to be plenty, double more. But at least he managed to finish off and execute on TODAK. Joker, he got back to the boxes of TODAK and kind of chipped down to 50% of HP, but Doki will be the playmaker between these 2 teams right now. No eyes onto Doki. He might actually backstab them from behind. It's going to be a 3v1 with eArena trying to find any information or glimpse of the play of Team Flash, who is securely just hiding themselves from the view of eArena right now. Tops popped the smoke just to advance forward towards the tree, while Zeus already making a move. Now, watch this closely. Contra. The way Team Flash plays, they never sit and wait. They always try to pop and confuse, they pop the smoke and confuses the teammate, try to make sure that they get confused to the point they will actually give away their position. But the one that they know information of, it's going to be Doki. If Sakura keep advancing forward, and it's going to be a high chance eArena won't get this chicken this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a little harsh for them because they're playing over onto this side of the hill. And Team Flash, they're just so smart in really prioritizing their position. And like you said, using those smoke as a decoy. And that kind of allows that attention to be drawn towards Doki again. Doesn't help for the fact that he's been dropping grenades. So eArena, he's just wondering, is this a 3 versus 4 or is this a 3 versus 1 versus 3 in that instance? And Marvin, he walks into the nade, and that is to their own demise. eArena now down to 2, and still they could not take out Doki.
Doki read Mormon like a book just now. He's going to rotate around the tree one more time. I know exactly where this nade going to land. That was a perfect execution coming up from Doki's side. But for eArena, now the focus is being shifted over to Doki. This gives ample of space to his Team Flash, who have more members compared to these 2 teams right now. And they're slowly closing in the gap and pushing towards both sides. And it's going to be Sakura taking out Team Secret. But in the meantime, it's going to be a 2v3. Team Flash knows exactly where the rest of eArena is at. And how do they will respond to this now?
eArena barely has enough space. And Team Flash, they could just slowly play this one out. A lot of resources are already being depleted from those members of eArena. Joker as well as Sakura has to play it out perfectly in tandem. And this is not going to be an easy task when he's already slowly crawling towards the direction of those two members, despite, you know, them having a field day driving around these corners. Zeus now taking over what Mormon just did in that past skirmish. But he's definitely hoping not to make that same kind of mistake up against Doki. Now that Doki's gone, it's not too worrisome. And now a little bit of a tight situation for those members of eArena. They lob a grenade very close to win, only dealing a little bit of chip damage. But if they take too long, those space, it's going to slowly run out, and Team Flash, they're looking to go for the big swing.
Oh! Here comes with a big in style, like a movie. They finishing off in a fashion. And that's going to be Team Flash winning over this time. I have to say, this lobby right now when it comes to the Super Weekend definitely dominated by the Vietnam region so far. The first one we had Team Secret from Vietnam region for the first chicken in Rondo. Now Team Flash follow pursuit, and this is just their waking up contra. And when it comes to them, like I mentioned before, when it comes to the last few circles, take that chicken, there you go, brother. When it comes to rotation in the last few stages, especially when it down to only the top 4 teams, Team Flash, somehow, they will outplay the other teams regarding those positions, how they wrap around the team, how they just put decoys out and try to play the mind game. That was impeccable, but you have to give it to Sakura just now. Sorry, it was a Doki against Mormon. He read Mormon like a book.
It was so beautifully done. I mean, Team Secret had such a big round that they walk away with so many elimination points, but it was really the understanding of the entire field for the rest of Team Flash to fully capitalize when you saw there was that back and forth between them as well as eArena. The moment they saw that the circle pop a little bit further towards the south, they would say, you know what? We will take that position away so that eventually these teams who are playing on the north side, they lose whatever intel that they have, and that kind of regains that kind of tempo back towards Team Flash, where surely back in game 1 they only got 1 point. Now they make up for it with this massive win.
With also a total of 8 eliminations at the back for Team Flash, plus that chicken dinner. There's going to be a huge amount of power shift. I don't know whether they managed to take Team Secret down off their podium spot or not. We're going to have to wait and see. But this time, high chance it's going to be Zeus to take away the MVP title for this round of map. Regardless of that, let's rewatch how Team Flash scored their chicken dinner.
An outstanding performance as a whole for the region of Vietnam, with Team Flash as well as Team Secret to be really putting those big numbers. And, you know, we were kind of concerned when things started off a little cold for Team Flash, but I guess it wasn't all too worrisome once they get back into the groove, once they reach into this round of Wrangle, where Zeus, he continuously gatekeeps so many of all these other teams. And by the end of the run, I mean, they were so stable. They know the exact protocols to secure this chicken dinner.
Now our MVP is going to be Zeus, like I mentioned just now, 699 damage. Congratulations to it, Zeus. Despite they only have a trio with a bows just now, his teammate and also his twin. didn't actually make it through the entirety of the run compared to all of his teammates. Yeah, they managed to survive the trio the longest, thanks to, of course, Doki, who distracted the rest of the players that's remaining just now to just focus on him instead for eArena. But nonetheless, when it comes to the points, this is what we've been waiting for. How many did he secure when it comes to the elimination for the other teams? Team Secret, despite not getting that chicken dinner, they are still on fire. Look at that, 12 elimination. The only team with a double-digit elimination this time. But with this plenty of teams in the first page getting so much eliminations, it means a lot of zeros down there.
Yeah, definitely, because we saw how many teams were looking to take that battle in that same shack, and I think of all the timing, Team Secret ones was perfect, and then we saw the random Alba running into the shack as well. Like, what are these guys actually doing? Alter Ego, well, you would praise them for having a early great position, but they only walk away with those 4 points. And same could be said about the rest. As you predicted, 4 teams walk away with nothing, so that is a sign of concern for names like VOIN, Doggy, VX, Hill, as well as MXG, when, they were all trying to take up space, but none was found at the tail end of it.
Well, the points, only 1 point of shine between Team Flash in match 2 and Team Secret. Team Secret still solidified the position #1 spot. I feel the other team should feel challenged by now. While eArena is still consistent with their double-digit performance here compared to Team Flash. Only 2 maps now we had to go. But for MXG, unfortunately, that 14 points in the first round ended up with a 0 will hurt them and push them all the way down. Hill's the only team that did not gain any points. You know what, Contra? This lobby is so aggressive. They made once used to be the most fierce team out there, like Hill. Vampires seem to be so tame these days. They barely get a spotlight in this lobby right now.
Yeah, it is definitely worrisome because we know what they actually look like in their prime, but right now they're far from it. And when you have teams like Secret as well as Team Flash popping up with such aggressive approaches, it really hinders some of all these teams that tries to take it a very slow and steady approach. And as a matter of fact, you saw even names like DX, they had those same struggle because it wasn't smooth sailing. And speaking of, trying to get things smooth running all throughout, make sure you guys update to the 4.0 edition because you get to enjoy more frame options. If you guys have a great phone, you can go all the way to extreme or even 120 FPS for certain selected devices. And back then, if you're only running at 30, you can even bump it out to 60 or so. So this is definitely a great quality of life improvement, making the game not only lighter, but for you guys to really feel the difference with every shot fired in your rounds.
I know. Okay, before we get into more the nitty-gritty part, before that, of course, we have to thank you, Tecno. If you guys can actually, in the middle of a screen here, that's going to be the POVA 7 Ultra 5G. It's the official gaming phone for the PMSL this season, and it supports PUBG Mobile 120 FPS. Also have a huge screen of 6.67 inch and 1.5K AMOLED display with 144 Hz refresh rate. If you can't see it, then you have to go to your eye doctor. It's a huge screen already, guys. With also plenty of juice with it, 6000 mAh battery, 70 watt ultra charge and 30 watt wireless charging. This is some beast, not just a normal device, a POVA 7 series. Now back to the nitty gritty. I know some of you guys asking, I do have a glimpse of the chat. Sometimes I just, kind of want to see what they were talking about. Some, like DJ, we mentioned, I don't know how all of a sudden Team Flash start performing, and some of them saying, oh, how did Team Secret suddenly rise up to the occasion? What I do know of for the Vietnam region, the pro teams, every single day after they're done with the day, off day or no off day, there's no off day at all. They will go back to their room and get into this professional scrim with the teams from the Vietnam region. They don't rest. I don't know if Dave is actually part of it as well because they're not performing. Maybe they just don't want to be part of it. But at the same time, we definitely had the interview before with Team Secret or Team Flash. They've been in that training after day-to-day tournaments as well. So they really do a lot of homework to be at this stage. Put a lot of effort to be up to the number one right now.
Yeah, I definitely second what you've just mentioned. It requires a lot of discipline for these teams to remain at the top. And you see that with that level of discipline, even displayed for them to really secure the chicken dinner, right? Any team in certain circumstances, when you have that kind of situation where, oh, you look like you have more numbers versus eArena, they were still very respectful. They allowed that space to be taken and then eventually reconvened in order to secure the round. That's not something that, they easily just, challenge 1 versus 2 because, they can, but they won a very clean win. And that's how you actually win rounds. So this time around, I've missed a couple of opportunities to vote for Team Secret. They didn't get the chicken dinner this time, but hey, those elimination points was outstanding. So I gotta really put my vote in alongside with BLUG, which I think there's a lot more that they can offer.
Especially when it comes to building a house. I wouldn't mind. GLU, please build us a house. But when it comes to the other teams, like FaZe Clan, they had those highlights yesterday. They got quite a good start early on today as well. But unfortunately, now seems like everything seems to be frozen for them since the teams start to waking up early. This time it's going to be Team Flash and Team Secret. Zeta is not dancing anymore, but he's putting that chicken on his head. I got this chicken in my head. And he was the last man surviving in the side of VOIN before TODAK. I have to say, this is the best version of TODAK. And we had a long time for, back in the days known as You Do Alliance, and then now revamped into Celcom Digi Alliance. Used to be one of the most consistent team in Malaysia, but with this new update coming up with Rondo in the fray, it just changes the game sense and the dynamics of everything in this season completely different.
Yeah, I certainly think that this really rewards teams with so many of all these creative, proactive plays to really shine overall. And on top of that, back then when, these two players, Kenny as well as Depp, were in Sam 9, it really felt like there was kind of like a seniority thing involved where sometimes they don't get that airtime. Now that they finally get, active games day in, day out, they really get to shine. And that's what I really love about this opportunity being given by TODAK for them to have such a great time here in this season. But when we talk about, maybe teams that tried, running same iterations, Vampire Esports, they're not really at that same consistent level. Sure, there's a couple of changes, but yeah, I'm still hoping that they can find that glory race just like how DX used to do. But hey, these guys, they're slowly slipping down the charts.
No. They are still consistent.
They're still
That's
somewhere
where
there.
a lot of the views. They are consistent. Vampires are still like how they used to play. If you actually watch very closely, but it's just these teams are getting better. They just broke a new limit, a new type of gameplay, a new game sense that nobody ever discovered before, a bit more bold when it comes to rotations. And they don't have this gentleman agreement when it comes to I drop here, you drop here, we don't get into each other's shoes. No, that changed completely when it comes to this season.
Yeah.
Everybody just whatever, man, we drop where it's ours to take. If you can't find it, yours to lose. That's it. And when it comes to the team like Team Flash and Team Secret, they overcome that. And let's see what they have to offer when it comes to our second map of Erangel, which is going to be the 10th map of today.
Chu, I absolutely love that you brought out that these teams are looking so bold. Like back then, nobody dares to contest with these saviors like, oh, Pochinki belongs to them. No, this time, we've seen even in the midst of rotation, teams are looking to quarter up the said mentioned team. And really, if you snooze, you lose right now. Now this flight path will take us through from Popka into Primas, a little bit more Southern-centric, but we've seen a couple of all these iterations, whether if it does end up over South Side. Teams are comfortable enough to actually play this kind of hurdle, but if it goes north though, we might see a little bit of a struggle for some of all these other squads that love dropping all the way down below. But yeah, so many improvements coming from every team involved here in the Super Weekend. And I just can't wait for us to even get to this match rule already, because right now, Team Secret, out of the many names, are leading the pack.
Hey, the past is the past. Whatever legacy you had before, it doesn't actually give any value now if the present you can't perform. And that's what I am looking at this lobby with a different set of fresh eyes here this time around. If you don't try to change things, nothing will change for you by the end of the day. You have to do it yourself. But when it comes to the circle, it changes so much. It's quite confusing. But at least I'm happy there's still a bit of Zaki in there. Can Zaki feel entitled for one that is deserving of a name? Can the circle finally land there for once in my 8 years in PUBG Mobile? Please, for once, make Zaki feel, acknowledge.
Right. Like, the only ones that used to drop there is like Vampire Esports. At least the team showed that city a little bit of love, but the circle so far hasn't been the kindest towards that region, which, it just tells us, we've been spending so much time together too, and up till today, we really haven't fully seen a Zaki run by the tail end of it. So maybe today's our lucky day. We'll have to see about that. But take a look at this interesting infographic. KF currently is the one with the highest average of eliminations from, the past 2 maps that we played out. And last round, he dropped another 4K bomb.
Still early to give praises. I'm still going to hold to that.
No wonder you're holding back. I was like, oh, are you going to chime in?
No, this is where they start to, spiced up, especially when it comes to the last ring after the extended break later on. We do know there's going to be a total hell and rag havoc. All hell breaks loose later on. This is still a bit too early. Imagine tomorrow as well. But when it comes to today's performance, I have to give it Team Secret setting a great tone for themselves. And it's all down to teams. I mean, we have to respect the fact Vampires or even Boom didn't make it. Alter Ego managed to make it. All these names used to be champions. It used to. The past don't matter now because right now so many updates already in between. There's no more even Sandhawk for this season. That's just how different it is. Whether it's their prime time or not. Now, right now, the prime team that we're looking at under the spotlight is going to be the teams on top here. They are those teams that know how to move and progress and adapt along with the latest patch and the latest rotation when it comes to the map. And it's always the question, a debate regarding we want to play the center or the outer side of a circle. From what I've seen in this lobby, if you play the center, you're going to be safe. High chance you're going to be safe. If the circle is a bit one direction and tucked into one corner like this one that we're looking at around shooting range. Yeah. But if you want to go for those eliminations, it's always going to be the edge of the circle, going to be the sweetest spot for the team to farm those eliminations because we've seen it too many times now. Chicken seems like an extra bonus that can push you a bit in the overall rankings, but the one that's really high value by end of the day, the difference is going to be that 1 elimination points between these teams.
Yeah, I certainly think that there's a certain good formula that these teams actually use in order to really get by. We've seen even some who are daring enough to try to sweep into edges really late, whether if it's really due to their position of the start or actually otherwise, because when they actually do so, they might be able to read out, okay, there's a certain team that loves moving into the sector. They can't actually look to punish those teams, such as BTR's current position. You mentioned that it's going to be around shooting range. BTR plants himself over onto the crash site and spots out Sem9. But Razy is in a rather provocative position because he's all alone. So I don't think that he's going to force the issue. Unless if the rest of BTR is really close by, then perhaps they will go in for that 4v4 challenge. But hey, there's still a lot of open space. So much so that Razy, he's just driving all around. He could take claim over this compound. And I wonder where is the rest of BTR now that, he's so separated apart from the team.
It's not too far off. Savannah is a big space, but unfortunately, Xavier's Viking shot him down. It's going to be Trong. And that's going to be the first blind first contact made. But I like the fact you mentioned, I agree with you. Razy is such a provoker when it comes to this Super Sunday. But Team Flash, spotted by Snape. Snape, can he do it again? So far, other than Rosemary, Snape actually do perform so much during the league stage and last week's Super Weekend as well for Alter Ego. I spotted a win, the biggest fragger of Team Flash finally down and still swimming about. Can the rest of Team Flash reach out to Win to revive him? Since I think Win knows exactly where he's at. That's why he's relaying the information back to the rest of Team Flash not to be reckless, to push in or go for the save, since they're a bit too close for comfort. So high chance they might have to sacrifice Win at this point.
Yeah, it's a little too risky for Team Flash to really pop out in the open without getting caught out by Rosemary. MAQNA also spotting out Zeus up over the hillside, so this is just bad news for the previous winners so far. 2 members down and out so early. MAQNA looking to close the gap. Thankfully, backup comes arriving with pins, looking to rescue him, push him into the vehicle, but they're already driving towards the direction of Alpha. And he's looking to full send it, but it's just no reprieve whatsoever for those members of Team Flash, looking to get as far away as they could. Top still surviving, and hopefully they will still be able to put some placement points intact now that they got some of these members taken out so early on. Big proactive plays from Alter Ego.
A bit of a standstill here. Doki is coming. GL also have their cover fire from the back, but Doki, he has to be extra careful. He didn't know about the cover fire coming up from the other side as well. Noel managed to shut down on Team Secret. Juke managed to get one back. What a trade-off between the 3 teams. Down to only Juke left. He needs to pop a smoke. He didn't, and that's going to be Team Secret going hot and cold in the next one. At least, hey, we do know any consolation. They got, I mean, plenty of points still to have a bit of room to have some errors, but this is where we get to see how important the smoke is. But TODAK just arrived. Kenny made a U-turn. Nope, too many. Oh, but wait, he's going to go for it. He saw some of the players actually being knocked down, but coming in, Kenny with the DPS. What was he thinking? Here comes Frenzy with the Bison. Can he actually do a 1v4? They're willingly giving away their bodies one by one, but Dap at least got a bit of a trade done. But down to the shotgun, there we go. GLU is no more to be seen.
Oh, that was so
TODAK
risky.
Next.
So risky. There's only 1 member left. And now even more shots being fired towards the direction. I believe that's coming from eArena and maybe even the Savior. Blue, I thought that they could actually make an outplay happen, but it was just too hard for them to really get their teammates back alive. And now Team TODAK is also ditching 2 members behind. I think they could have actually went in for the save, but I felt like maybe they were thinking this is too far for them to really risk it with only Deb remaining.
It's too dangerous for them to go for the pickup when it comes to the open field. When the circle just shrink, and you know, when the circle just shrink, there will be a lot of migration that happens. If you happen to be knocked down in the middle of the field, there nobody will try to pick you up. There's too much at risk. And with this sort of circle, you look at the circle just now so up north, 50% of water. That means only 50% of land that's left to house 14 teams that's still intact on top of a shooting range. That's not going to be enough space for everyone.
Yeah, this is just so hard to really play things out. But it's good news for teams like Sem9 that actually booked that north point just close to the shore so that they could still hold out no matter the circumstance into stage 3 and maybe even stage 4. I wouldn't really say the same for the side of TODAK. Thankfully, they managed to go in for the rescue before Hill actually claims more lives right now. So, great call coming from Deb to slowly pick each member one after another. So, back on track they go. They walk away with those 3 points after such a tough duel up against the rest of BLUG. Well, they walk away with those 4 points, all thanks to, of course, the efforts of KF, walking away with 3 takedowns once again, still keeping his big numbers. Whereas FaZe Clan, they're looking to also claim space of their own within that zone. Up against BTR, side by side, this is not going to be an easy task for Shoppa to crack. But if they're willing enough, they could kind of full send it with the hovercraft, but instead, He's got other plans, diving right into the waters, and just like that, attracts the attention of RedFaZe.
This is a sweet spot for RedFaZe. Despite there's no compounds there, and when it comes to this sort of circle, the edge of the land with those rocks going to be the most amazing one. But we do have some bridge camping going on from eArena. They are stopping Vampires. They're reading Vampires like a book, but they did not secure with those waves. Schweppes turning the tide around for the side of Vampires, who's transitioning from the Jogo Pool south to north. Oh, this is not great. That's going to be a turn. K bleeding out. Joker just going to leave. The rest is going to be history. I have to survive for my team. Vampire secured 3 eliminations in there. But for eArena, how long can Joker survive with this sort of circle? He's been surrounded by so many teams right now.
Yeah, and he's not stopping for anything at all. There's still some stray bullets hitting his tires. Oh, now he's stranded out in the open. This is going to be so rough. Joker now has to form a little bit of a jiggle, and somehow he stays afloat. But how long more? And finally, it's Pazorix that puts him to sleep. eArena, this is the first time that they bow out so early.
The top 2 teams, no surprise. That's why I said don't praise any teams too early. You don't know what's going to happen next. And congratulations for Hill. At least they scored their 1 point finally, while Rosemary, suddenly out of nowhere, he pulling apart from the rest of the team. He always taking the lead and the charge towards the aggressive, trying to find those points away. But Rosemary trying to go for the high grounds instead. Alva coming up from the other side, but the hovercraft trumped the buggy right now. The hovercraft is one scary machine. Everybody knows. And everybody will try to avoid going against the hovercraft, no matter how many people in there. For VOIN, on the other hand, due to the hovercraft that managed to pull them away from Alter Ego, but Hill is just going to be next to them as well. Well, we're back towards the team that's still outside and inside of the blue zone. Last we've seen Vampires, they managed to withhold against the sudden attack of eArena before. And Vampires, unfortunately, now will be gatekept by TODAK.
And it's really a tough situation for Vampire Esports from that fight that they took over onto the bridges. They did manage to deplete eArena, but I think that going up against TODAK right now will be an even harder task. So how much resource can they burn through in order to buy time outside of the playing area at this moment? Lazarus, taking a quick glimpse. Nothing to be seen. So Vampires, if they spend too long, they might actually be depleted without even getting involved in any form of altercation. While Hill Esports, you've talked about that first point at the game, they look for another one, taking out a member of VOIN Esports. Well, it seems like the chase has not stopped between VOIN as well as Alter Ego. They've been tracing them all along. And Hill, they say, you know what? You can go race against each other all day long. I'm here to claim them if you were to get anywhere close by.
Rosemary spot out Tiger X. Golden Breeze is still gonna keep spraying the same. Oh, no, not really. He saw him actually getting out of the smoke just now. Rosemary know the fact that his victim is not there anymore. But Circle will pull back down south. No, it's still going to be a north. And Sam 9 got majority of the circle here, with Bows already in the middle, right smack in the center. While Team Flash a bit far apart from Tops and Bows, but unfortunately they don't have enough manpower. I think one feeding the other regarding the information of the teams rotating into the circle here. Hill just entering and welcome to the safe zone, but it's not safe entirely. We're doing a lot of shooting while we're out shooting range. Pazorix and the rest of Hill now slowly climb up with the numbers with those elimination, and Mix again getting on the Z. But for Hill, they might just walk straight into Team Flash. Will they open fire or will they let it slip by?
And it seems like they're holding back for the moment. While Mixer Gang, they're converting all these numbers up against FaZe Clan, who's all segregated apart. One after another, they drive towards Getslow, and he got 3 points just by holding on to this position. Fantastic stuff for Mixer Gang on their debut in this weekend. But they might actually lose that party in the vehicle, so instead they ditch one just to secure that buggy. And now has so much space over onto the far eastern corner of the map. While FaZe Clan, they got their numbers pretty much round out, size down to only one, and it makes it easy for Team Flash to go in for the final punishment. And this being Team Flash's first point in this run, since they start off with only 2 members. Still more work to be done here with 12 more teams remaining. And, you know, Sem9, they've got that perfect position, like you said. They're probably setting campfires and marshmallows right now, but not so much for Homebois and Mixer Gang, though.
Limboy. A lot of them are not turning into men yet. It's going to be a lot of boys here. Well, they're trying to go for the high grounds instead. They're trying to part ways and try to make sure that there's nobody else around here. Now, last time we've seen this sort of circle has been quite a long time ago, but Kim spotted out. SuperWeeKend just jumped down from the hovercraft. But I think for Homebois, for them to open fire at this state where the position's at, it's not going to be a great turn of events. They need to get inside of circle first and try to make sure they don't battle against the blue. That's not shootable at this point. But unfortunately, VOIN taken out by the Vikings. While Rosemary, is locked into a next target. That's going to be Hill. Pazorix, he might get knocked down here. Down to very little HP remaining. While Rosemary swap over to a different target entirely. The Vikings might coming over to this side and have a bit part of a third-party plays, probably. So Rosemary, if you're not being careful, he might get surrounded as well. So he's actually very quick on his feet, thinking about, I won't stay here too long. But for Homebois MAQNA, it's going to be a close quarter combat with the Mixer Gang.
It seems like they are all pretty much surrounded for the moment. Mixer Gang slowly being weirded down to size. Homebois looking to push right through as they see those numbers deplete coming from the side of MXG. But there's still SuperWeeKend holding it down, but not quite enough to challenge Limboy on his assault right into the shack. Takes it away from the side of MXG, but also got into the attention of BTR, who's been waiting by the far corner. Kim sneaking right behind. Is it going to be sniffed out just yet? Doesn't seem to be the case. Red Face holding firm. I think that position might be revealed towards Red Face, but he's just cooking up the grenade, looking to just flush him out of that position. This should be sufficient, but not quite. Kim survives.
When you're running means you're definitely dying. For Kim, lucky that he popped the smoke early on. But we're switching to TODAK versus Hill. Seems to be a bit of heated combat between these two teams. But U-High is actually from their backs. Now, Tiger has managed to spot out Frenzy. Vampires managed to finish off Mix again on a different side of the map. But Richard, he's trying to find where those nades flying over. It's going to be inside of these bunkers. TODAK, they're taking the tunnel way. Tom and Dad still inside. If they don't start to leave now, Stagehead will take the health out of their lives bit by bit. On the other hand, we're down to 8 teams. So many fights going on scattered across the map. While Hill, they still try to figure out how to bait these guys to get out from there.
Yeah, I think by baiting them requires them to really spend some time until the blue zone kicks in. And it does not really help that 7-9 has been watching from the other side of the corner. U-High's been taking that high elevated angle to also try to clip them up if they were a little bit out of line. So Hill thinks that maybe it's a waste of time if we were to really camp for far too long. They did manage to still get a knock up against those members camping right inside the bunker. So TODAK got to go in for another reset. And boy, somehow runs over break. One member down for the side of MVKE. And I think we haven't really noticed too much from the POV of MVKE. They've got 5 points so far. But can they actually do more damage? They will secure it on top of break. And TODAK, they just really have no room to play out this round.
And TODAK got himself several eliminations. And now kind of stuck inside of the bunkers area. Pretty hard himself. Now it's a bit too late. This is what we're worried about when you play around the bunker area. That tunnel will last you a bit when it comes to your defense, but when it coming out of that play, it's gonna be tough. Hill, on the other hand, gonna keep on gatekeeping these players. 9. Hill managed to finish off Homebois MAQNA as well as TODAK. That's going to end their run at 7 points. Well, we're down to 7 teams in stage 5. I think stage 6 we go down to only 4 or 3 teams still. Hill, on the other hand, making good progress so far from 0 to hero. And Vikings transport out Shamil, but a bit late. Trong, it took you too long. BTR still a point away under his nose.
Man, that was so unfortunate. I think there's just so many of all these happenstances involved when these teams collapse upon each other. But MVKE has been so proactive. Haven't seen that much coming from the side of DX out of this round, despite them still managing to survive into this tail end of the matchup. Stage 5 is already collapsing. 10 more seconds to go before it shifts. Hail Esports now, having the pressure to move inbound. It's either taking the fight up against MVKE or move the other way where they're susceptible for those kind of angles that Sem9 has been holding out. Sem9 still find themselves by the edge of the updated zone, but the Savior, they're not too far off from Sem9 as well, so we might actually see more fights taking place eventually, as one member of Hill has been spotted out by Rill with his great positioning right behind that vehicle.
Position-wise, I don't agree with Homebois' MAQNA Esports position. Yeah, they're the furthest one away from the circle. Yeah, you can shoot them from behind, but the thing is how to get it in when you actually attracted so much attention. And now we talked about it. Trong, well, got his eyes locked on Real Limboy on Wound T, but Trong managed to take down on Real, leaving with the Limboy, the last man standing. Homebois' MAQNA. Wound T will not stand. He will stay where he at. But Limboy, he got opportunity to slowly advance forward, but he needs plenty of smoke to actually get into the circle safely. It's a very low ground down there, and everybody on those elevations can actually just easily shoot them down, while both taking on Federales. BTI in trouble now, and we see those nades flying over. There's going to be Hill start to push in the distance, and the Viking might get sandwiched here.
Yeah, it's just a rough ordeal for those members of Vikings where they're already having their positions locked out by Homebois. And it makes things worse that Hill Esports is just on top of them. So realistically, as much as they're in the zone, there's barely enough cover for them to even consider re-picking up against the rest of Hill. And that grenade somehow finds a clip, and Tin's already down. Tiger says, enough waiting. We're going for that push. And it's going to be a back and forth trade. Pazorix now in a tight corner. Woonti somehow managing to trade right back. And Limboy, he's going to get involved in this mixture as well. Powerjin from the other side. Gets one member down, and Woon somehow survives. Lim! With that beautiful spray, not quite enough.
Thanksgiving Day now, you try to gain those points. This is your time to shine. And Limboy, he gets straight in the same vehicle, but getting none. Tops finally getting ousted by, I think that's going to be Limboy. He survived. He survived and finished off Team Flash in the very last minute. Now Limboy is not limping. He's running as fast as he can. On the side of BTR, he got the center. Unfortunately, he got shot down by Red FaZe while he's going into the circle. That remains with a full squad. Two of them, 7-9 and BTR versus 1 Hill. And this is going to be a 4v4. On the side of Hill, I don't know how he will survive for Pazorix, but it seems like the attention already on his side. BTR spotted him out early on, and 7-9 will want the point away as well. So all I said on Hill against the world.
Yeah, it's quite a crazy fight for a top 3 position as well. Homeboy somehow making the top 4 by the tail end of that run, especially when Vikings were actually trading aggressively up against Hill, and they all got clipped up. Sem9 as well as BTR being the biggest benefactors right now. 4 stacks on both sides. We'll have to see how much can Pazorix actually get involved. Literally doing a Hail Mary play by the tail end, but there is Amazon as well as Yuhai being sent his way. Not going to be an easy task for him to even return in the zone, but hey, speaking of the zone, Sem9, they got quite the vast majority now being withheld.
Oh, but Pazorix just giving away his position here. But for Sem9, it's only Ferran inside with Mika to hold against BTR. They split ways to 2-2 formation here. Yes, I agree when it comes to the circle control, they got majority of it. But firepower-wise, now Marzel joins in as well. It's going to be just Yuhai keeping tabs on last play of Hill. They know what Yuhai capable of. They know that he can survive. But for Yuhai to make sure he's safe, he has to go for the off angle of BTR as well. If anything the case, Sem9 with this sort of wrap around against BTR, high chance they can score the chicken, provided that Yuhai has to stay alive.
Yeah, he's definitely playing a very key role in really allowing all this info to be relayed back into Sem9's exchanges. And despite all that kind of intel right now, it is rather risky for them to really go deep diving or reconvene with his teammates at the moment. So it's best that they still form a little bit of that split, because they don't really have all that kind of intel to really go up against BTR just yet. But Mika spots out those smoke, have a little hunch of where exactly those players can be. But to really open up this account requires at least the first knock. So they're trying to play it cool for now. Well, PZORYX somehow managed his way into the forest. So this is rather interesting. How long can he play out?
Oh, well, we just mentioned about him. I think his back kind of sticks out a bit. They can see the barrel of his gun anyhow. PZORYX just a matter of time waiting for the inevitable. Yup, it's Razy don't miss when it comes to information. If Federella's going for the charge, that's the end. And Federella's tempted to do so. We do know how hot-blooded Federella's can be when it comes to getting those eliminations. But whilst BTR quite distracted with Hill right now, Sam9 is repositioning themselves to get those flanks.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a tough one for either side of this party over the south side, because right now, Sam9, they took 100% of the zone. Only one member of BTR is going to be very close by, which is Razy, but once again, his attention span over onto that member.
Blue zone.
Yeah, I think it's best that he'll just deny himself by now rather than giving the point away. So I guess all in all, the fight is still between these sides. Federalist now, you mentioned this guy is not one to leave people off the hook, so he's just gonna look to secure it.
Razy had it enough. Razy, I'm done with this. I just get out, PZORYX. And now Razy going in, and with the help of Razy as well as Federales to give the cover fire, that settles the hidden enemy inside of the blanket. Now it's already unfolded, but it's down to unfolding who's getting the chicken between Sam9 and BTR. Both seem to be having almost equal amount of percentage when it comes to who's winning, but when it comes to the circle, since BTR were occupied with PZORYX early on, giving so much ample of time for Sam9 to reposition himself to have a full control of the circle. The moment they want to cross this area, they will be taken out by, it's going to be Firen by FaZe instead. They're falling into pieces here. Razy coming in, BTR, Vaxi is down. Razy circling around just to confuse them and attract those attentions so they can pick up their fallen mates. But Mika down to 1 HP, while FaZe and Razy working as a duo. Firen, nobody can actually help him yet. But where are the rest of BTR? Where is Federales?
Yeah, it's a very big question right now, and same goes, where exactly is Yuhai? He needs to get involved at the same time. That nade clip over on side of Alzal buys so much time for BTR to take that position away, and here comes Red FaZe. He's gaining all that intel. I believe he knows how to actually play this out, and instead of falling back, he's drawing closer and closer as he will have the rest of BTR send nades towards Mika.
They're forcing Sam9 players to stay in the blue zone with the circle around, with the circling around the cover. Mika, you get crashed down. FaZe going in for the CQC, but the shotgun actually made a big play. Mika going into the blue zone for a bit just to make sure the backside vaccine knocked down. It equals out the field with a 2v2, but Sam9, they have a little health remaining on the alive play, but Mika couldn't stand tall. It's down to UI to make the call. 1v1. The Terminator of Malaysia, or will be the Terminator coming and hailing from the Philippine side for the Runners versus Yuhai.
The Filipino assassino looking to see if he can actually clutch the situation. But Yuhai, he will have the say to eliminate whatever remaining members out there. Same goes to Federales. He doesn't want Mika to relay any more of their trails. Having a little bit of cover from that shack. Is that going to be enough? Yuhai being blinded by the stun grenade, and that allows Federales to step out. Smart plays coming out of Federales.
Oh, the sneaky. Mika's down, finish off. Federales scores another point here, but within the smoke, we do know both of them inside of the smoke. And UI prep himself with the S12K as well, but the rifle's still in the hands of S12K versus S12K within the smoke. They try to find any silhouette, but who's winning? Who's winning? Sam9, UI, or is it Federales? He did it again. BTR want to play till the very end when it comes to the Terminator of each region. And coming out from the side of BTR, they had it better. And they were quite confused as well. Who's winning over this side?
And I just love the fact that Federalis, he does not want to waste any more time. He's just randomly sprayed right through the smoke. And somehow, that double barrel of the S12K connected onto Yuhai. But it was just so close for both ends. An exciting chicken dinner where we've seen BTR, they didn't really have the zone, but they forced the maneuver, all thanks to Red FaZe trying to push out for that intel, and then those nades by Razy was just so beautiful.
What a play between these two teams. But I love the fact that BTR actually used the maximum potential of what they have during that time. They have vehicles, they try to push all the players of SEM9 despite they have the full control of the circle before, but they're we're circling around with that vehicle, forcing SEM9 players to be back in the blue zone despite they lost those zones before. On the side of Red FaZe, they got 5 elimination, quite an auspicious number, 888. I have to give it, that team play was amazing, but down to the last one, you have to give it a chicken deserving is gonna be Federalis.
Yeah, and you know, he was empty without any form of elimination points, where Razy as well as Red FaZe was racing for those kind of numbers, and he just made that golden moment by the tail end, delivering BTR their first ever chicken dinner in the Super Weekend. It's rather late, but hey, finally they've been able to find that footing, and we've heard it from the interview from Zuxi, where, you know, now he's taking a step back to allow this iteration of BTR to set sail, and I'm looking forward to what else do they have to offer.
Well, I don't want to gloat, but I'm gloating. It's the first time I got my prediction right.
Oh, let's go, Chu. I haven't got mine right, but I guess close enough for past couple of rounds.
But for a good reason why we put this team under the focus. BTR, it's sort of a wild card here. Sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're cold, but with that performance, Federal is always hot, by the way. But 1,603 damage coming out from Hill. The most is going to be between BTR and SEM9, who lasted longer than these two teams. Homebois, MAQNA Esports, they're stepping up their A game here, because we've seen them multiple times across the board as well for today. But when it comes to the second half of the day, Contra, just put your expectation 0 for all the teams, because we have no clue what they can offer for the next one, because next one is going to be the last Rango map, and when it comes to the last Rango map means more eliminations and more aggressiveness. But when it comes to the MVP, Red FaZe, it's been a while, a long while to actually see him on this MVP board, and welcome back.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. You know, fans were really excited when he joins in BTR. I think like when he made his name back in even those EVOS days, people have been keeping their eyes onto this particular player because he's not only entertaining to watch on stream, but overall his skill and finesse is just out of the ordinary. And I'm just glad that he finally found that kind of composure when he plays with the rest of BTR. So much so that he's been really the carry in this round with those damage being offered. You mentioned how auspicious it is. Now, that's a perfect 20 for BTR with that chicken dinner, followed by Sem9, who's been prioritizing that position. It came down to the wire between Red Face as well as Yuhai. But hey, taking a look at Hale, that was a massive run for them. They've had 0 points for 2 rounds and now walks away with 13. That's big news for them to really gain some tempo.
That's the power of curly hair, by the way. But yeah, speaking of Team Flash and Team Secret, since Team Secret did not actually gain any point here, this, I have a feeling now is going to be a change of power when it comes to the top 3 right now. And Vampires on second page once more, but they're consistently gaining points. Unfortunately for FaZe Clan, Hot and Cold, eArena with 1 point as well, means the top teams will slowly get pushed down, and BTR straight away taking the podium spot at number 1. And second place is going to be Team Secret with 36 points, only 1 point of the difference, while eArena now shot to 7 points in between them and the top 2 teams at second place. Sem9 can actually go for the chase when it comes to the numbers, and TODAK as well. Homebois, MAQNA Esports also getting a good start at the first page. I'm glad actually the last Super Weekend we don't have too many Malaysian teams coming into the Super Weekend, and to see them get in the first page in this week is feeling great. But the Xaviers, what happened? The Axe, I used to be champion and one of the most consistent team in Southeast Asia, and now struggling.
And same goes to the past week as well. The Saber hasn't been really playing to their full potential for quite some time right now. I felt like they're so much more passive than what they used to be, and that has been a little bit concerning. So hopefully, you know, after taking a little break, they will be able to freshen up for what's about to come. So that being said, too, we'll take a couple of minutes and we'll be right back for more chicken dinners for you guys here in the PMSL Southeast Asia All Split.
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to 1 main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open ghost crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
The first ultimate set with removable outwear, Nixon Sinistra, is now available. The first advanced upgradable firearm with sound effects, Nixon Rose AUG, has arrived. It comes with an exclusive Inspect emote. Help you stand out on the battleground. Plus, a cool elimination broadcast, elimination effect, and loot crate to turn eyes on the battleground. The matching Resonant Nell glider is sure to make a stunning entrance in battle. Equip the Nixon Sinistra set and battle in style.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Get to know version 4.0 in 3 minutes. No treats? Then beware of tricks. The new spooky Soiree version is here. Let's check out what's new. This version's themed gameplay will be available on Erangel, Livik, and Rondo. The main themed area is Wraithmore Mansion. Also, 2 performing dead concerts will take place on the map. Wraithmore Mansion contains tons of interactive content, including the Soulbind Mirror, Scaredy Ghosts, Phantom Treasure, and more for you to discover. This version's ghost gameplay consists of Ghosty, a ghost who accompanies you throughout the match, and Prankster Ghosts, which you become if you get knocked out. Ghosty has main and passive skills. Main skill, Floating Balloon. Passive skill, Boost. Passive skill, Ghost Helm. Passive skill, Armorer. Passive skill, Scan. Main skill, Guardian Shield. Passive skill, Heal. Prankster Ghosts allow players who get eliminated to turn into ghosts for a short time and use skills to disrupt the match. Spook, Bomb, and Shield. The themed vehicle this time is a magic broom. And there are tons more mysterious gameplay and collabs with famous celebs for you to look forward to. Doesn't pranking sound more fun than haunting? Have a spooktacular spooky soiree. In this version, you'll also get the chance to play a new thrilling pursuit and escape game mode, Unfail. In this mode, you'll either join the survivors or become the predator, and experience the thrilling battle between them that ensues. It really gets your heart rate up, so beware unless you're bold. In classic mode, Erangel's Lipovka has been updated. There's a new mortar weapon, realistic reloading mechanics, and pistol idle animations. What's more, Cycle 9 Season 26 begins on September 11th, along with the new firearm combat power system, Path of Glory, and Weekend Joy. Home will introduce the new Lunar Castle style, a treasure hunt minigame, home competition, and home-style voting event. Perhaps most exciting of all is that World of Wonder 1.0 is officially here, bringing full creator access to all players. Also included are the new World of Wonder Pass and World of Wonder gifts in an effort to create a win-win ecosystem. Metro Royale Chapter 28 has begun, and you can now challenge your friends to a 1v1. We've also added Ghost Crates. And that's not all. Version 4.0 still has more gameplay on the way, so stay tuned for future in-game announcements. See you next time.
Yes, he will! Razak here with the shotgun around the side, and our PGC champion!
On this dreary night, Wraithmore Mansion is draped in shadow. Somewhere in the corridor, a ghostly figure looms. Watch out! Your every move could startle the area's long-term residents awake. PUBG Mobile's new Spooky Soiree version is now available. Here's a quick run-through of V4.0's themed mode and all the specialty gameplay it has to offer. In Spooky Soiree, you can pick up skill items that infuse Ghosty with ghostly powers. However, you can only equip up to one main skill and 2 passive skills at a time. If you prefer to fight over supplies, you should choose skills that boost your offense and survival. The first skill is Floating Balloon, which lets you fly for a brief period. It's really effective for repositioning or moving to support teammates. Scan is a skill that provides a lot of enemy intel. The Heal and Armorer passive skills allow you to battle to your heart's content without a worry. If you value survival and fun above all, go with Guardian Shield, which provides cover that you can bring anywhere. It also knocks back approaching enemies. Passive skills Boost and Ghost Helm greatly increase your sprinting speed and defense respectively, allowing you to loot your way across the map swiftly and efficiently. If you get defeated in a match and become a prankster ghost, don't fret. Take advantage of the special skills you gain, Bomb, Scan, and Shield, to give your teammates more opportunities. Keep in mind that these skills will gradually become available on different maps at different times. Choose whatever fits your playstyle. This mode has 2 main theme areas, Wraithmore Mansion and the Rock Review. Head straight for Wraithmore Mansion if you love battles. Open Ghost Crates to expose the locations of all nearby enemies. Speaking of supplies, there's a magic mirror on the first floor with tons of treasures sealed inside, making it a highly contested target. If you'd rather explore the new version in peace, head for the haunted residential area, where the scaredy ghosts gather to avoid intense confrontations. This update introduces a new vehicle, the Magic Broom. It seats 2 players and has a dash that's great for pursuing enemies. The broom's portability and flexibility is also useful for quickly scouring the area for supply. Plus, it has a powerful sweep that can knock enemies away. There's a lot more ghostly content for you to experience. For more information, be sure to check the official patch notes in the game wiki. Nightfall marks the beginning of your adventure. That sums up most of V4.0's themed updates. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. Hi everyone, I'm XL. The 2 most frequently asked questions I've received have been when World of Wonder would release after having been in beta for so long, and when we'd grant full creator access to players so they could realize their unique ideas. Today, I've come with the answers that everyone has been waiting for. I'm happy to announce that World of Wonder 1.0 officially launches in the next version. In World of Wonder 1.0 will significantly boost creator access, letting more players join in creating. Of course, we've also prepared plenty of rewards. World of Wonder cash incentives have increased yet again, reaching a total prize pool worth $10 million. Become a top creator for a chance to win $200,000. Everyone has a chance. In 2025, we anticipate over 100,000 creators receiving incentive earnings. WoW currently boasts over 4.4 million maps. WoW maps have hosted over 33 billion matches. World of Wonder has over 1,000 dedicated influencers, bringing its maps over 1 billion views per version. If you'd like to become a WoW ambassador as well, you can join the Next Star program for smaller influencers for a chance to win a share of the $6 million cash prize pool. Some creators may wonder, my creation skills aren't really up to par right now. Will I still get the chance to receive earnings? Rest assured, everyone has a chance in the World of Wonder incentive program. Every step of the creation process counts. A lot of rookies tell me, XL, I don't know how to take the first step, or I lack inspiration. How do I even start? In World of Wonder 1.0, we'll gradually make the Smart Assistant feature more widely available. When you don't know how to get started or lack inspiration, you can turn to the Smart Assistant for help. Some creators wonder, World of Wonder looks difficult and I know nothing about coding. Does this mean my maps will never turn out good? Here, I'd like to recommend our visual programming tool. Through simple configurations and logical calculations, you can design something truly unique without knowing anything about coding. It's sure to take your abilities to the next level. World of Wonder is also an open ecosystem that connects players around the world. For example, we're working with the Prime Minister's Office of Pakistan and collaborating with over 50 global universities to help students gain professional game development skills while discovering new career paths. We are also working with the United Nations to promote environmental and public welfare awareness. We welcome global brands, artists, celebrities, influencers, and map creators of all kinds to join the World of Wonder ecosystem. If you're interested in collaborating with World of Wonder or have any suggestions for us, feel free to contact us through official customer service.
Hi everyone, I'm JY. Now that World of Wonder 1.0 has launched, we intend to work with everyone to establish a mutually beneficial ecosystem for the mode. Players often complain that World of Wonder lacks challenges and rewards. In order to meet everyone's expectations, we're introducing the World Pass system in World of Wonder 1.0. By playing World of Wonder content and completing missions, players can earn points and get tons of rewards for free. Upgrading the pass also unlocks lots of customizations and exclusive perks. A certain portion of the earnings we receive from the pass will be invested into the World of Wonder incentive program, increasing our cash prize pool to give back to each contributor in the World of Wonder ecosystem. At the same time, we hope every talented creator's fantastic ideas will be worthy of praise and attention. In World of Wonder 1.0, the new gifting system builds a bridge between creators and players. Fans can gift special World of Wonder gifts to instantly give the creator a like for their creativity. These gifts increase creativity points, which can be used to unlock even cooler custom appearances and are displayed on the creativity points ranking. Top creators on the ranking stand to receive tons of cash rewards. All in-game cash earnings will be stored in the co-creation wallet for clarity and transparency. We've added a strict identity verification process to ensure the security of every transaction. We support withdrawals in the vast majority of countries and regions worldwide, allowing you to turn your creations into real-life earnings, no matter where you're located. World of Wonder 1.0 marks a new beginning. We hope all players with creative ideas are able to become game developers.
We will continue working on this mutually beneficial ecosystem so that all outstanding creators are well compensated. May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder.
May all creators march into the future together with World of Wonder. Thank you.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, hey.
And I'm out in the storm, I still come aiming, I crush it in rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Back here we already been halfway through here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall Super Weekend number 2. So obviously here it has been a very dominant performances from the Vietnam teams here with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner from, of course, Team Secret as well as Team Flash here. And right now I'm joined by a representative from Team Secret's Jiki as well as Viola, our translator. Welcome you two on board. Okay, so let's cut to the interview questions then. Jiki, Team Secret has made it to as one of the 16 teams coming into this Super Weekend, right? And you guys start off very strongly with a winner chicken dinner here. So what do you think clicked for the team today?
Chào Tricky, thì mình đã có thể giành suất vào Super Weekend tuần 2 này với tư cách là đội thứ 16 ngày hôm qua. Thì hôm nay các bạn cũng đã có một sự khởi đầu rất là mạnh mẽ. Vậy không biết là đã có cái sự thay đổi nào khiến các bạn có thể bắt nhịp vào ngày hôm nay?
Ngày hôm qua thì đội của em được top 16 thì em nghĩ là nhờ may mắn. Hôm nay được top 1 thì cũng chỉ là may mắn luôn ạ.
I think yesterday we could get the 16 placement because we were lucky. And today, again, we had a strong start because we were lucky as well.
Ooh, still attributed to luck here, I see, but definitely you guys got to give yourself some credits here as well. All right then, Jiki, we would like to ask a bit about your teammates, Doki. So with the addition of Doki to the lineups, do you think it has changed the team's environments or maybe chemistry in a positive way?
Về đội hình của các bạn khi mà có thêm sự góp mặt của Doki á, thì bạn có nghĩ sự thay đổi này đã giúp mang lại những cái thay đổi tích cực cho cái bầu không khí cũng như là cái sự ăn nhịp của các thành viên trong đội hay không?
Dạ em nghĩ thì có Doki trong team thì sẽ có nhiều tiếng cười thôi ạ.
Well, I think with the addition of Doki to our team, we have more laughs.
Oh, okay then. That's such a romantic things to say here. All right then, Jiki, Team Secret and TODAK both see each other as a rivals, right? You guys have been seeing each other's eye to eye here. Now, Tam in particular mentioned that it's because he doesn't like Doki. So I think now is the time for you to stick up for your friends here. Do you have anything to say back to TODAK in defense of your teammates?
Thì Team Secret của các bạn và TODAK xem nhau là đối thủ, và đặc biệt cụ thể hơn thì tuyển thủ Tam ở TODAK có nói là bởi vì bạn ấy không thích Doki. Vậy thì bạn có lời phản hồi nào để mà bảo vệ đồng đội của mình hay không?
Dạ, team em thì cũng không thích Doki lắm, nhưng mà ở trong team rồi nên là em cũng sẽ bảo vệ em Doki.
Well, our team also don't quite like Doki, but because he's already one of us, I will try my best to defend him.
I thought you just said that there was more love in the teams here with Doki joining the teams. All right then, we are heading towards our final questions here, Jiki. Last season, you guys finished third, right? Now, do you feel confident about pushing for the championship spot in this season? And maybe you can answer that as a message to Team Secret's fans.
Thì vào mùa trước các bạn đã kết thúc với hạng 3 chung cuộc. Vậy vào mùa này bạn có tự tin rằng mình có thể tranh cái vị trí chức vô địch hay không? Và bạn có thể trả lời câu hỏi này bằng cách là mình trả lời như là một cái thông điệp mình muốn gửi đến các fan ủng hộ Team Secret nha.
Dạ, tụi em đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ cho mùa giải lần này và sẽ rất tự tin hết mức có thể để đạt kết quả tốt ở chung kết.
Well, we have prepared very well for this season and we'll be very confident and do our best to get a good result in the grand finals.
I see. So best of luck here to Team Secrets. Obviously here, that will be it for this interview. Thank you very much, Team Secrets, Jiki as well as Viola, our translator here. Let's jump right back into the remaining 3 matches here of our second Super Weekend here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall.
Very complicated relationship with Doki, I assume, with that interview going on coming from Team Secret, man.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't like my teammate Doki? That's great because we don't like him too. He made us laugh too much. But man, it's not always about the laughing matter. If you're facing up against Doki, especially what he did to other teams, you kind of understand why they don't like going up against him.
He seems to be a very lovable character, Doki, outside, but when it comes inside the game, he's no joke at all. But on the side of Team Secret, they're working so well as a team right now. Despite they didn't actually score the last, score anything at all, actually. 0 points when it comes to the last Erangel map, but they had a great consistency the first 2 games early on. But also coming up from this highlight, it's going to be our GLU. Seems like they already warmed up, and Mormon. This is why Doki has a lot of love. He knows exactly the timing to shut down a Mormon. Also, don't forget about Team Flash. They're still in it to win it, but to the point that one of these twins, I don't know, is it going to be Zeus or Bo's actually going the other way around to make sure he can concentrate on the game just now?
And overall, I think they're still having really strong showings over the span of those past 3 rounds. And, you know, TODAK has been really forming up some big highs, especially winning out that very close skirmish up against Blue in that past round. Despite that case, though, I mean, they're still looking to up the ante in this final map of Erangel. And it really boiled down to that fight between BTR as well as Sem9, where it was just a matter of inches for them to settle scores. 1v1 duel between Federales as well as Yuhai. But Federales have gotten the best of it. If you guys miss out on the action, you guys can go ahead, watch that clip once more because it was hella epic on how it all boiled down to this very moment.
I love Terminator's 1v1. It just shows who's the better version of Terminator, who is actually the real bass Terminator by the end of that round. But when it comes to top gunslinger, top 4, it's going to be BTR. I think a majority of the chunk from the damage probably coming up from Federales. But damage-wise on the side of eArena, Team Secret, and Sam9 coming up as a top gunslinger as well. You do see their ups and downs. I thought it's going to be players from TODAK or even Homebois MAQNA, but it's actually Sam9 coming up here.
Yeah, I'm relatively surprised as well. I think the majority of all these numbers were actually from that past round as well. So that's a really good showing. And what I really do love from this kind of infographic is that we have 4 different nations really showing their best of what they really have to offer in this name sets on our screen right now. So BTR, I think not only was it about Federalis, we also saw a glimpse of brilliance coming in from the other teammates as well, especially Red FaZe, really pulling a lot of all these big numbers with clutches on top of that 800 over damage being dealt in that past round. We'll see if BTR can carry on with that kind of momentum moving into this very final round, because right now it's still pretty much undecided. Well, we have also got all the other teams lagging a little bit behind. Maybe they need a little upgrade. But of course, speaking of upgrades, if you guys haven't updated yet, this is the version 4.0 that offers you steady frames at every beat when you log right in. That reduces your lag by about 50%, up to 50%. And at most, I mean, you're also feeling all these lag reduction on all these devices by 30%. So if you guys think that you're holding a potato phone, then look no further. Go ahead, update to V 4.0, and you're not going to be worrying all too much about falling short from getting that win.
Now, and also speaking of a greatest combo of the time is going to be if you update and combo with Tecno, the Power 7 Ultra 5G that we actually have on this side at the center of the screen, as you can see. And also is the official gaming phone for the PUBG Mobile this season. And it supports PUBG Mobile at 120 FPS, a huge screen with 1.5K AMOLED, 6.67 inch of size with 144 Hz refresh rate. Also get plenty of juice out of it with 6000 mAh battery, 70 watt ultra charge and 30 watt wireless charging. This isn't just a phone, it's a beast, it's the future, and this is due to perform maybe one day in the Pro Scene as well, the Power 7 series. Make sure you guys check it out if you guys want to see it up close and personal, or the players actually using it while they're in the battleground in the arena as well. Now back to business we go. We talked about Team Secret, we talked about Team Flag, we talked about BTR, because these are the teams that seems to be stealing all the highlights away today. But when it comes to the teams that we haven't talked enough, Alter Ego, Vikings, or Vampires, this name seems to be a bit dull when it comes to this season, thanks to the high frag teams like eArena, Team Flash, even Team Secret is starting to shut down the lobby with this kind of performance.
Yeah, and it really shows that these teams need to really keep up to the kind of pacing that all the other squads are really playing at right now. And I think like we had this small little discussion on, how these wrangle matches have been playing out so far. By like stage 6, a majority of them get depleted, all thanks to, some who have really gotten themselves into a really nice space to really deter the rest of the field. Whereas I felt like, they're just following the ordinary playbook you've seen coming from the Savior. Vampire Esports, they're not really playing as flashy as they used to be. I mean, bear in mind this iteration of FaZe Clan or even a Vampire Esports, they've always had so many adjustments being made seasons after seasons. And I felt like, are they starting to lose a little bit of that DNA or identity? Because back then, VP was this crazy star-studded roster. I feel like this is the most balanced roster that they have so far.
I'm trying to be like Contra, same size, so we can be a full face in the screen as well.
I gotta hold back.
I'm just kidding, bro. Okay. I'm just
this
teasing
should be
you.
Right.
I'm just teasing. But I like to tease Contra. We're very long time friends already by now. How many seasons we've been doing this together? I mean, not seasons. At this point, we're gonna count the years. By now. Even we've seen Luxy retirement, and even Tony Kana off on vacation. Was still here, by the way. But I agree with you. It's not the teams are doing bad. For the case of the Xaviers, Vampires, his legacy and powerhouse's name, it's just the other teams are doing it better now and start to catch up and even pull them down all the way. They like it or not, they have to start to change and make something new for the legacy teams here, because if they don't try to adapt and they don't try to bring something new, or maybe even try to see the game in terms of their strategy in a different perspective, they might gonna be left out by the end of the day. But speaking of today, I'm looking forward how we expect and how much point do we expect when it comes to the Smash Rule point later on.
That's actually a very good conversation to have right now. Now that we have already passed 3 rounds, I think like the ballpark figure might just be high 70 points if, you know, if Team Flash is or Team Secret is just gonna continue putting those crazy numbers. But hey, I could be wrong depending on how well they play out in Miramar later as well.
Last week we had it in the 50s. That was the point maximum coming up from the first place. And you add 20 points instead of 10 points this season. That's going to be the difference between last season and this season of the Smash rule implemented where it comes to tomorrow's game, of course. But for us to actually say around 70 is, for me personally, we haven't seen the best of the other teams down there yet. They've been very quiet. A lot of them are starting the day a bit slower than they are usual, being a bit more careful, too cautious when it comes to taking some actions. So when it comes to the second half, this is where we get to see how everything will shape later on, especially when it comes to those points. Despite we see Team Secret, yes, they have been doing great. BTR just got that chicken just now as well. But will the other teams stay quiet? Because we do know last Erangel map will invite more eliminations and more crazy plays. You mentioned it before we start the second half here, when it was off stage. If that game just now seems to be epically crazy for you, next one is going to be all hell breaks loose. I don't know what you're going to call it afterwards. I mean, something out of dropping from the sky or something. But it's definitely going to be spicy and heated up in the last Erangel map later on.
Yeah, I definitely do think that, you know, these teams, they got to really prepare themselves for either the best or the worst, right? Depending if you're the receiving end or the one doing the trading. So right now, I think like the tempo won't change for those who have already gotten, you know, themselves into the top 5. If anything at all, we are also seeing, you know, great effort displayed coming from Homebois MAQNA. Last round, that was a really close fight for that top 4 position. Even the Hell Esports, they know that they need to break into the grand finals. This is the only few chance that they will actually get. So, of course, tomorrow, we will see teams really racing for the Smash, so it gets even harder. That's what really baffles me. Like, if you try to imagine, if they're so good right now, imagine tomorrow where team says, hey, you guys are looking to smash it, right? I'm gonna put all in just to deny you all those points. That
actually happened last week, twice in a row. eArena got denied for their Smash. I think another one was Team Flash got denied their points as well. And it was really tough to watch when it comes to, you know, you thought you're going to be having a short day and then probably going to get a dinner date afterwards. You have to cancel it out every day. But speaking of the team to focus, I'm going to put up Team Flash and VOIN and BTR. And you're a bit late when it comes to the team to focus. Yeah, they've already been focused before and they've been performing. Now they're dropping. Now you want to refocus on them. What's going on, Contra?
Well, I think like, you know, BTR, they got so much pressure coming from their fans and all, and finally securing a chicken dinner. They could just be the team that really ride on this momentum to get a back-to-back. And I think like the numbers kind of speak for itself. Earlier, we've seen so many neck-and-neck kind of battles. Boiling down to 1 versus 1, of course, down to Federal's prowess, they managed to secure it. But that kind of puts a little bit more of that shadow over the rest of the field. Like eArena, they did very well going into the rest of the round, but last round, early to crash out, they got gate capped, they got sandwiched in between. So maybe if the circumstances are different, what if this is going to be a kind of central circle where everybody will have pretty much all that room to play out? What happens then?
Well, why don't we just let the trouble just trouble the players? That's too much.
Trouble the players. I kind of like that.
Yeah, let them solve that equation, man. And we had too much already in our hands right now to solve it for them instead. But shouting out for you guys watching at home here right now, especially on our channel here. Thank you so much for supporting us since day one. And thank you so much for Chiwalanti Ganam, who actually entertained me while we're having a break before and couldn't all sing that. That's me. But well, when it comes to the players, now this is where things get unfolded one by one, whether they can actually, you know, reach up to a better point, especially for the teams. Now we get into a really serious talk right now. The teams that are having their debut this Super Weekend, they need those points more than the other top teams, but this will translate directly their impact of their performance towards grand final. Speaking of desperate, the teams that never been into the previous Super Weekend, they are more desperate to solidify the position to be in the grand finals compared to the others. That's going to be 7-9, the Vikings, MVKE, and as well as Mixer Gang. These three teams will have to and need to, it's compulsory for them at this point, to try to push their numbers up. But for the teams that's already got quite a good position, they want a better start for the grand finals as well. Now, also don't forget about the teams that made it last weekend but did not make it in this weekend. They will pray that new teams that are coming in this week will kind of fail to do so. And it's all about waiting. And one of those teams especially, it's going to be Thailand, because they only had 2 points of a league rank points towards the grand final and didn't make it through this week.
Yeah, it is definitely nail-biting for them to be sidelined and now having to forcefully witness these teams play through round after round. But then again, if you take a look at those that qualified for 2 weeks but did not perform outstandingly, it's glaring that the Savior only got 2 points out last week, and this week they are sitting at the dead bottom. As a matter of fact, MVKE and even MXG are looking so much better, so we'll have to see if they will bounce back up moving into the final round of Wrangle.
Last wrangle of the day! Buckled up, ladies and gents. Now, I do know TODAK prefers Miramar because they won back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday with the last 2 maps before we head into the Super Weekend. So I assume TODAK will try to reserve their energy just for the next map. But when it comes to the other teams on Alter Ego, we haven't seen a lot coming up from them here today. The Vikings perhaps will try to gain those points. Like you mentioned before, they need this point to make sure they will get into the grand finals. Nobody wants to end up with 1 point, because if you ended up with 1 or 2 points only, you have to fight with the other teams that's not playing here that made it through last Super Weekend with a tiebreaker. And that's going to be the toughest one to go against. The tiebreaker, it's not something that you can change anymore. And this right now, the teams that are actually playing, they can change so much about the positions and whether they can qualify to the grand finals here.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the tiebreaker rules as well, I guess they will have to unfold like the rule book to see, who's got more points being gained from both sides of the weekend, depending on their position, if any of them have chicken dinners. If you're landing with 1 point or 2 points only, likely than not, they not walked away with much of these chicken dinners to go by. So definitely, you don't want to end up in that kind of spot. Speaking of which, I asked for something that's a little bit more forgiving. I could say that it might not just be the case for the side of FaZe Clan members, because that member of Homebois found a weapon. And just like that, 2 members taking down Chacho. He's only got a knife. But somehow, he's been able to go in to really cause a dent.
He even tried to stab his teammates. He's traumatized by it, I guess, when it comes to the surprise attack. But here comes Alter Ego. And this is the team that you have under your focus. Probably focusing on them right now. But for the side of Homebois MAQNA, they just have the so poor performance. It's a bit far for Kim to actually give the cover fire with the pizza gun at that. Those recoils going to be crazy from that distance. But FaZe Clan, they barely managed to heal up. They managed to get away unscathed. Well, these Xaviers, they always drop around Pochinki. And we do know there's so many teams dropping on top of Pochinki. I don't know if they have a beef against these Xaviers or what. Or maybe just a flight pod, but it's still Pochinki, man. When it comes to Pochinki, I mean, FaZe Clan definitely kind of regret it. If we haven't dropped ourselves there, probably we don't have to run from all the other teams now. I was surprised, actually. Alter Ego, I was hoping for them to actually take some action there.
Yeah, I was looking at Alva, but I think Alva didn't manage to find a weapon as well, so he's just trying to lurk around, not to get spotted, but at the same time giving the info back. It's like, Rosemary, do you have a gun? Do you have those vehicles? Can you help me out? He did manage to get picked up, so that's good for him. Meanwhile, for a moment, I thought it was a deja vu situation, because I think last week, FaZe Clan as well as Homebois, all 4 of them were going into that garage, and I can't remember whether it was FaZe Clan with a massive 4-man clearance where they didn't even drop, or it could actually be Homebois that actually win out that trade. And this time around, they've learned their lesson. If they're gonna send somebody, you don't full send it with 4 players into that garage because it's too much of a risk to run. So of course, we go back to the drawing board. Other than that small little casualty, Homebois, they lost 2 in that process, but they still have more to play for.
But for any case, FaZe Clan at least they survive as a 4. Whilst on the side of Homebois, that 2 player, that's devastating, you know? That's not much you can actually do with the 2 players as a start of a game. You want those points, you need those points for Homebois MAQNA. But with 2 players, you have to wait it till the very last minute. Now it's all about surviving game for them. There's not much firepower, but when it comes to firepower, we do know what this team can actually do. Tom waiting around as Altigo crash into their compound, but Rosemary getting those off angle. At the cause of one of the members knocked down as well, but the rest of TODAK is a bit too far of reach. That no way wants to get into Ego's place now. Thanks to this sort of circle, generous indeed, we might have a lot of teams already inside of Gatka. Might actually have very swift map this time, Contra, based on this circle.
It could either be that, or it could also be a little bit long running when it comes down to, you know, teams just hoping to hunker down in those compounds and not look to leave. But when it comes down to all these fast rotations, we definitely would see pickoffs such as the ones that Alter Ego have been able to pull off. So I guess we'll have to really wait it out, as many of all these teams are still trying to traverse across the field. Team Secret coming from the North Point, or should I say from, absolutely, from the North Point of North George to be driving into the fields of Gatka. I wonder if they will be able to find at least some wiggle room, because last time we saw some players coming in from TODAK. I believe VOIN Donkey usually plays around the area too, so hopefully nobody gets caught out. But back towards TODAK. They're charging up against Alter Ego again.
Round 2. Rosemary now on the ground as Snape tried to go and retrieve his teammate. Kenny got shot down by Snape instead with that AUG. Now Snape, it's going to be 1v1 between him and Frenzy. But the S12K still going to win over. And it's going to be the whole TODAK eliminated. They're really hunting people down. Alter Ego. I did talk about the chase. They are chasing people out of the lobby here right now. Alter Ego, they're aiming for those eliminations here. And already got himself 4 points. The only team that managed to make some contact against TODAK. Unfortunately, the first one to be out.
Yeah, I guess they linger on the wrong spot in that sense. Well, I guess it was worth an attempt coming from the side of TODAK, because you saw how they played out the past couple rounds in Wrangle. Most of the time they win out the duel, but there was that one instance where it was Team Secret who got everybody caught inside of those compounds, and they managed to really win out those trades. Other than that, it's about claiming space at the moment. eArena booked themselves that foothill upon Everest. Meanwhile, Glue Squad is making the ascent up the hillside, so they could just be noisy neighbors, sending bullets from afar, but I don't think much can be done from this position other than that.
But when it comes to Gatka Mountains, with this sort of circle, I think the Gatka Mountains will actually stay for a bit longer, for a couple of stages then. So for the teams that actually want to farm eliminations, it's actually very wise for them to go for the Gatka Mountains. Yeah, but the question is, do they have enough resources to sustain as long as they need? Just in case you guys missed, the first team to get wiped out just now was TODAK. At first, it was only 1 player, but Alter Ego was committed to chase them out. And look at Rosemary, he's really taunting them. Last time he did that was actually when, it was yesterday, when he actually managed to clutch 2 teams all by himself. But the moment after he actually shouted and taunted the team, he got wiped out after. So hopefully that's not going to be the same case again for Rosemary.
Either way, he's gonna have a good laugh, but it's gonna be Lambo. No laughing matter on how he's being able to trade up 1 for 1, but not quite enough to take out that player out of the vehicle. So Team Flash, they get the better end of the trade out with Levi's now. Also rushing up the hillside. This is between the 2 titans of Vietnam, throwing whatever grenades that they have at each other. No! Too close for comfort for Levi's.
1 HP left. It's back to Padawan versus the Master. These Avies, can they hold the master seat still? Because last time we've seen these two teams fighting, Team Flash ended up, not really, these Avies actually ended up winning. But Parajin always survive, he will part ways. But I do have the circle slightly on the south. That's going to be interesting, Fairy Pier Circle. But Parajin, I mean, they don't get Team Flash. But it's going to be another extra bonus point coming up from the Bangkok fields here. But this is too risky for Parajin. That buggy won't hold him too long. Tears coming in and ran him down. Brutal way to go. But for Vikings, they're on the chase and on the hunt for the last member of these Avies, Levi from Pan to the Fire. Will he walk or crash into a lion's den instead? But speaking of the Vikings, they're not done. We're going towards VOIN, who's been gatekept by Vikings for now.
Man, it really seemed like there's just no room whatsoever that they could claim, but instead they finally find a little bit of opening, so they'll be neighbors once again with VOIN. While Levi's out in the open fields, takes down even more Vietnamese teams. He's been crashing upon Team Flash, found a member of Vikings, and now onto Team Secret. It really feels like this story has been written for these Vietnamese teams to really go up against each other.
And the thing, he didn't shoot on Team Secret, but he brought the entire wrath to his Team Secret. They don't want the attention. Levi, he's being such a nuisance for all the other teams. They attract all this attention. I'm going to bait you guys to get into a fight with a different team right now. But speaking of a different team, this ruthless small shack, hold by all players of Team Secret. One nade can finish all of them, but Team Flash now on the hunt as well as these Avies Levi barely hanging on. We're going to have Sam 9 trying to take down these teams in the center of Bangkok field, but BTR is still hovering around at the high hills outskirts of Pachinki, waiting things out. I think they lost a couple of players, do they? Not really. There's a different team boxes.
Yeah, it was that battle between the Savior as well as Team Flash, I believe, that kind of end up with those members of the Savior slowly getting withered out. So it was that desperate attempt, right? Like, the Savior, they got no other options but to really book the fields very early on. Now he's only playing by that shack. So BTR, they enjoyed that spoils of war. Team Flash also wasted no time to also loot up. So BTR says, you know what? They left a couple of all these goodies. We'll be gladly taking some of all these extra loot. Well, FaZe Clan, they're not too far off. So it's not far from the clear for the rest of BTR. While VOIN Donkey, they've also found a little bit more of that safe spot. Rather than booking over the flat ground terrains, I think this is a much better option for VOIN Esports.
We're gonna say it a better option after we see the circle. Yes, it is a better option for VOIN right now. I agree. But eArena is breathing behind their necks right now. VOIN have to fight it over for this compound. They want to go over towards probably the left side or the northern side. There's a couple of compounds still available for them. eArena going the same direction. So this is the inevitable fight between the two teams. They know a better compound to work around this circle. They just spotted a moment. Well, there's going to be them standing around. Don't forget, this is in the center of the circle. If they're not being careful, some of the team will start to shoot from behind.
Indeed. And Mormon, all the tires been popped. He's relying on whatever smoke that 30K tries to provide. But that's 1 HP left. Just easy enough for Razak to be able to pin him down. He will be able to secure it as well before being stolen away. Because if we look at the minimap, there's just so many other teams vying for that spot as well. It's a great note that VOIN Donkey has been able to book it prior to everybody else, so they get to really enjoy pinning them down.
Well, speaking of pinning down, last time we saw Team Secret was around the small shack area with the roof left top. Now it's going to be Vampires. Well, speaking of the warehouse, it's going to be nades galore on this side instead. Team Flash and Hill having a go. Win and the rest of them going back indoors. But Team Flash, they lost one player before as well. Starting off as a trio, it's going to be slightly difficult with one man short. But on the side of Hill, they will try to leave, I assume, because time probably a high chance it won't be this area that will be in the next circle stage. I don't think anybody coming out from SMB at this point. There's nobody in the SMB.
It's just a very slow approach this time around from inside of Hill. Meanwhile, getting a freebie, just arriving upon the scene, it's going to be QE. taking out that player from Glue, and it goes from bad to worse. Glue has not found any points so far, but Hexus is still looking to trade. He says, nope, you're not just gonna get my teammate for free. So he puts a little bit of dent onto the tires, but the rest of Vampire Esports, they're not having it easy. Dewey looking for that 1v1 duel, but he cannot afford to leave. But he's got backup as well.
Don't play that game, Hexas. You can still get some ranking points by Dewey is there. Yep, that's going to be it. Now, I want you to take note, Contra, and tell me afterwards. Am I the only person who feel like Hexa and Federales very look alike?
Actually, now that you put it, they kind of do.
Oh, but wait, it's going to be the warehouse battle. Team Flash completely obliterated by the hands of Hill in just a second. And that's going to be one of the top Titan teams that have been taken off. Which means Team Flash right now, they're having a bit of trouble. But here comes another team, BTO and FaZe Clan, who almost got wiped out early on this Sunday, given another chance. But unfortunately, that chance will be wasted away if they cannot win this fight against BTR. But at least a bit of a trading done. Down to only LZ to do the job. Rep FaZe still having a trio on the side of BTR. Now back into the hovercraft and back it down. LZ, no it run, no hide. But it's still going to be costly for the side of BTR with the loss of Vaxi in this skirmish.
Oh, that was a rowdy fight. And BTR, they were planted here from the get-go. So it was just about the timing of rotation coming in for the side of FaZe Clan. They were looking to trade, but it really felt like they don't really have that much ground to cover to begin with. So it was a full-on collapse. And BTR, they only lost one. So that's still great news for them. They walk away with those 4-pointers and still got so much more of that space right now being created on the far end of the western side. So we go back into the fields where we have a little bit of standstill between Hill as well as 7-9. I don't think they want to poke the Tigers then, though. Like, this is...
Don't test them. Don't test them. They will bite. They will poke, they will bite, they will toss everything. That's what they always do. These guys don't know how to stay quiet. But to those who actually stay too quiet, they get finished off at the play zone instead. That's going to be the case for Alter Ego, who's actually rotating from the northern side and west. I think they're being gatekeeping by the other teams as well. That's why they couldn't find an entry in. But there might be a clash between Alter Ego and Hill because they're just tailing against each other, and Vampire's waiting in the inside as well. Here comes Schraps, aka Lazarus. And MAQNA's down. Mela will be having a bit of a trade. Schraps as well as Snape hopped off, and Rosemary trying to find the rest of them. But can they hold their ground? It's what Red Bull from behind. And Snape, you have to pick and choose. There's VOIN also here. Are you kidding me? Everyone moving at the same time, same place, and not going to be everyone alive.
And it really benefits VOIN Esports. They just swoop on by and just like that, claim the lives of Alter Ego. They walk away with 5, but that's barely enough. They were hoping for so much more up against the rest of VPE. And somehow, there's still one member alive. And here comes 7-9. The Tigers are out. And they're looking to claw their way through. Not too sure whether if VOIN can hold on because Hill, they're making it rain with those grenades.
Oh, Potato, what's the plan here? This is too much space for other teams to shoot them on a different angle. There's nothing to cover themselves here for the teams in the center of attention now. And 7-9 wants to be part of it too. And Zeta with an AUG. Oh, it got shot from U-High. Where that shot came from? He was focusing on 7-9, but we don't see U-High across his POV. But Hill coming in, they want to actually steal the point away. Will 7-9 let them actually steal it away? But Mika will try to get those points and retrieve as an execution. Coming in with the nade to a straight up point and double down. Voxy next to be the victim in the hands of 7-9. Mika, there was a huge nade from the side of 7-9. But here comes another team, eArena as well. As we're looking at the circle shrink, this is going to get even more spicier. It's South teams fighting for the points.
We can absolutely understand why, because this is the only high ground terrain that they can actually play from, which is why they're battling for whatever space that they can actually find. And here comes some strikes over the back. 7-9 still trying to deter VOIN Donkey, but VOIN Esports, They're just so aware of the situation, but despite that, they don't have any forward vision. Hail still making it rain from the north point, while somehow they stay intact. 2 members still alive, but now trying to run away from the bullets from Tiger X. Where could they realistically go? There's just not much room that they could actually breathe in. And the rest of Sem 9, they take this time, get a little reset, and Huey is also putting a little pressure onto the members of Sem 9.
Mazel spot out Gooey. He will not let him get out from the shack, but at the same time, he got too much work to do. That's going to be retrieving Mika. While Firen now spotted out, he relayed the information to Firen from the side of Mazel just now, and Firen will take the tag and try to pressure on Goo one at a time. Nade! The perfect execution on the side of Sem 9, and they're getting the numbers up with 4 eliminations here on the side of Potato and VOIN. Voxy in trouble. Those bouncy nade was somehow hit by the end of the day, but Hill is just hailing them with hand grenades. Yeah, VOIN, they are being clustered together before and now sandwich between Sem 9 and Hill. There's no way out, but oh, speaking of sandwich games, we have third party coming up from the back. Team Secret instead of the 6-time scope, and Voxy landed himself right the exact where Sem 9 players actually got finished off, and that's gonna be Doki. The man that loved and hated at the same time by both his team and his enemies.
Team Secret kept on finding all these golden angles, and it's just crazy that all these points are from third parties from across the corner. Now, up close and personal though, Team Secret decides it's time to crash right through, and decisive as it goes. Zeros goes in for the trade. Tiger prepped for the nade, and it's gonna be Jiki coming in with a flank as well to try to find Tiger right on the corner. Hazorix coming from the other side as he's been able to pin one more member out, but he's the only one left standing for Hill. Can he pull it off up against the other 2 members of Team Secret? And the grenade was good enough.
No.
Team Secret crashed them out.
It's Razy from BTR to finish off Hill just now from the back as well. Oh, speaking of third party, it never ends in this map of Erangel, but the nade's flying over. It's down to Mazel to make the play. Can he find the last member of Team Secret that's still standing? Doki! He's trying to finish off all those knockdown players by closing in the distance. Here comes the DBS play, but lay him down to 10% of HP. And Doki came prepared, and he just conquered the team of the South. And he is the king of the South right now, coming up from Team Secret's 7 eliminations, back up as a trio. But next, we have the Vikings versus the Mixer Gang, as the circle transitioning to slightly towards those compound. Homebois MAQNA got the sweetest place to battle it out, but for Joker, the arena is still alive.
Somehow he's still alive, but it's kind of insane how Team Secret always gets away with murder. Just like that. And Doki's great read, once again, prevailed. Now going back to the side of Mixer Gang, they are gonna fight all these members jumping towards his direction. MVKE's desperate attempt was unable to convert it. KTN, he's barely surviving. Now the pressure's coming from the side of BTR.
Such an open space for the circle. You don't know where the bullet's flying from. You don't even know where to focus at this point for being the players. There'll be somebody keep shooting you from afar or even getting close to you without you noticing them. On side of BTI, at least they got this compound. It's going to be the fight of the compound this time. MXG, Homebois, MAQNA, and BTR. But for Team Secret, they got majority of the circles by now. There's nothing in the circle for them to just keep it hold. But for the Rallies, as always, never fail to amuse us with those hand grenades. Side of Joker, somebody spot him out, but where did the bullets came from? It's KTN from Mixer Gang outside of the circle, and the bullets in it to get those points. UK, you get what I mean now. You don't know where the bullet's flying from.
Yeah, these guys are just so sharp. You saw how BTR also traded back. And as much as Team Secret has been super cheeky, holding over onto the high grounds, they eventually get sniffed out. Now pressure over on the side of Joker. He's got to continue on to find that top 4 finish. Now he's driving towards the direction of Team Secret. I don't know if this is a great idea or otherwise. Could he be able to really put a little bit of damage to the members of TS? It's going to be a big question, but Juke, he kind of heard some of all the engines roar. And despite that, He's not sniffed out yet. Meanwhile, KTN, he succumbs to be devoured by the blue zone, so that will be claimed eventually by the members of BTR as they try to take on the Homebois MAQNA Esports.
Now, it's either BTR Team Secret getting a back-to-back chicken, but for Joker, Doki's spot him out. The tracking is driving as fast as the lightning now, Joker. Just push the gas all the way. Team Secret, on the other hand, nobody to compete against inside of this circle because BTR a bit too over-occupied with Homebois down to real. DBS prep in his hand, but look at Redface already prepped the nade over. Well, it's going to be Federella's taking the charge here this time. They spotted out one. He managed to get on one. Redface down on the ground. It's going to be 2v1. Can Homebois MAQNA Esports last player clutch this one out? And Team Secret, they got bored. They want to do something. They might want to be part of that party too.
Yeah, I mean, all the noise is happening inside this compound. They kind of want to join in. I don't think that anyone sent them invites or whatsoever. Real, he doesn't want those invites to go through because he's dealing with so much, but he still finds it. Oh, that peak kind of allowed Redface to find that final touch, and BTR prevails somehow.
Oh. But BTR is not the end yet. Joker is done. A big nade dropping in after one to the other. BTR like, why is there one more person here to disrupt our win for the chicken right now? It's going to be one solo player. It's always going to be that solo player being such a nuisance towards a team that's trying to win it over. But for Team Secret, look at how sneaky they are playing around the containers. Al Joker will try to find himself a couple of points before he was going to go down. But the nades somehow will not connect. Here comes another by Joker. Here comes it as 12k. At least BTR, they managed to finally take a breather just a tiny bit before Team Secret tried to take them out.
And now we might actually find a repeat win, either for BTR, for a back-to-back, or another one in the books for Team Secret. Either ways, I'm liking this 3 versus 3 finish. But I would say Team Secret, they have the majority of the zone. BTR, they got so many eliminations just by playing around this quarter. But eventually, they will have to find a way to push through. They've done it up against M9. Can they do it again?
They do have plenty on the side of Team Secret. They have nothing to compete against them after they're done with the team in the south just now. Now 15 hand grenades. And GK spot them out. If they're not being careful, one by one, chip down. Raising to 1 to HP. But they need to reload just now. Doki now got cornered down with 1-3 in between. Here comes Federella's fighting on a close quarter against GK. GK will give the cover fire. Federella's back indoors. GK is prepping up the nade. Doki is still cover fire on the high ground. And that's going to be it. Team Secret is not a back-to-back, but it's still double chicken. It's still counted as a chicken for the day. Stick the chicken on the wall. And they just caught their second chicken in day 1 of the Super Weekend.
Plenty of reasons for them to celebrate. And they've been so sneaky on their approach. You saw those long-range shots. You saw the way that they've ambushed teams. And they've been able to claim one more in the books while denying it up against BTR. Federal is once again the last man standing, but you saw that attempt going on the vehicle was not exactly the right play. But honestly, there's no other options for them to really go out and about because they're denied of that zone. So BTR did what they could, but unfortunately, it's just a little too much.
Oh, they did not know the position of Team Secret players beforehand. And that was the biggest flaw when they have no information, because I don't blame them at this point. BTR has been too over-occupied with fighting the teams that try to flush them out. They've been fighting like 3 teams in there, even though he's just a solo player. But it's still plenty of hand grenade actually locked down to as their lineup of BTR. But nonetheless, well, we just heard the interview before. Doki, love or hate, it's still gonna be them scoring the chicken.
Yep, he's just undeniable. You'll always see him really being the shining beacon of hope for the side of Team Secret, especially for today on so many of all these top 3 clinches. And even when they do win out the chicken dinner, he's always had a massive contribution. Meanwhile, take a look at Juke as well. He's been the massive tank. 495 damage received, and somehow this guy never goes down.
Oh, we expect more afterwards later on because we're going to switch to a different map. Let's relive the highlight just to recheck how they scored the chicken from Team Secret.
A man of his words. GK was saying that the entire team was feeling confident to dominate this weekend. And lo and behold, 2 chicken dinners for today so far. And there's still 2 more maps to go. It was quite the fight that they've went into. BTR was absolutely zoned out, but still, how many battles did BTR won by holding that shack was just super impressive. Whereas VOIN Esports, Hill, they were trying to take control of the hillside. They were going back and forth, and it seems like it was so dire of a situation, but somehow they converted plenty of that into points of their own. So these are our top 4 teams that did put on quite the showing here in our final map of Erangel.
29 smoke grenades being used by BTR. There's plenty compared to the others. But UK, yeah, there's going to be twice in today. Now we're looking at him across our MVP board with, I agree, he tanked the most. He's the wall for Team Secret here. The human shield of Team Secret with 4 eliminations. Despite his damage is not as much as his teammates, but you have to give it. He's courageous enough to be in the front line to make sure that he got damage instead of his teammates.
Yeah, for, you know, like usually put that chart up there on the hit shot ratios, body ratios. Sometimes I wonder like, oh, is that Jukei's stats of him getting hit, or is he the one doing the damage? Because he was just unstoppable overall. He's willing to put his body on the line in order for Team Secret to thrive, and thrive they did. 20 points being secured. Meanwhile, not too far off is going to be BTR, who also secured 10 elimination points for them to be able to still keep up with the pace. Whereas we have an active field with a lot of all these teams really going for decent traits that, you know, on an average they have 5 to 3 points, but not so much so this time for TODAK as well as Ghoul Squad.
Hopefully they can especially TODAK, hopefully they can come back when it comes to Miramar map. They do prefer that map over Erangel. But when it comes to the points here, Team Secret, will they keep the points up? Because last week we had it around 57 for the #1 spot. I guess this week it's slightly different, where we do see a bit of a margin between BTR and eArena here. 20 points almost a difference. 719 Flush, TODAK, MXJ, Homebois are going to swap up and down for certain seats, but it's almost similar as the same that we had before when it comes to the first page. But I do want to see how far off the second page compared to the first page. Can they still do a catch-up game or not? Because if they leave Team Secret to take the lead and BTR as well, now that's going to be a lot of work for the teams to catch up to the smash point rule.
Yeah, certainly will be pretty keen on seeing whether if they could actually keep up to the pace. Meanwhile, midfield, for those who are around the 20-point margins as well as 19 points, they are still kind of in a healthy form. But I would say if anyone goes to snooze even further, I'm staring at DX right now. They only got 8 points. it's a far cry from what they should have actually accomplished throughout all these 3 runs, or should I say even 4. Going to Miramar, there's going to be a lot of pressure on the line. DX, if they stay stagnant at 16, I'm afraid they will miss out the grand finals entirely.
I don't know how to sugarcoat this anymore. This is D Xavier's worst season ever. Worst. They've always ended up, back in the days, they always ended up their worst performance actually in the middle pack. Middle pack or the high tier teams, that's it. We've never seen them to be actually drop performance to the point they're actually in the 16th spot. This is the first time ever.
Yeah, and you know, in the group stages, they have shown some healthy signs, but also it feels like certain points that they're not really fully focused as well. So plenty of times they get punished for that. Now it is reaching towards a boiling point, and what better way than to settle those disputes than to play it in throughout Miramar. So sure, there's chances for tomorrow, but you don't want to wait until somebody smashes it. So honestly, we don't know how many more rounds or chances left for some of these teams out there once we move into the final 2 rounds.
Now, today is a day where they have to get those points up. If the other team's not doing anything about this, there's IHS, Team Secret, as well as BTR can smash it tomorrow quite early on, because they are the only one that can catch up to the smash rule point mark. But that you guys can catch up to. I mean, you guys don't even have to break your banks for it. You guys don't have to do anything except for just open up your device and update that PUBG Mobile. That's it. I did it. You should do it too. The super smooth graphic available right now. Update your PUBG Mobile to version 4.0 and enjoy the smoothest battleground for free. Okay, you don't even have to pay for it. You just have to update it. And it's also reduced your device temperature down to even 15% across all devices.
Yeah, and that's plenty of reasons for you guys to also check out what's also in store other than smooth performance. There's a lot of exciting events happening, especially with this spooky soiree where, you know, Halloween's also around the corner. It's not too far before we head into October already. And on top of that, I mean, other than the cute kitties as well as all these spooky ghosts that you could possibly challenge inside the map, there's just so much that is being offered throughout this month and the next, because other than the spooky soiree, there's also the massive collab that you guys have been waiting for, and it's finally arrived, and it's the collab with G-Dragon across all platforms. Even if you're on the PC counterpart of Battlegrounds or if you're playing through the console, it is all readily available with all these cool stuff that you guys don't want to miss.
It's already dropped yesterday, so you guys should know it by now because it's the 20th here today. But another one already dropped in the game. That's going to be the Lotus experience that's arrived in PUBG Mobile. So take command of the road install, join in the game Motor Cruise event, and claim the iconic Lotus car, hashtag Amira and hashtag EMEA. That's going to be the name of the vehicle you guys are looking at. The EMEA is going to be the yellow color Lotus, and Amira will be the slightly, dark olive color, I assume. So precision, performance, and exclusivity. It's limited amount of time, only up to the 4th of November. Now back to business we go. If nobody tried to stop BTR and also Team Flash at this point, sorry, not Team Flash. Team Flash is like barely do anything today. I'm a bit disappointed, of course. But BTR and Team Secret, if nobody tried to stop them, then it's going to be hard for the other teams to catch up tomorrow here.
Really, it would be a very impossible task, especially, you know, there's another added 20 points on top of the high point margin being set right now by Team Secret. So realistically, it's either BTR or TS if nobody is really trying to follow suit. But I think that TODAK definitely have answers. They finally move into this map of Miramar, which we've seen them thrive throughout the entirety of the season. So we'll definitely keep tabs upon them. Whereas we also had that conversation earlier with that interview with Zuxi, right? Like, oh, BTR, what are the odds that you could actually match up to Alter Ego? Today, they're already proving that they are leaps and bounds better. But is there going to be any answers back from Rosemary? Because I think the last we checked as well, Alter Ego has a decent top 4 record in Miramar too.
I don't know how to answer that because Right now, the teams that we want to we want to see their best form. We've seen them during their prime time back in the days. It's not they don't want to perform. They did not get the opportunity to do so because of how active the top teams right now, like Team Secret, VTR. It's not even these teams even. We've seen how many fights going on. It has been consecutive Erangel maps. We ended up around stage 6 with left 4 teams only. That just shows how fast the game's progressing this season. It's a very different compared to the previous season and the season before. I don't know, is it something to do with Rondo, or it just players start to, change their mindset. Analysts, coaching staff want to do something new. Instead of we do the usual, organized, structured, one thing at a time. How about we try something like this? Just all hell break loose, drop, just find those victims, get those elimination points, and do your job. That's it.
Yeah, that is a little rather risky of an approach, but sometimes teams tend to think a little too much as well, where, rather than thinking too much, it's really going down to action. I think a wise man called Sir Cloud has told me a bunch of times as well, if he's ever tuning in. It's like, yep, Contra, glad you actually remembered. So that being said, 30 seconds before we get right in, and of course, I feel like it's a ripple effect of, teams who miss out on week 1, now they are pushing super hard in week 2, and then there's those teams that, they barely made it, they're hoping to do just about enough, but now they gotta really up the ante once more when we move into the final 2 maps of the night.
Speaking of which, let's not waste any more time. Put our theories aside first, because it's all down to the players. Let's go, Mirama. Shouting out to Sir Cloud, who was in the chat before. Yeah, we miss you, buddy, but yeah, there's not enough room for a tree right now. Maybe in the future, who knows, right? I wouldn't mind being a guest host. But
oh yeah,
it'll be fun. We have plenty to talk about. Last time we had the trio cast, it went really wild. Last I remembered. I miss those times, man. But this time we're gonna head over to Mirama down south. It's gonna be the flight path. High chance it's gonna be probably water treatments and multi-power grade of circle based on this kind of pattern. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see, because I don't trust those predictions when it comes to the drop spot of the teams these days. It just did not actually as we predicted. But we do know Lost Learners, Team Flash always drop himself there. But the question is, do any other teams want to drop himself in Lost Learners to fight against Team Flash? And so far, Team Flash haven't shown any of their fangs yet, which means they've been holding in all day long, maybe because they got caught quite early. I think that's the only way to counter Team Flash these days.
Yeah, like you said, right? Like, if they couldn't really find a momentum other than that chicken dinner, then it's going to be relatively hard. So maybe certain teams, they are not too worried or concerned about this current form that Team Flash is currently at. So they are being challenged by the members of Homebois. Meanwhile, speaking of challenge, we got Alter Ego as well as some of the members of MXG going head-to-head.
Chimasera it is. Kari's already got himself a Vector. KTN spotted out Rosemary. Gatslow got shot down. Gatslow is super important, by the way. He's the one that actually gained so much point for the team, but unfortunately, nobody actually aided him in the process. But at least any consolation, they have 1-to-1 trade. MAQNA, you need to reload first, buddy. But KTN spotted out and finish off Snape instantly, and then they will pick up on Gatslow. Now for the rest of MXG, can they manage to reset or Alter Ego? They are digging their own grave here, because right now, they're down to 3.
And it was a great angle that MXG was really working with, and also great cover fire coming in from the side of KTN to be able to really get the favor of picking up Gatslow, and now back up in shape. Meanwhile, MAQNA doing the same to try to pick up Rosemary, but they're pretty much bunched up in the corner. Alva holding on to that Winchester might be able to cause a dent. And speaking of which, one tap was all it took to pin down Gatslow for the second time coming.
I like the cameraman already show us the player's cam as well. This is it. Whether we get to see any reaction or not. Rosemary back on the ground. KTN. MAQNA trying to actually be in the warehouse, hoping Alva would not get spotted out. But KTN, he got a clear shot towards Alva. Macari's will take down Alva instead. KTN couldn't see anything from him. MAQNA still alive, but pretty unhealthy HP. It's down to KTN versus MAQNA now, but can they go for the reset for MAQNA? No, he doesn't have time. While Rosemary bleeds out. SuperWeeKend feeding the information towards KTN at the same time. Now he's going indoors instead of going from the outside, and he's picking up Rosemary. The perfect time to go. Oh, will he cancel and winning it out? UMP with 4 bullets. You did those bullets, MAQNA. Oh boy, those 4 bullets, don't waste it away. He picked up, he gets a refill. MAQNA trying to finish off SuperWeeKend. Oh, this is the one that's fitting all the information. But on side of Alva, MAQNA. And KTN is not resetting his HP as well. And those bullets running low again. He got nothing to work with. Toss that first aid kit if you need to. He got a reset. I think Alva dropped a couple of bullets for him. But the shot still came through. Heavy toll on both teams. Special to set of alter ego. But KTN managed to get this victory at a very daily cost. No reaction other than that's just very devastating team. And this is why I told you, Contra, when you asked me about alter ego when it comes to Miramar and any of the other teams about Miramar, I just keep it quiet because we never know what's coming.
You know, if they had a face cam on me, my jaw was absolutely floored. Like, KTN, I was highlighting, how important he was, picking up Get Slow, and then he went for that big wide wraparound. I gotta hold that for now because Chow Mills in a little bit of trouble of his own. Ring around the rosy, but it's Federalis that he's dealing with. This guy got more bullets, of course, so it's not like MAQNA's situation. He'll be able to take charge, take control, and meanwhile, Vexy, not quite just there. Limp Boy, he's got even more with the M249 in hand to stand toe-to-toe, so that's 1-for-1 between these two. While the rest of BTR are looking to regress, Razy now pins one more onto the alternate angle, and that leaves only Limp Boy all alone. Federalis looking to close right in. Red FaZe already taking charge with a micro Uzi in hand. Limp Boy, can he actually find at least a conversion as he runs right through the door? And Homebois, they go down, at least with a little bit of fight, getting 1 point.
You gotta hold my excitement. I'm so sorry for that. It feels like watching a horror movie in the cinema at this point. But really man, what a game.
And for some reason, these guys felt even more feisty than they were inside of Miramar. I mean, in Wrangle. And BTR, they are just not showing any signs of slouching at all. Another 4-pointer. Sure, they lost one, but it doesn't matter too much. Meanwhile, of course, we had some changes brought in. Of course, we talked so much about TODAK. Now they have 9 to also join in. And they've already got some really heavy artillery. Is that an MG3 that I see? Or it could be something else. But, oh boy. Plenty of clutches from KTN into what we saw coming from BTR. And I can't wait to see what's next.
I'm kind of worried for what's going to happen next as well. Blue has started to arrive for FaZe Clan. Sam 9 not engaged. We haven't done enough yet because there's some battle going on in eArena and Sam 9. And there's a ring around Rosie. This is a real ring around Rosie, like playing a musical jam. Music singing into the ears of eArena right now. They're winning. It's the vehicle in the way. 9 as 7. They're down to only last player standing when it comes to reading their tactic and movement. And you have to give it to eArena right now. But Firan down to 5 HP. But Mormon, Ellie's eating out that nade as well. But here comes Nikkei Sakura, and that's going to be Sam 9 bowing out despite 4th place, despite eliminations at all.
Wow. I felt like Mormon kind of broke 4 ankles by jiggling around that vehicle, dancing. Like, it's not just one player he took out 2, and then he tosses the nade right across. He's done about enough here, and sure, he popped the nade, but it wasn't enough because the rest of Arena is already here. But look who else has arrived. The Savior over on the back. I believe Mormon at least has been picked up. So are they going to look for a battle? I think Arena says, okay, we're only good for 4. I don't think we want to dance even longer with the Savior.
I don't know how he can stay sane after that play for Mormon. I got motion sickness just by watching it.
Likewise, I felt the
If
same.
I feel if you physically try to do that and realize in real life your ankle will not be alive by end of the day. But back to another team that we have our eyes set onto. That's going to be Team Secret. One of the top teams. Who would have thought Team Secret is actually taking the podium spot quite plenty of times here today? But Circle shrinks. Is it going to be water treatment? Yes, it is. Well, we do have blue teams coming out from the blue zone. FaZe Clan and BTR, as well as last member of Mixer Gang, KTN, taking it slow and steady, knowing the fact he's going solo all the way long. But for the Xaviers, now they need to do something about this. We talked about them. This is their worst performance and the worst season ever. Barely got double digit at this point, and it's the Xaviers, by the way.
Yeah, and you know, back then we always rave about how well Lamborghini performs, and you know, I kind of miss yelling his name, like, oh, this guy securing another clutch and stuff like that, but he's not turning up, and so much so that within the span of this early round, somehow he's already being nabbed, taken out of the list. Sitting at 8 points definitely don't feel comfortable for them. Meanwhile, Glue strikes onto TODAK. TODAK strikes back as well. What really went on here in Cruz del Valle as they are fighting for that position? Another team also setting the sight onto breaching into the city. But I think hearing all those kind of shots being fired towards the TODAK, they at least have been able to retaliate, get themselves a little bit more of that covered ground. So this could be potentially a good spot to hold out, which is why we're looking at so many teams moving towards this area. And yeah, back towards, you know, all the other teams that's been able to really set the tone right. MXG, to me, is the ones who really prove that, hey, we might miss out on the first week, but we are doing everything we could to try to find points. Meanwhile, these Saber, they haven't woke up. I kind of wish they could kind of implement some kind of stuff in their head that, hey, it's about time to put everything on the line.
I wish I can have a bit of that stuff. I don't know what stuff it is, but we want it as well.
Yeah, whatever it was.
To get a bit of, yeah, whatever that stuff is, we need it to work, man. But that's the thing about this lobby here, Contra. Nobody actually seems to be the weak link. There's no weak team at all.
Nah, not at all.
Even though the team didn't make it the first Super Weekend, look at MSG. They still managed to get to top 5. Sam9 is up there as well. And except for the Vikings, but the Vikings, they're better than the Xaviers right now. And speaking of the teams that we haven't mentioned enough, like GLU, the Vikings, FaZe Clan, even taking such a long time in the blue zone. While they're rotating even on the side of BTR, they're taking things slow, knowing the fact the circle is quite centralized on the map just now. They want to play this slow. They don't want to go against all the teams in early conflicts. Nonetheless, BTR already scored a 4 early on. We saw they wiped out one of those teams that are being eliminated just now. But as the circle closing, is it going to be water treatment in between still? But I think Hill will want to hold their grounds where water treatment's at. It's not really the highest ground of elevation, but there's at least structures to take covers with. And KTN's actually moving that way. And that's actually one of the best spots for him to hide himself well because of those high water tanks that's big enough to make sure that he won't get spotted out by all these teams out there.
Yeah, love that he actually figured things out by really spending so much time by the zone. And yeah, as much as we scrutinize DX, I think FaZe Clan is also in the same spectrum. As a matter of fact, back in the first week of the Super Weekend, FaZe Clan only has 1 point as well. It really feels like this team kind of run out of gas. They most often than not do very good in the group stages. And then come the weekend, it doesn't seem like they have gotten the right ideas that's been able to really propel themselves ahead. Of course, we can also give them a little bit of a leeway, knowing that, you know, this is a very huge shift of a roster that we are seeing coming out despite familiar names out of FaZe Clan. Because majority of them have already moved from FaZe Clan into the current iteration of Vampire Esports.
That begs a question for Vampires. Tony K, this is the first time Tony K is not playing for the season, but wait, KFQ, can he get away? I don't think he can. based on how close the FaZe Clan is, and they got a straight line to shoot him down. One HP, and it needs a reload. What a lucky guy for KFQ. That was too close for Glue. GLU. Construction workers, they're actually wearing those jackets this time. But KF is going to hop onto his friend's vehicle, but it's going to be the same fate anyway. KF, at least he survived. But it's a different person that actually got knocked down. It's going to be Xbox and Noel. This is where everything goes in shambles for GLU. There's no way KFQ can actually save him at this point. I think the rest of his teammates regretted they tried to make a U-turn and tried to save him because he's the only one that actually survived.
Yeah, you know, like I was so boggled in this whole situation for the side of Blue because you know, like that kind of student back in school where it's like, hey, Chu, can I borrow your homework? I was like, yeah, sure, take it. And then he went on to score like the best result when you're the one doing all the work. It's like Noel was the guy giving him the vehicle. It's like, hey, I know you lost your vehicle, you can have mine, and he got clipped. What?
Yeah. That's life, guys. Life is never fair, okay? That's just reality of life kicking in. Now, while we're waiting for Team Flash to reposition himself because Team Secret tried to breach into Team Flash's compound, BTR is actually nearby as well. Also, we have Vampires on the top. Now, Vampires, that begs the question. This is the first season we're not looking at. I don't think this is the first season. There's times that TODAK didn't actually play as well, but it's not the entirety of the season. When it comes to season, this is the first TODAK is not playing. With TODAK not in the roster, hence, is this why Vampire's performance is like this?
I think like they're definitely coming in with a very different formula on how they are operating, especially around Red Bull, Gui, who's, you know, previous members of Aja Esports. But of course, I'll hold that top for now because Team Secret as well as Team Flash, it's seemingly enough that they don't shy away from one another. That's so much so. All these maps that they play out, they always bump into each other, but they got bigger fishes to fry because BTR, they spot out Bows over on the other corner, and then absolutely gonna flush him out. He's barely got enough health, and he's only got, what, a Pumpy and an M4? This is barely gonna cut it, and the Molotovs are already setting right in. They're gonna burn him up alive. BTR, absolute savages. They don't even look to actually push right through because they don't really have to really put their bodies on line.
Oh. Tops, can he actually save his mate here? I don't think so. Bo's pretty low himself, couldn't hold this line too long. He tried to buy himself time, but how to get out? Tops also got finished off by BTR. Federales taking him away, and now he's down to Bo's by himself. Team Flash, they really get pushed into a corner now. Federales also indoors, and it's going to be lots of it to be seen. FaZe and Federales, what a combo coming up from BTR here today. Taking 7 elimination across the board. They are dominating this lobby right now. BTR is back for the trophy.
Yeah, and of course, we had that conversation about the race between Team Secret as well as BTR. Clearly, BTR is leading the pack, while Secret left with 1. So BTR absolutely sort their nemesis out. Levi's now the final member remaining for the side of the Savior. Does not want to go out with another empty shell. Such a tight situation for DX, while Kenny finally makes an appearance as they take down Shopper. Foxy on the other end, also getting a little bit of exchange through. Gui now gets a little bit of a glimpse onto BTR, and they're hoping to also breach inside the zone, but either side of the party are within that reach. But at least Vampire Esports, they've already got a little bit more grounds covered, and BTR is looking to push.
Oh, Gui, you don't want the CQC. They will win this fight with CQC. BTR, they're very good at the mid-range and the close quarter combats here. Federales going for the flanker straight away, but Federales got knocked down by Gui and Traps instead. FaZe taken out. BTR feels like they are in shambles right now. Is that the whole lineup of BTR got taken out? Not really. They're still Razy. But this also begs the question, if BTR, they managed to survive in the top 4, with Team Secret eliminated, next in line is going to be eArena to catch up to those points. But if eArena also get eliminated before BTR's is, then high chance BTR, the only one, can smash their own point tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that's a really great fact to actually put right through. BTR, You know, 7 eliminations here in Miramar is a really good score, but if they can reap more out of this round, that'll be great. And there's still so much more points for eArena to catch up. They need multiple eliminations on top of getting a chicken dinner to try to close the gap, because I don't see a way they will be able to topple BTR's record at the moment. But hey, they could only try, because there's still another round right after this. Razy, we'll have to see what kind of stops he actually pulls out. And of course, now that there is a little bit of a empty spacing between the teams, I guess we can go back to that conversation. Vampire Esports, now with a new iteration, like you said, without Tony K, you still have Mela though. I think he is definitely the DNA to try to lead all these freshly faces.
You just praise him, brother. He got knocked down the moment you praise him.
I cursed it. Not like this.
The exact time as well. But hey, at least good news for you, Mela. That was a long shot. There's no follow-up to that kill feed. So there's still hope in there. Okay, we still see that Vampires have one person bleeding out. Yeah, they managed to revive him. But who shot Vampires just now from afar? That's a very long shot, by the way. I think it's probably eArena that's most logical at this point. But speaking of the logical consequences here, it's going to be VOIN on design grounds. Looking at FaZe Clan. I remember Voxy with those high grounds. And I remember Razy on those high grounds too. So BTR, they only have one. That's not going to be Razy. But this other FaZe Clan, they want to share the shack, which not going to be enough for 2 people. And VOIN managed to finish off ASO Zip. GLU down to KFQ. It's been a while KFQ actually hold this by himself.
Yeah, quite poetic as well, because you remember FaZe Clan was the one who deteriorated majority of Glue Squad, and now he gets to watch all this unfold. It's like, ha, chase me even more, suckers. You're not going to get the best of me. You're not going to get my shack as well. So
not going to share. I don't know you.
But despite all of that, of course, kudos to FaZe Clan. They still walk away with 5 points. A little better of a round compared to some of that they had in Wrangle. But of course, now their progress halted, and Levi somehow still survive. How long has it been?
Trying to, mate. If you're looking at this, he's quite far from the circle. I'm saying it's quite far. It looks very close, yes, but he's on foot. And it's 100 meters apart. And it's swarmed by VOIN players. It's not going to be easy task for Levi to ninja himself in there. There's another solo player this side. It's going to be Razy. Oh, speaking of BTL, Razy is still there, so they should be careful. This guy butting into everybody else's business. I have no care the wall at all. And Levi found it out, but its play zone finished him off. So I don't think Potato actually scored anything out of that one. Still a good deny by Xaviers. But when it comes to VOIN, still having a full squad and 6 eliminations across the board, by the way. eArena also have 6 elimination and having a full squad. So I expect for the next circle, there's going to be a huge battle between those big squad that having a full player still alive.
Yeah, and on top of that, this is by far one of the better rounds coming in from Hill Esports as well. Take a look at that split, which is rather interesting, right? They planned 2 around water treatment, another 2 over the south side. VOIN, they took charge of the high ground terrains, but now needing to leave those facilities into a deeper field. So back towards Razy though, not quite in the clear of the zone. I'm thinking that maybe Tiger X is going to relieve his position right now, but he still got Pazorix to worry about on that far end. Razy, I'm not quite sure if he's trying to look for an attempt to exchange, or is he just chilling?
No, I think he's trying to go for the taps from afar. He's already injected the adrenaline injection just now. It means that he wants to boost it up so you can actually either run or have slightly faster movement, because when the bar is full, you do know movement-wise it's going to be slightly faster. But for Razy, he's ninjaing himself into the circle. Can get it through without being spotted, because Hill right now is a bit busy against VOIN. Reaching got knocked down, almost completely got finished off if they manage to toss a nade that's going to be on point. But 3 touch, making sure they will keep it at bay. But here comes a nade over toss towards the other end. And Vampires fighting against Viking. The nades galore going to be right on top of this hill right now between Hill and VOIN. Voxy going in to take the front line with the buggy become the barricade. But the buggy sliding. They don't have that much covers anymore for VOIN now.
Ooh. Oh, that was very, very risky. Those exchanges still favoring the side of VOIN Esports. And now the rest of Hill kind of like everyone goes in for the pickup. Richard is back up online, but the nade's looking really good. Oh, Razak dodges it. Almost having the entire clip of the shell dropping right in front of his face. And it's taking quite a while. Both sides really depleting their resources. And finally, the touches actually come from 30K. eArena, they heard all the ruckus and they want in.
Oh, Tiger managed to take down Zeta first. It's going to be Razak next. Razak right on top. He didn't see Tiger within those smokes. He didn't manage to finish off and clear off a Tiger Axe and gain himself points. But here comes the eArena from the far now to close. eArena Joker, they keep on the pressure to Assail, still licking their wounds from the fight against the VOIN before. VOIN be the first one to bite the dust. Well, we're down to 6 teams in stage number 6. It's going to be eArena trying to take those iron grounds, but it's going to be another team coming in from behind. KTN, the one-man army, out of nowhere, popping his head and still those points away.
And then somehow he's been able to reap all the rewards, all because eArena was so occupied. Hill only down to Pazorix hiding inside of the smoke. KTN, he's not backing down because he knows he's done just about enough. And perhaps he could actually claim even more. And he's just so sneaky about it. He pokes a little bit, he falls back, and now that also keeps eArena alerted that they don't overgrass because eArena thinks maybe it's a full squad coming in their way. And somehow they got everyone full. KTN is just so sneaky.
Oh, but all 3 teams right now have to move. Sneaky or not, KTN have to think about his survivability first, but he wants to get those points coming up from Hill. And Joker will try to find Hill player lost. He's camouflaging himself in that UAZ. He's being smart here. Because there's too many vehicles around the corner. So they can spot out which one is empty. There's too many. And he's playing decoy. 10K, you can spot him. I think the fire shot by KTN. KTN on the move. It's going to be Razy against him. And KTN, he wiped out. Mixed again, KTN. Hot carrying the team. Hopefully his back is not broken because right now he needs to carry out the chicken for the team as well.
Man, that's already 5 points for KTN. And Hill, they also crumble. He makes it into the top 4. You gotta also remember this, MXG was the first out of all these meta teams to go into the battle, and now that big eruption has put out the rest of Vampire Esports and VKE. They still have a solid 4 stack. And back towards KTN, I don't know how did he pull this off into a top 3.
I don't know if that 2.8% of winner chicken dinner will actually get to 100% if eArena and Vikings cancel each other out. But for KTN, he managed to squeeze in between these 2 titans, 2 teams. But all he needs to do now, lay it low, play it slow, and just care about himself. And he got nothing else to worry about other than just hoping they will cancel each other out first. If he keeps moving like this, they might actually attract the eArena players' attention here. And he has to pray the fact that Vikings, if they open fire first, nobody will have even a second to think about there might be somebody around this corner. So KTN have to play it slow and safe and not be too early to exploit his own position, but they are rotating this way. This seems bad news for KTN. It's straight on the side. They just suspect this, but he might actually clutch. Oh, that was so close.
Oh, he actually did quite a damage on top of those 2 members. And maybe he's actually helping out Vikings in securing a chicken dinner. But Vikings, they're not even leaving the compound. This is just something that I've not really seen before. Vikings, they're being a little bit too passive. That could have been an opportunity. And KTN, he's done just about enough. Super impressive work coming out of KTN. He might just end up as the MVP of this round, even if he don't walk away with a chicken dinner. We'll have to see about that because right now, Sakura's also got 5 points. And eArena, they've dealt quite some number.
There's no stopping this guys. eArena now charging up all guns when it comes to getting those eliminations here. Joker, they're playing a 1-2-1 formation with Mormon and Joker going for the flank side. High chance 10K will hop onto the vehicle and try to charge straight and crash into Vikings' compound. As a matter of time right now, unfortunately for eArena, they have to make the move first because that compound seems to be the center. And if any case the blue zone will eat first, it's going to be eArena. So they have to get their positions right.
Yeah, there's also an off chance where it zooms into an open space just outside of the compound as well. And by then, I think it'll be a very rowdy fight in between the smokes, which MVKE could not afford to fully gamble as well. But right now, they're trying to lure all these members of eArena to come a little bit closer, but they're not biting the bait just yet. So eArena
Nate
tries to open up.
Oh, Sakura! That was the biggest break. They need attention to loosen up, and here comes go time for the side of Mormon and TODAK, going for both sides here, straight to the crash and towards the compound. Well, they're going to leave one player on the outskirts to give a cover fire. Sakura taking the charge and lead as well, but eating out another nade. Strong managed to take down TODAK on his knees. TODAK managed to take down on break again before he's knocked down, but Joker will join in. There's no more cover from the back. They're going to take it indoors.
And now down to Trang. He's going to be the first line of defense. Nobody to pick up break for the moment. eArena tries to clear every single corner, but they're all being bunched up. Wunti now trying to get the revives done, and that allows space for Moment to also go in for the flank.
Joker managed to take down on Trong. It's two... sorry, never mind. They managed to return on break. Back to 3v4. Now they have to go for the flank side, but it's going to be so worrying. Didn't see those nades flying over from inside. Tiz managed to knock down Sakura. Back to 3v3. Back to equal field. Square one. Tiz coming out outside. Finish off Sakura. There's going to be a no reset on that. And Tiz and Vikings, they still have a fight. They will not let eArena easily take them out as they're being sieging this compound forever. TODAK, Joker, and now Mormon working out as a triangle. But in any case, Viking can reset back up to 4 players again. They do have better numbers and odds now.
And they're trying to prove that the best defense is the best offense. And they're looking to strike down Joker. He's so low. And Tins is pushing outwards. This might just be the golden break. And with this swing, he might be able to find him, but Tins is being brought down.
Oh, we're looking at Wunti trying to shoot on any heads that can be appeared, but unfortunately for Vikings. Oh, it was so close. But still their best run when it comes to the side of Viking. But stake the chicken on the board. It's going to be eArena Diwa winning over. They are happy when it comes to the mood of the day. But eArena, they are here to take those points and to take that number 1 spot. Can they do it just like they did in the last Super Weekend? Because last Super Weekend, they took the charge and they were at the number 1 spot. But we did not to smash the game on day 2.
Yeah, Vikings, they needed this chicken even more so as compared to eArena to save their chances into a grand finals. But it was such a back and forth. I felt like the attention span in this fight was being brought apart. Tins, he was looking for that deep flank angle, and we're expecting his teammates to be able to hold indoors. But the trades and also all these alternate angles that eArena has been working on was so much better. And take a look at those massive numbers that they churn out. How many points is this? A total of 16 on top of Chicken Dinner. This is by far the biggest win that eArena's got here over the weekend.
Yep, and when it comes to the MVP, he is back here for TODAK. He's been quiet for week number 2, almost the entirety of the week. There's more about Sakura and Joker during the league stage. I'm glad he's finally back here when it really matters, when time is critical. TODAK show up. I know you guys want TODAK, but hey, this is TODAK. A different vibe, a different wave, and a different power of shift when it comes to the Terminator this season. High chance it's going to be TODAK. But Mormon, I don't know if he's dancing. He should be, because right now, eArena might actually just be at the number 1 spot with their 16 eliminations.
What a huge flex it is for eArena to once again thrive here out in the fields, securing the biggest chicken dinner by far on this week 2 run. And of course, we've seen so many glimpses of brilliances, especially from KTN, making it to the top 3 as he holds the fortress for MXG to climb up the charts. BTR had some showing as well. MVK, I thought it was their moment. The defense looked solid, but I felt the zone pressure was a little too much for them to bear, and that started to crack them up against eArena.
KTN, he lasted half an hour by himself. Only 2 minutes of full squad time, by the way. But Mormon, he should be dancing. I hope we actually get Mormon dancing for once this season. 173 damage received, 5 elimination, 566. It's been a while we've seen Mormon, and he's back. And during the league stage as well, Mormon has not played as much as we hoped for, and I'm glad he's showing up when it comes to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that he gets some full airtime as well, because he's really proving to be a very strong contender out there in the fields whenever eArena chooses to actually field him in some of these rounds. And, you know, eArena now is living in such a healthy spot, securing this 26-pointer round. Take a look at the rest of the field. It really felt like they were denied and starved out, where nobody else has gotten those double digits. As a matter of fact, MXG 6 points, 7 for BTR, and the rest was left with whatever else that they could actually find. So it's still a very healthy number coming from the mid pack, especially for Vampire Esports, also holding up just fine in this round to get alongside with 5 points for FaZe Clan.
With 16 elimination by eArena, almost 3,000 damage just now. I want to see how many zeros are we having down there. Only 2 this time. Alter Ego, at least, despite they being eliminated one of the first few team out, but at least they scored 3 eliminations. Time to mix a gang. I think it was mixed a gang against Alter Ego at first, right? They managed to get 3 players of mixed a gang out of that, and leaving KTN to survive all by himself to get the top 4. How crazy is that?
Yeah, there's just so many solo performances. BTR still holds that #1 spot, but you can see the margins is just so close. eArena is only 1 point away from giving them the run for the money. Team Secret also now sliding down the position into that 3rd spot with 56 points. And look at that, MXG into the top 4. Does that confirm that they've already knocked other teams down? But we still have to play out tomorrow, so who knows what will happen then. But Sem9, you know, they've been holding on to number 4 for a while, and they will slowly be pushed down because MBK as well as VPE, they're slowly rising in the numbers.
Oh, this is painful to watch on the second page. I wouldn't mind these Avers at 16 spot if they got in the 20s. I wouldn't mind that at all when it comes to the margins. It's just too big for these Avers. What is going on? They will actually not qualify for the grand finals if they keep this going, because these Avers, during the league stage, they had only 2 points. And this is quite alarming, even for FaZe Clan as well, since MXG is pushing the numbers up. We're talking about the grand finals, but we have to give credit for, of course, the top 4 gunslinger. It's going to be eArena, the VIKINGS, VOIN, and BTR. But look at the damage. It's just half for VIKINGS against eArena. Second place and first, by the way. But speaking of that, I'm going to talk about the league rank pointer right now, Contra, because FaZe Clan and these Avias, as well as Talent, they might get booted out in the no slot for them if they keep this going.
Yeah, especially with MXG having such a healthy number, and this being their first week in the weekend, it's been really smooth sailing for them. So I'm not too sure about the rest of the field, so maybe they just gotta update to the 4.0 in order to keep playing longer. You guys could do exactly the same. So how this really helps, because of the, of course, great patch, we've been able to really optimize how you guys play PUBG Mobile. So there's lesser power consumption, up to a total of 7%. And you can also improvise on the GPU processing power on top of that. So it really gives you a longer battery life, so you can game for a whole lot longer.
I think MAQNA, you guys probably even memorize our script as well because we have been repeating this like a broken record. So you guys can say it with us. Hey, the PUBG Mobile version 4.0 Spooky Soiree is already live. So get ready for new gameplay and an epic IP collaboration. And big surprises are dropping this September and October. Don't forget, it's a Halloween month, October, so don't miss out. Stay tuned for more spooky fun. Too cute to be spooky, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course, if you're not really too much into spooky stuff, I'm pretty sure that you definitely want to check this out because G-Dragon is here. It's his rules, and it's time for you guys to conquer the field with plenty of style because the man himself is offering a whole lot of all these drops for you guys to secure. On top of that, there's also G-Dragon events with this collaboration. You don't want to miss out. It's already available, and if that's not your kind of thing, I'm pretty sure this will entice you with this collab with Lotus.
The Lotus experience. It's going to be all the kaching and the bling bling up to the 4th of November, which are already available right now for you guys to check it out in the game and take command of the road and style. Join the game Moto in-game, the Moto Cruise event, and claim the iconic Lotus cars Emira and Emea. But back to business we go. I'm trying to calculate. If you guys not looking, I'm looking the site here because I'm looking at the points right now by the teams during the league rep points that will qualify them to the grand finals. Now FaZe Clan, when it comes to the overall, they are in the 20s. Last we've seen them, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. FaZe Clan, they are in shaking spot. If they ended up in 16 spot once more, they ended up with only 2 points. These Xaviers, they got 2 points last weekend. Now, if they ended up last, that's going to be only 3 points. With Mixer Gang, Sam 9, that teams that never get into the Super Weekend before getting way better performance, it shows that even if with one Super Weekend, these teams will get pushed down. The teams at the bottom have no slot for grand finals at all.
Yeah, it's really concerning, even for the likes of Blue Squad, now that we come to think of it as well. So they really gotta go on with the hustle into this round before the smash rule is being set for tomorrow. So right at this point, it is still within the margins that we've kind of expected, around the high 60s to the 70s right now. And maybe if it's being set even higher, it's gonna make things so difficult for FaZe Clan, Xavier to even have enough games to play, unless if you're talking about, oh, nobody smashes tomorrow, so there's still 8 rounds to play out for maybe some of these teams to climb.
Okay, with the fact that eArena just getting himself is such a big haul just now. We thought last season we had 10 points added into the set point rule, right? The match point. Mm-hmm. The match point is going to be where the smash will get implemented or activated. Whatever ends at number 1 spot here today, you add another 20 points, and that's going to be it. That's going to be the point that everybody wants to be eligible to smash it. With the arena, that with this momentum, if they carry out it tomorrow in Rondo, they might just get it smashed in the second or third map, which means these Xaviers, they don't have the opportunity anymore. They have to treat this last map of Mirama their last chance to get into the grand finals. Like it or not, they have to get out of the bottom trench and try to get at least a better position overall.
Yeah, now that you're manifesting as well as projecting onto what could potentially happen tomorrow, and for the fact of the matter, eArena has always looked super good in Rondo. So it is very, very possible for them to actually reach that 20-point threshold, unless if you're talking about either them or even BTR. It's still no good news either ways. So you can also see that there's some signs of concern even for teams like Alter Ego, where sure, they've had maybe a little bit more points as compared to some of these other guys who have lesser ones back in week 1. So they could still do just about enough to maintain themselves. So what are the likelihood for, teams like Talon, Xavier to still somehow make it? Because when we take a look at the rest, I mean, Homebois, they're doing pretty well. Team Secrets, definitely in the clear with their current performance. Homebois, MAQNA, I guess it really depends on how they play out tomorrow. So yeah, I'm having very mixed feelings onto how these teams could actually make it to the grand finals.
I'll be honest, I don't feel like Thailand can make it to the grand finals at this point because MXG with... You know what? We're going to put that aside and say it at the game because right now we're going to gear up ready to go because the last map here matters so much for the teams like these Xaviers. The bottom teams, they need to make a comeback. This is their last chance here. Let's go into the last map today, Mirama.
As we set sail into the very final map of our Saturday run, we still have about 8 more maps to go for tomorrow, potentially. I say potentially because we've seen such a dominating run coming out of eArena as well as BTR. If they exact that once again, then we will have a very early day to close out the Sunday. But of course, we don't even want to think that far because this round is going to matter a whole lot as we talk about the magnitude of what this means to these teams who's hoping for that golden opportunity. We're not even thinking about PMGC right now. They need to get to the grand finals.
PMGC is something that a bit more further. What's in front right now, it's going to be getting into grand finals one step at a time for the teams. Now, let me break it down for you guys out there. GLU squad and FaZe Clan only scored 1 point in their first week of Super Weekend. I'm waiting for the overall ranks later to pop. These Xaviers got only 2 points, same goes for Talon Esports. Now, Talon Esports, they're not playing. With MXG, if they finish in top 5, they will automatically push down all these teams downwards. Same goes for first time to be in the Super Weekend, MXG, Vikings, and Sem9. Watch out for these 3. This will change so much for the other teams down there that didn't make it for this Super Weekend. As the circle pops into El Pozo, I'm looking at Sem9. I want to see Sem9 overalls. I want to see MXG and the Vikings, because if these teams all happen to be in the top 5, there's going to be big trouble brewing at the very down there. And GLU, even if they manage to get two Super Weekends, ended up with another point, only 1 point this Super Weekend, it's not going to be enough.
Yeah,
definitely not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think like that kind of confirms it, you know, like it really boils down to how much can they actually rise from the gutter right now. We're already looking at Krypton being brought in from the side of Alter Ego, substitution being made into this very last round. So perhaps this could actually propel Alter Ego, who's currently sitting at 13. And, you know, Alter Ego's been that kind of team that gives us a little bit of a heart attack from time to time. Limboy's the one subbed out for some reason to bring in Addict Boy to take charge this time around.
Oh, I don't know about this. I personally prefer Limboy. It feels like he's the biggest key player in the lineup for Homebois MAQNA. It's important for him to actually play right now. I'm surprised and baffled the fact that actually swap him and bench him out.
Yeah, if anything at all, I felt like maybe you could have actually taken some other player out and still keep him intact, because he's been so pivotal for the past couple of rounds. But maybe he's feeling a little bit of that fatigue already. We don't really know what's happening on ground. But we got our glimpse of the top 5 in limbs. I think it's the usual suspect. 2 members out of BTR, Redface as well as Razy, to prove that they have what it takes to really take it all the way home. BTR, when was the last time we've seen them holding at number 1 spot? It's been quite a while. And this iteration has really given everybody hope back in Indonesia that they might be able to hold that trophy once again.
Now, for worst case scenario, BTR, if they drop the performance, they're still going to end up, I think, it's probably going to be around the top 5 by the end of tomorrow anyway. So with their performance last week, they're pretty much in the same, probably 100% going to get into the grand finals. The 100% team's going to get into the grand finals. I'm going to call it out right now. Team Flash, eArena, VOIN, Vampires, TODAK, BIGETRON. RQ is not playing, but with their points in the first week, pretty much plenty, which was 5 points. I won't worry too much. Hill will be in the grand finals. Boom's not playing. They only scored 4. Now, whoever's got 4 points and below and not make it to this Super Weekend, they are not safe at all. Due to, depending on Sem9 and MXG, if they finish off in the top 5 again tomorrow, they will reward themselves 7 or 8 points, depending on which position they're at. And that will push down all the teams with below 4 points. Despite you have 2 Super Weekends entered in, you're not going to qualify.
Yeah, and that's the reality sinking in for all these players out there. And of course, we can talk a little bit more on that while Potato's getting picked off so early on. That's going to be first blood in the hands of eArena. And by securing this point, BTR as well as eArena is currently tied. That definitely is a little storm brewing out here in the fields. And now back to that conversation yet again. So naturally, we've also had teams who have not made 2 weekends to be taken off the list already. So I'm not too sure as to, you know, how realistically how many slots currently is under contest. Of course, Sem9, I think the story for Sem9 has been super impressive because they missed out on the first week. Marginally, it was almost a big clutch coming from Yuhai to really bring in the very final kill. If he did manage to land that chicken dinner, Sem9 would have actually qualified for 2 weekends. And look at them. This time, they're making no mistakes. They are in the top 5. If they can just maintain it, they should be absolutely safe. Now, look at the rest of the field. If only they had half the spirits of what they had out of Sem9, they would have been in such a more comfortable position. So, BLUG, FaZe Clan, the savior, like we said, Talon is the one that is feeling super helpless in all this position, because if there's ever a tiebreaker rule, I think it also considers the fact that if you can qualify to 2 weekends, I don't know how that one works, but of course, I don't want to go into those deeper details for now, because if these teams can do it,
I'll go for that deeper details in a bit. Now, why I say this is quite concerning for the teams that are at the bottom right now, because Vikings, Sem9, MXG, these are the 3 teams that have their debut here today, and they are on the top 8. If this carried forward for tomorrow, there'll be around 4 or 6 teams who will not qualify despite they had those super weekends before. One of them, the Xaviers, GLU, FaZe Clan, Talon, and whoever's not getting their better points, if Alter Ego get pushed down, they might be one of those victims too.
yeah, so it's not really all too safe, and it also depends on how well either FaZe Clan, BLUG, as well as DX can actually perform. So it really felt like they are stuck in this limbo, as if that they've never really left off of the last weekend, that they're still continuing this kind of slump. And it really goes to show that when you're playing in the league, whether if it's overseas, whether if it's in your hometown, fatigue is a real thing where, you know, you put a lot of effort throughout the groups, you manage to qualify, but the run is not over till it's really done. And therefore, they need that kind of mindset where it's healthy for them to be able to really put every gas left in the tank over onto this weekend's.
Oh.
And now back into the action. Oh, beautiful stuff coming from Win. He's always been that hit maker, as Team Flash once again looking to score up against that fallen member. It doesn't seem like there's full commitment up against Vampire Esports, but they're absolutely plotting things up against Lazarus and Schweppes. He did not even last for longer than 2 seconds, and it's Win the game with the knock.
Any consolation if Team Vampire is losing this fight over Team Flash, they're still going to make it to the grand finals for the fans out there. So you guys should support them for the grand finals as well. But for the circle, it's going to be La Cobreria. Well, we're going to head over to Crater Fields Massacre later on. Major migration. When we hit just stage number 2, we can see everybody start to move. It's all about the clashes and whether they bump into each other. Down to, I think, Vampires, they are leaving. They're not going to overcommit themselves against Team Flash just now, who secured those 2 eliminations. They part ways. But for BTR, they're coming out from Trailer Park, if I'm not mistaken. If they go keep on straight, or maybe coming out from Alpos, it depends. If they go to the left side, it's going to be towards Trailer Park. There's nobody there, so it's pretty safe, except for MXG, of course, who seems to be in parallel motion as a BTR at. And Brutface is being chased by 3 players of MXG behind him.
Oh, meanwhile, Federalis is also chasing from behind. They managed to catch out, get slow. And now BTR, by securing this kill, they regained that #1 position. But still more work to be done. The rest of MXG kind of mixed up their positioning, and it caused this awkward scenario where they're thinking about taking pit stops to try to trade back. But now every member of MXG is being scattered apart, and I'm not really liking where this is going. But at the very least, I think that they're in a very healthy node. Meanwhile, speaking of healthy notion as well, you know, FaZe Clan, they started inside of La Corberia. This could be their game. But of course, I gotta hold that top. The fight continues on. Big Nate's now pop back over the side of Team Flash. An instant pickup with the coupe to just drive by. And now back towards that conversation. FaZe Clan, all they really need to do this game, they just need to be safe inside the city so long as that circle continuously moves towards that direction.
Why did I say that this map is going to be the last? Just because, you know, look at how big the margin is with the rest of the teams on top and the ones at the very bottom. Even on the first page, it's already more than half of a difference to first and the 8th place down there. So it's going to be hard to catch up unless they actually catch out BTR in eArena to get out first. But the problem is right now, these are the teams that are still hunting people down. There's no stopping these top 2 teams right now. They are on adrenaline rush and hyping things up to make sure that nobody can catch up to their points. Even for MXG tomorrow, it's going to be tough for them to reach out to this smash roll point. Even if they've got plenty in Rondo, it's not going to be matched up enough for BTI in eArena or Team Secret. So this is going to be the top 3 teams. They have the opportunity to shut things down easily tomorrow, and it's plenty if you have more than one team to easily get the smash through implemented on the second map.
Yeah, and of course, with that magnitude being sinking right into their veins right now, the Savior, they're also looking for a poised position. Now they're going to be in the center of attention, holding on the outskirts of La Corberia. They better put up a showing because right now a lot of teams will be traveling towards the direction. BTR once again in the mix-up up against MXG. Crazy, so sharp, finding KTN as he's been the impact maker of that last round that he played out to bring 5 points. Now he's gonna have his round cut short. An early res, only 2 members of MXG still remaining.
Hey.
But Karis, where's he gonna go?
He needs a break, okay? KTN did pull so much for that last round. So now it's down to Makaris and SuperWeekeend to actually do the work. They need to match up what KTN has to offer just now. Okay, so right now, like it or not, they have to fight for the survival. But I don't see SuperWeekeend anywhere close by. I think their formation is broken completely here, forced to be separate. So Makaris, you're on your own.
Yeah, very risky plays. But hey, if his teammate could do it last round, I believe that's enough of motivation.
He has to.
He is like, yep. Everybody has to buy him dinner. I think like a couple of sessions of Bukata could be able to sort them out. Meanwhile, back towards the side of Kim and the rest of Homebois with interesting exchanges of players moving into the final round. I think that they've definitely had major impact into the table. But they're not quite in the clear because if you take a look closely onto the tables right now, 23 points only ties them with VOIN Esports.
Wait, Makaris.
So-
Now's the time. Now, you have to do it. 1v3, like I don't know, you have to fight against Hill. At least he chipped down Tiger down to 50% of HP. Makaris cooking up another nade, hoping it will land right on top of Azorius. No, exactly where it's at, but it's a bit of a miss. There's a palm tree in between. Oh, it's going to be 1v3. This is not the best place he wants to fight this one now. He has to get indoors, going straight to the second floor, knowing that it's going to be a staff fight in case things going haywire. Oh, Makaris, he's being swarmed by Hale players. It's 1v3, but if there's any luck in play, he has to pray that these Avies will butt into this business.
I kind of like how he's actually utilizing every throwable that he has from the Molotov into the grenade to really buy time. But the problem is, Hill, they're not biting the bait. Really looking for those angles. He just looked away for a second and instantly they're charging right in. He finds one. Can he get 2? Yes, he does. But for the back, they managed to put a dent. And he falters. Close enough. And here comes the rest of the squads also trailing right behind. Tiger X has got to make the save real quick.
Still licking their wounds for Hill. Rich is down as well. Imagine if he'll actually reach there on, if GLE reach there on time and can actually save Macarius, that will be a really good comeback story. We'll finally get a spot on SuperWeeKend. He's too far apart. They're being forced to break the formation just now after they lost that 2 members early on. Oh, Rap FaZe. This is sneaky. Very sneaky.
Oh no, Mika, he's also revealing his location. And it took quite a while. And here we go, Red FaZe and Federalis. They're working. He's kind of feeding off the info. And maybe Red FaZe can put even more damage.
Just go for it.
He does not want to be real.
Just go for it. Red FaZe is quite concerned regarding all the other 7-9 players. He didn't see them yet. But that was a great shot from Federalis below upwards. We barely got enough ammunition. He's running low with his magazine just now. Loves our scene of Federalis. But Red FaZe, he couldn't spot out Mika. This is a very slippery slope, by the way. If he dropped himself down, there's nobody nearby except for Federalis to revive him. But at least on the case of Yuhai, 13 reserve will be enough. Sam 9, they're running dry. For those actually around the mountains area, they are running dry with their ammunition. But Firan, here comes a crash. 1v3 and got one. Firan, can he hold the ground for himself? But he couldn't. Marzel just arrived. Sam 9 Mika probably will have to reshift his focus to the back because they are being ambushed by BTR from behind.
Yeah, this is such a masterclass coming in from BTR. It's a counter strat up against those who are in the high ground, and they absolutely choked out every single member out of 7-9. Only one remaining, though. Barely enough room for Mika. He knows he needs to deal with Red FaZe, but the moment he turns his attention to Red FaZe, I think the rest of BTR will also know his location to quickly take him out. So he's got no other choice. He's just got to fight his way out. And now here comes the grenade. Slightly wide. Dealing with the rest of the field. And BTR sends the full ace.
Sam 9 eliminated. That's losing their top 5 spot. And BTR, there's no stopping this team. 6 eliminations. 68 points right now. That's going to even further open up the gap stretched out between eArena, Team Secret with BTR. They really want to stretch as far as they can so they can actually smash it tomorrow as fast as they can as well. But for Alter Ego and Team Secret, it's going to be a 3-way war alongside with TODAK. This triangle battle. The hardest one to be in position is going to be Alter Ego. That slippery slope will force them to be in the blue or not. Because Team Secret, they get those high elevations, but the smoke will blind them from seeing the rest of Alter Ego for now.
A little bit of pressure coming with the grenades as well. Doki already taken outside of the blue zone. Is really down to Xerath to really hold down the line, and they're all side by side. A drive up over on the side of the buggy, and he's managing to put them down at the same time. Now back over side of GK. He did manage to pick up Doki, and now lock and loaded. The rest of Team Secret got that funnel towards that corner, and now the rest of Alter Ego are slowly depleted. And here comes the rival of TODAK to also make them pay at the very same time. And this is going to be a full rush coming from Dev to really put every member of Team Secret to sleep.
Oh, Alter Ego also in trouble. Dev is not stopping. They spotted out the 2 players of Alter Ego, tried to revive one up. It's going to be MAQNA, finally reset it, but it's going to be too close to his blue zone. They are going downhill. But where to go at this point? That managed to take down MAQNA, who didn't even have the time to reset his HP, but the chase is going to be going on, continuing. Krypton will try to fight for his life. Can he arrive? They spotted out Krypton. He is a Kryptonite himself, indeed, but we have to make it fast. The shift is going to Azil and GLU in a close quarter combat.
Wow, so swiftly glued. This time it's a lot more convincing, and finally they win out that duel. Also being the saving grace to his fallen comrade, so they get to play for a whole lot longer. Now they're looking to also race up against VOIN. VOIN's got 0 points, and you saw they were in such a difficult position prior to this. Now back into the craters of La Cabrera. It seems like the rest of eArena, they got themselves locked in with the rest of Homebois, kind of stuck in the middle of this quarry section, and there's just no way out for the rest of Homebois.
He's found himself a crate to work with. for now. He's a bit far apart from the rest of GLU. I don't know if GLU, the rest of them, can actually join in or not. Based on the bullets flying over this side, it's plenty. It's going to be the Xaviers and BTR scouting over this side as well. Now, with Team Seeker also being eliminated out, there's only 2 teams that can actually smash it tomorrow. This top 2 teams right now, with BTR not stopping getting those points, they might actually get a double digit again this time.
They're looking very likely to bridge into the 7-point margin, and Red FaZe is going to add that to the tally by depleting that member of Team Flash out. Oh, beautiful shots coming in from these members of BTR, and they got all these godly angles from the hillside.
Blue zone, stage 5, they have to leave those high grounds, like it or not. FaZe Clan, the one that in trouble right now, they can afford to lose quite early. They need to find themselves at least above a point. 0 elimination points right now, but a nade seems to be connecting somehow. But Kanari, he managed to find a good corner down there. Voxy cooking another nade just in case they're trying to get out, but Voxy straight into the guns and they go. As 12k to finish off the players on the flank side, trying to find an exit out. But Razak tried to find this corner and cleared it up. Find out Exos it while it's jumping. Oh boy, this is not great. FaZe Clan, if they lose here now, tomorrow, if they ended up with this position again, they have to say goodbye to the grand finals because TODAK and VOIN both cluttering around towards that Z, and that's going to be at no point at all for the last map here today for FaZe Clan.
That's absolutely disappointing for FaZe Clan. You saw they had so many numbers to work with, but they could not take out those members of VOIN Esports. And just like that, they once again crumbled. They're not really fighting efficiently, so to speak. And you saw that desperate attempt coming from Earths. You can only hold back a few members of TODAK, but the entirety of the team arrived to the scene. And the problem was they were banking on the hopes that the circle will close inside the city, and FaZe Clan took too long to leave that facility. And now we have D-Savior, VOIN Esports going head-to-head, and neither of these parties will be benefiting from the updated zone because they need to go back into the creative fields.
But they will be stopped here, of course, by the Xaviers. Already got himself 10 steps ahead due to the gunshot just now. And the Xaviers, they're aiming for those eliminations, knowing the fact they're at 16th place. They need to force this fight. Lamborghini already cooked the nade, cancelled out the toss, recooked it again. Nate T just arrived. Levi coming up. Paragin giving such a very long cover fire. I don't know how he can see from there. But for Voxy, will have to return the favor. Razak in trouble. If he's not being careful, he get charged in first. He might be in the front line, but never mind. Voxy off angle. Levi shutting him down. Razak in trouble, down to 40% of HP with a nade exploded. Just now, Lambo just around the corner and they got finished. But I wouldn't worry too much for VOIN. When it comes to their first week Super Weekend, they did brilliant. But these Xaviers, they're fighting for their lifeline here. This is it. If they don't break from that 16th spot, they need to get at least at the top 10 or even 13 or 12th place.
Yeah, ironically, this is their best run by far, making it into the top 10, 4 elimination points being backed up as well. Now there's enough space for them to actually propel ahead while Vampire Esports clears one more as the rest of BTR also making their regards known from the other corner. Red Bull's going to go in for a challenge up against Federalis, and this is absolutely exciting to watch between two powerhouses. Nades now being tossed aside. Red Bull's position now also being revealed towards Vexy. And BTR, they're feeling very confident about this approach. They're going to pressure the rest of them. And at the same time, Tourniquet got involved in the mix, knocks down Trang, and now it's going to be a 4-way battle around these edges for them to claim whatever space necessary.
All Team Flash got eliminated next. Oh, BTR, there's no stopping them at all. Almost 70 points right now. Noel cooking up, hoping it will somehow connect to it. Soiree a bit too late. As that UMP versus that shotgun. The shotgun wins in that very close quarter combat. But back to as a Vaxi. BTR. They are scattering about just to find the victims here. GLD have been broken information. And we finish off by the rest of BTR. They're cracking the numbers up. 10 eliminations. And plenty of team ended up with zeros down there due to how aggressive their rotation in this map in the last map of today. But as the circle shrinks, we'll go down south or to the north. All be in the center. It ended up in no man's land. For Vikings, they got the circle. But next contender, it's going to be BTR. On the north, we have TODAK trying to stop these Xaviers from advancing.
And they're really showing plenty of aggression. They did manage to get that knockover on the Frantisi. Is that going to be enough? As Lavo looking to close right in. 9 holds the angle. Depth finding that knock. And this buys a little bit more of that space back towards the side of TODAK to go in for that reset, but that's not going to be quite in the clear. Nate, he throws those grenades, and we know him as one of the king of grenades, hailing from Vietnam. He needs to find the angles in order to make this possible for the rest of VX. The rest of TODAK decides to fall back, giving them enough room to wiggle with. But Joker, he gets depleted. He's running out of space by the containers.
Oh, there's nobody to stop BTR tomorrow here. Second, third, fourth place, all gone. Nobody to challenge BTR for Smash Roll tomorrow. They can take all their time for tomorrow as well. But we're back to the game. Vampires, Gooey down on the ground. Homebois will finish off Gooey in an instant. Red Bull barely alive, and that's going to be TODAK. 9. But being shot by BTR from afar. Oh, all of a sudden, we're down to 4 teams here. With TODAK, that long shot at least got some space to reset, but Wunti just arrived right in front of Real. Real and Homeboys left with only 2 players, but Kenny spotted out Wunti. He couldn't actually find a good angle, but he actually see him through.
Oh, so cheeky. He took his sweet time, but instead, he got his position compromised by Red FaZe. This is one of the hardest circles to play out of all places Creative Field. And you can see the terrains are rough. The covers inside of the crater itself not really giving themselves all too much wiggle space at the same time. And TODAK, they're all scattered across. Razy is going to try to feed those info, and it's going to be BTR full sending it away into the 3-man stack of TODAK.
They managed to run down. What a timing when it comes to the vehicle. Follow their guts, I assume. And TODAK still reigning as a 4. But for Homeboys, they only have 1 player with that 3 hand grenades. On the side of Vikings, they only have 4 hand grenades with 2 players and 1 molly. TODAK, they have the numbers, but do they have the vision? They spotted out Trunks, and that's going to be Viking, leaving only 1 player left. Now, this seems like high chance it's going to be TODAK's going to score the chicken of the last map today. Well, we're looking at Shamil, the last one standing. It's a matter of time, but can he at least get 1 more point out of this very last minute? He got 1. Can he get another? Shamil's down, and TODAK scores the chicken. But with BTR taking such a huge haul of elimination, ended up in the top 3 as well. I don't know if they can smash it early or not tomorrow, but that's going to be over 100 points for them to set the match point for the Smash rule to be activated. And who else can chase BTR right now? Tough to say.
Really tough to say. But of course, the limelight is now shown to TODAK once again, showing that they are indeed the kings of Miramar. As we go back into all the action, BTR was really gaining so much of that momentum that they went too aggressive onto this push with that overconfidence where TODAK has gotten a full setup, pretty much line to really take them on. And once BTR crumbled, you saw the rest of TODAK just knows this whole game was theirs for the taking.
They got plenty of eliminations for TODAK as well, not just the side of BTR. They got 15 eliminations. With TODAK getting this big number of elimination, they might actually push some of the teams in the top 5 or top 3. I think some of them will get pushed down either way, but how many of them get pushed down, we're gonna have to wait and see.
Yep, this is the shining beacon of hope for Malaysia. TODAK, with such a strong revamped roster, really proving that they have what it takes to also contest when it comes down to the grand finals. Tomorrow, whoever smashes it, well, it could still be BTR, who's gotten such a surmounting lead up against even the likes of eArena that didn't manage to get much done in this final round. And perhaps that's gonna hurt the chances of eArena. We'll have to see about that. I mean, overall, it's been an outstanding day of action, as we will eventually be looking back into how these teams have been able to gain so much control. And of course, we check out the highlights once more.
With TODAK taking the top 4 teams with 2,000 over damage, 457 damage for the Vikings. That's going to be the least amount of damage when it comes to the top 4 team this time. At BTR, there's no stopping this team. Over 3,400 damage. Crazy, man. One of the highest that we've seen here when it comes to this season. But what's concerning here, I'm going to put it out there and unfold for you, Contra. BTR, their firepower is just crazy. Off the roof, and with nobody to contest against them to get to the smash point as fast as they can. It's either it can be a bad news or can be a good news depending on which way you want to see it. BTR, a lot of teams will eye out for them, try to bring them down as early tomorrow. But we have to give it and celebrate first for that with 7 eliminations, 754 damage by himself with 12% eliminations. 39% contribution. It's been a while we actually seen that, but it's great to see him up on the board again. But for TODAK, they definitely will be in the top 4 after this map and all around when it comes to the overall rankings. But hear me out. BTR, they are one aggressive team whenever they want to be, especially with Federalis taking so much, those eliminations, and one of the best eliminator when it comes to this season.
Yeah, and I definitely second that as well.
Now, the thing is, they have nothing else to lose tomorrow. I mean, BTR, they can go crazy for the first map, especially the first map is Rondo. When first map is Rondo, with only 20 points to catch up to the Smash rule, they have no problem to start off like that. They might actually smash it in the second map.
Yeah, it's so doable for them. And on top of that, I mean, they could also afford to play it slow as much as they want and could still end up as #1. But this round itself, it really was a race between TODAK as well as BTR to gain majority of all these points. You can see even the mid-pack has only gotten scraps, 1 or 2 points at maximum, whereas 3 teams battle with 0 points. So this is definitely a huge surge. You know, we started off the day, we talked so much about, it's Team Flash, they've been dominating, they're showing a lot of strides, and they kind of had that slump after we shift maps, and even when we move into Erangel, where Team Flash is now at number 8, while BTR, they take all the glory home.
Now, everybody will try to stop BTR, especially teams like these Xavier's, teams like FaZe Clan. Their aim is not going to gain just those points. They will try to shut down BTR as fast as they can. Because if BTR smash it in match number 2, don't forget, first map, it's Rondo. Rondo, it's not surprising if you get even 15 eliminations or even 20 eliminations. And that easily can get by the teams like BTR. And if they smash on the second map, it's gone. That grand finals is done. There's no more room for FaZe Clan, DX, and GLU. Probably even Alter Ego.
Yeah, this is so worrying. I think that there's just a giant target on the backs of BTR. And if it's going to be a second on the list, then it has to be eArena. But even if you shut down eArena, it doesn't really matter too much to them right now. Where with these kind of healthy points, there's no way that BIGETRON or even the rest of eArena will ever dip below a guaranteed grand finals already. Whereas these are the guys fighting tooth and nail for their lives. So we, of course, want to see whether if there's going to be any progress at all for teams like Alter Ego, Be Savior, Blue, or even FaZe Clan. And I think like this is absolutely deserving, as BTR will have their man Razy take the daily MVP.
And this is also the man that denied the smash by eArena last week. So I want to see, since they are in the spot of eArena this week, can they secure that smash or not for the side of Razy? But you know what? We have an interview coming up. Is it going to be BTR? Is it going to be a different team entirely? We're going to have to wait and see. But nonetheless, Razy, I'm looking forward for your performance tomorrow. He did not eArena before. Will eArena now do the same thing to us BIGETRON this time? Oh, what a sweet revenge we're going to have here tomorrow.
What a narrative being brewed up, and I can't wait to see how many rounds are we going to be getting for our Smash Rules Sunday.
And that settles it for our day number 1 of our second Super Weekend here at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall. Here is a very intense competitions all around here. Definitely after every team is going toe-to-toe here, since every move is going to matter here, as the points are going to be set for the Smash rules, which will be in place tomorrow. Now I'm joined by the representative from VOIN Esports, Potato 5, as well as John, our translator here. Welcome you two on board as always. All right then, so let's jump into the questions here. Potato 5, you guys have noticeably been rolling strong throughout this PMSL. So what do you think are the main changes in VOIN this season compared to the previous one?
Oke, kalau kita lihat VOIN di season ini tampil dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Apa perubahan menurut kamu yang terjadi di VOIN season ini dibandingkan dengan season sebelumnya?
Perubahannya karena ada Foxy ya, jadi kita dari segi komunikasi dan dari segi gameplay juga perlu adjustment juga.
Yeah, I think the biggest changes to VOIN this season is basically when we bring in Voxy. I think when we bring Voxy, the communication part or maybe the strategy-wise, we need to adapt with him. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we are performing at this season right now.
I see. The communication is going to be a very important factor for you guys, right? Now, for last week, Potato 5, you guys come in very, very close here to get that result over here right now. But to get to the Super Weekend here, but you guys just fell short. Did that affect your team in any way?
Ya, kalau kita lihat kan kemarin sempat yang kalian hampir ke Super Weekend tetapi yang nggak jadi gitu kan. Ada nggak itu sedikit sebanyak mengganggu mental pemain atau gimana gitu?
Nggak ada yang mengganggu sih, kita main aja.
Yeah, it doesn't affect us at all. We just play, that's all.
Of course, just go again. That's just it for VOIN Esports here. So with that being said, with the Smash rule coming right up tomorrow, Potato 5, your ranking today is not, let's say it's not in the best possible place, right? How do you plan to cash up on points and secure the win?
Oke, memandangkan besok kita bakal bermain Smash rule dan tempat posisi VOIN sekarang tidaklah begitu bagus. Apa perancangan VOIN ataupun Potato sendiri untuk memastikan yang besok kalian bisa menang?
Selagi masih ada match, kita masih pede satu sama lain dan yakin lah.
Yeah, as long as there's gonna be a match tomorrow, we just gonna be confident, and yeah, we are confident.
Of course, confidence is key, definitely here. All right then, so this is our fourth questions now. Are there any teams you see as the rivals here, and do you have any particular message for them, Potato?
Ada nggak tim-tim yang menurut kamu itu kamu anggap sebagai rival dan ada pesan yang mau disampaikan ke tim itu nggak?
Nggak ada sih, lebih ke untuk semuanya aja. Good luck, have fun, dan sampai jumpa di final.
Yeah, I don't really have a particular teams. I just gonna wish all the best to all the teams, and I hope I can meet you in the grand final.
Of course, just spreading positivities over here. All right then, Potato 5, this is our final questions now. Your team has been quite stable heading into the finals now, but are you planning to fight for the PMGC points, or are you aiming directly for that top 2 PMGC spots?
Oke, jadi memandangkan kamu udah bisa masuk ke grand final nih, apakah target kamu? Apakah kamu bakal incar top 2 spot itu atau gimana?
Yang pasti kita kejar juaranya. Kita juara pasti dapat slot PMGC itu.
Yeah, basically our aim is only one. We're just gonna be the champion. It's because of whenever we become the champion, we're just gonna get a slot later on.
Of course, just aim for that grand prize here. Thank you very much, VOIN Esports, Potato 5, as well as John, our translator here. That is it for this interview. Please stay tuned for the tomorrow here with our Super Weekend Day 2 here with the Smash rule in place here, definitely. So please keep on board here with the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Fall.
Naughty Junks tried to taunt face palm, but yeah. Potato, don't cry. They're still going to get into the grand finals. We do know 100% they're already in. And also teams like eArena, BTR, as well as Team Flash, you know, they will be in the grand finals. But the question is back into the equation is, if BTR smash it at game number 2 tomorrow, provided that their Rondo map, they manage to get 20 points. Oh, I feel so bad for the teams that get pushed down.
I think like there's a lot of scenarios that can play out. I think that, you know, Rondo is kind of like 50-50 where certain teams, they overaggress and can actually be punished. So, well, what better way than to actually look out for, you know, this team, where exactly do they drop? And I think it's about high time that teams are going to be scheming in such a sense where, okay, we want more matches. So you got to really strike down BTR members. If you're not going to take the full team out, maybe just take 1 or 2 players. That's enough to deny them, you know?
No, it's not enough because Rondo, you can reset and recall. That's what's scary about it.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm scared about for the other teams tomorrow. But I do know BTR, hey, since they get themselves this position in the first place, they know what's coming. I've been there when the whole arena is cheering when the first team to get to Smash Rule Point been taken out, the whole arena will be cheering. And you know, there's no hate in there, but everybody wants more game. But for BTR, they have to set their backs, and they definitely not going to be uneasy right now because, I mean, a lot of teams will try to aim and take them down tomorrow.
Yep, and of course, we'll see what will be brewing into tomorrow's schedule. So up to a total of 8 games can still be played out. We'll just have to see if there's going to be that kind of potential, or will BTR close it out for us? So make sure you guys stay tuned. So keep yourself subscribed as well as follow every single news that we have here in PUBG Mobile Esports. So for now, already done and dusted for our Saturday round. We'll see you guys once again for tomorrow. It's been a pleasure with you, Choo Choo. So, of course, have a good rest, and we'll see who takes the win.
Bye.